Funky drums from hell.
Yes, yes, yes. Welcome in. Happy Monday. What's going on? Chatteroonies, chatteroonies. Chattanooga choo-choos. How are you? Welcome in. Good to see you. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. There has, of course, been so much news. So much fucking news. Since I last saw you. I was really hoping that we were going to do the Chat Louvre stream today, but we've just got so much shit to cover, you know? Also, the, you know, working class tour of Manchester, that's going to have to be at some point at the start of next month or something as well. Because, yeah, it is just, it just doesn't stop. 2026 is just relentless. Completely fucking relentless. But it's good to see you all here. How are you all doing? We got Middle Earth Marxist, Steph, Luna, Ninny, Connor, Val. How are you all doing? Welcome in. It's good to see you. How was your weekend? What did you get up to? How's your Monday been so far? I am just scrambling together all the bits and pieces that I need for the stream because I'm a little late. Yep, there's the Bluesky go live post. And there's the Twitter post. Another great day for Britain conference. Yeah, so I've had an absolutely mad realization. Hello Technomancy, how you doing? So as you know, I've been trying to go vegan, and I started that around about start of December last year. So I've been doing it for, you know, almost 2 months. And I have also been plagued with some horrible, horrible, horrible anxiety. Like, really existentially horrible anxiety. Now, I have anxiety, right? I have an anxiety disorder, right? And so I'm not saying, you know, I just to be clear, because I posted about this on Bluesky and some people really took it the wrong way. Some capital V vegans came out of the woodwork to get really mad at me. Basically, I've been having some really, really, really horrible, nasty thoughts, like focused on my own death, the end of my own existence and my own consciousness, and getting like paralyzed by it, like absolutely horrifically paralyzed, right? So I've been struggling with those thoughts pretty much every night, pretty solidly every night, unable to enjoy anything, just going, what's the point? I'm just gonna, one day, I'm not even gonna know, I'm just gonna die, it's just gonna be over, like, what's the point of even living? What a cruel joke life is, yada, yada, yada. Long story short, had a burger last night, it went away. So, there's one or two things happening, right? Either one, there's some fucking, like, you know, super important vitamin that I'm not getting from being vegan that I need to sort out. I thought I was doing that because I know that B12 is like a big one. So I've got nutritional yeast, which has got loads in it. I've also been still eating eggs. I'm not entirely vegan, you know, and I know that 2 eggs, which I have every fucking day, is half of your recommended B12, right? So I'm like, okay, well, I have been doing that. And then I'm also thinking, well, iron as well. You got to have, you know, the right amount of iron. But I've been eating, like, green veg with it and shit. So it's either one or two things. Either I'm not doing enough of that. Either I'm not eating enough green veg or whatever. Or I'm just like one of these people who's just been eating meat so much their entire life that they have like a higher demand of that kind of fucking vitamin that means that I can't be fucking vegan. And I'm just like, oh my god, dude, it's so ridiculous. I can't begin to tell you how much of a like weight off my shoulders. I feel like I can live my life again today after eating that fucking burger. You know what I mean? And it's just like, what the fuck, dude? It's just like, I had like a bit of cheese and red meat and suddenly my life is livable again. I'm not having these horrible existential thoughts. So yeah, fuck knows, but it's great news. It's not so great news that you know, I don't think I'm gonna be able to go as vegan as I wanted to. I could definitely probably eat less meat, right? Yeah, I guess I just wonder if like any other vegans have had like a similar thing. Like I just think that, like, you know, not to doctor online, it sounds like it might be a gut microbiome thing. Hey Dave, yeah, appreciate that. Yeah. All I'm asking for is any other vegans who've had like a similar experience. Do you know what I mean? Because like that's all I'm after. But like I posted about this last night, and some people were just like, go to a doctor. And I'm just like, well, look, you know, I've already Googled this, and there are some people who say that like vitamin B12 and iron are like important for anxiety and shit like that. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't know, man, like it's not really helpful to just be like, go to a doctor. It's like, yo, my health is like I'm not at like some like mad health risk. I like ate a burger and I'm fine. Do you know what I mean? But it was pretty shit that, like, you know, I was having those like paralyzing thoughts and shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think I just gotta slowly change into it. Yeah, that's what it is, right? I think I tried too much too soon. You had more of those thoughts when you ate meat. You see, that's wild. It's gonna be, that's what I mean. It's gonna be different from person to person, right? I think that's the issue. Like I have that particular issue. Some people are gonna have that when they eat meat. Yeah, it's so bizarre. It's so fucking bizarre. Like, how does that fucking work? You know what I mean? Slowly switch to sliders. Yeah, you see, that wouldn't be a switch. You know what I mean? You know? That's just me continuing with, you know, what I'm doing. So, anyway, yeah. Welcome in, everybody. Some more people have come in since then. Grandpa Simpson, how you doing? Welcome in. Dave as well said hi to you. By any means necessary. B-Rap, PBP, how are you all doing? Hope you're doing okay. When I stopped eating meat, I was a lot more anxious and on edge. Yeah, I just have to slowly, like, go into it, don't I? That's the thing. So I think that's all I'm going to do, you know? There's B vitamins in almost every vegan milk that I've ever bought, and also a lot of iron in it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I've been drinking vegan milk. I have vegan milk all the time. You know what I mean? In general, I actually don't drink dairy that much in my regular life. So, yeah, it was just crazy that just like having a bit of red meat just like fixed me, and it was like in such a dramatic way, like within a fucking 30 minutes of eating this burger, I was like, oh wow, like I'm not scared of dying anymore. Sounds so stupid, dude. Like, it's so stupid. I had the worst Christmas chat. It was so bad. Every day I was like so existential, and I was just like trying to get through it, and I'm just like gripping the fucking side of the chair, just being like, what's the point? Oh god, it's such a weight off my shoulders. Holy shit, I can't even begin to tell you. Oh. So anyway, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling a little embarrassed. But I'm also feeling amazing. So it's good news, you know? It's not, changes are hard on the body, don't be hard on yourself. Thanks, Technomancer. Yeah, you know, like I'm trying, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying. I had a full-on breakdown when I had to change my diet for a period of time. Ordered a chippy, and it hit so good. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? You just gotta like slowly do this shit. Slowly do this shit. In other good news around food and shit, it's happened, chat. Look at this. Look. This is watermelon fruit soda attempt number 1. Yeah. So what I've done, for those of you that don't know, who haven't been following the stream, first of all, shame on you. I need you to lock in, right? In future, yeah? That's just a joke. Some people don't know sarcasm. I have been making a ginger bug, right? So a ginger bug is a fermentation of ginger and sugar that basically creates CO2, and it makes, you can make your own fizzy drinks with it. You can make your own alcohol with it, right? So this is attempt number 1 at making my own homemade fruit soda, right? So this is hopefully going to be fizzy, watermelon. This is just watermelon. Yeah, I just got a watermelon from Aldi today. I just chopped it in half, blended it up, and it's pretty much, there you go. It could be just something off the shelf. Do you know what I mean? It looks great. So I've got to burp this, and I don't know how long I should leave it before it's. I can't hear any gas leaking or anything, so I think the seal is good. I don't know how long it should be before I burp it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe like I must have done this like an hour ago, right? And it's probably just approaching 18 degrees in this room. So is that, I don't know, like should I burp it in like an hour? Should I burp it now? Should I burp it in another hour? I don't know. First time we made our own kombucha, it ended up on the ceiling. That's why I'm asking this question, yeah. That's why I'm asking this fucking question. This is a next one that I've made. This is watermelon and black grape. And that's because I thought I had enough watermelon for 2 bottles of watermelon, but I didn't, so I blended up some black grape. And, that's the result. So, hopefully, it's going to be good. I don't know how to burp. I don't know. Maybe, like, burp it in, like, another hour or something. Like, it's not super hot here. Like I said, it's like 18 degrees, and you know, I can't, like, the ginger bug was bubbling yesterday. It was bubbling so much, it was ridiculous. But I didn't feed it yesterday, and I imagine that's probably not killed it. Is it going to be robust? It was robust on Saturday. Saturday was crazy. It was bubbling like fuck. It looked like a pint of beer with a head on it on Saturday. There was that much bubbles in it. So I thought, well, I won't feed it on Sunday and it'll be fine. I'll just use it to make some fizzy drink on Monday, and hopefully that'll be all right. Should we try burping this one now and see if it like makes a noise or some shit? Should we just try it? No. Some bubbles are rising. Okay, maybe leave it for like a. Maybe I should leave it for like 2 hours. I'll tell you what, let's burp both of them. Burp this one as well. Tiny, tiny, tiny amount of bubbles in this one, so I don't know. I don't know if this one's gonna work. There are bubbles, but it's tiny. So, I'll tell you what. From now, what time is it? 18:43 British time, yeah? 18:43 British time. So, in 2 hours, 20:43, 8:43, we will be burping him again. So, you can help me with this, chat. In 2 hours from now, we'll burp him again and see what happens, yeah? They both were bubbling as soon as I burped him just then. So, exciting. It's 1938 America time. No, it's not. What are you on about? Yous are like 5 hours. It's like 1 p.m. for you lot. Or like 2 hour timer set. Steph, you're a queen. Nappers, thank you for the streaks. Thank you everyone for telling me your streaks, your stream streaks. Appreciate you. Look, we got so much. Georgia like the state. No, it's not. Okay, well, look, you know, it's gonna be earlier, innit? Use like either 5 or 6 or 7 hours or 8 hours. Yeah, there you go. It's 10 a.m. for you. You're the West Coast. Welcome in, Georgia like the state. Okay, so that's the fruit juice news. It's 13:44 in Canada where I am. Yeah, you're on the East Coast. Closer to 11, yeah, because you're in the Rockies. Oh no, you're on the West Coast, PBP. Crazy. Okay. Captain Homer, welcome in. Rilesy, how are you doing? Good to see you. We've got a whole bunch of stuff to cover tonight, chat. We have got, obviously the first thing that we're going to be covering is Alex Pretti getting murdered in cold blood by ICE. Absolutely insane stuff. And obviously we're going to be having a look at the backlash and the news surrounding that. Various different people offering all of their takes. That's always fun, isn't it? Sorka, thank you so much for the 27 months.
Hangs over my kitchen. the specter of smoke. Oh fun, I left the grill on.
Good one. How you doing, Soga? Thank you for the 27 months. Holy shit, that's like 3 years nearly. My God. My God, my God, my God. Thank you for supporting me. All right. So, we've got all of that stuff to take a look at. And we have also got a little mini documentary on Tommy Robinson. We have also got the news about the Labour by-election. Labour shooting itself in the fucking foot this weekend. Absolutely insane. Another surgical politics move from the big boys. The big boys. Back in charge. So that's hilarious. We're going to go through that and take a look at how that's going down. And then, of course, the news that there is now a US armada being positioned to either protect Israel from Iran's response or, I guess, just like attack Iran. So we got a whole bunch of stuff to take a look at today. I'm going to be right back real quick. I'm just going to grab a cup of tea. I won't be too long. But it's great to see so many people here so early. We're literally half an hour in and we got so many people here. The community's been growing so much recently, and obviously it's because a lot of you have like heard of me from like other streams, or like you've heard of me tangentially before and you've like decided to like stop in, or you've been like a member of the community for years and years and years and you've gone, oh, he's started streaming again and you're back. So yeah, I appreciate all of you for being here. Don't go nowhere. I'm gonna be like 2 minutes, just making myself a cup of tea. I won't be long at all. Leave you with a bit of music, a bit more louder music. There you go. Alright, okay, we're back. Told you I won't be long. Alright, let's crack on, chat. We got a lot to get through, so I am gonna start us off with this report. I'm sure a lot of you have been watching the news all over the weekend. Yeah, it's time to hear this cisgender white man's take on it all, I guess. In case you haven't had enough of those, here's another. So yeah, obviously this is the news that ICE shot another protester in cold blood. We're going to be taking a look at this from France 24. Of course, as the name implies, this is essentially the French BBC, but they are also reporting in English, so they may not report on things in the same way as they would in the French. And yeah, like, you know, from everything that we know about this, all the different angles, all the different, you know, reports on what happened, it is quite clearly another Renee Good situation. It was just a protester who was observing ICE, trying to stop people being abducted by them, or at least hold them to account in abducted people who, you know, have got all their paperwork, or they may be US citizens, or even if they aren't US citizens and they don't have paperwork, then they have you know, they're going to be put in like horrific conditions and not be helped, you know, and you know, whatever his politics were, particularly surrounding those issues, he was clearly against ICE and was not happy with the way that ICE are doing these things in the place that he lives. He was a South Minneapolis resident, I believe. It was his neighborhood, I think, where he was killed. He witnessed a woman getting pushed over in the snow, and he was confronting ICE about it, and they just shot him. That you know, it's as simple as that. I don't think anyone was expecting me to say anything different than what has been reported, because that's what's been reported. I've seen it all weekend. Let's take a look at what France 24 are saying about this. It looks like France 24 are actually just kind of covering the aftermath here, because almost immediately, it happened in the morning, and almost immediately residents of Minneapolis, the Twin Cities in Minneapolis and St. Paul, were just out straight away, you know, fucking pissed about this. So let's take a quick look and see how France 24 is reporting on this.
Handed law enforcement tactics. Angry protest. Heavy-handed law enforcement tactics. Angry protesters.
You're gonna burn in hell!
Demonstrators gather on the streets around the spot where 37-year-old nurse Alex Pretti was killed by border agents. They're blocked from approaching the scene. They want justice. Some demonstrators are arrested.
That could have been your brother! That could have been your father! That could have been your sister! That could have been your daughter! That could have been your son! You're defending them, and they're killing your friends! They're killing your neighbors! They're killing us! Shame!
The Department of Homeland Security is once again trying to claim the killing was legitimate defense.
This one wasn't ICE, it was Bortak, but same kind of thing. What's your source for that, Luna? It'd be good to see that. I've just heard people saying it was ICE all weekend, so...
Don't buy that.
There appears to be a U.S. Constitution on the ground. Right there.
They say ICE are acting with impunity, trampling on the law. Minnesotans have had enough.
I have children, and they're shooting people in our neighborhoods. My kids are scared. They're snatching children that are the same age as my kids. They shot a man who was already on the ground, who was being covered by multiple, I think it's 7 officers. It's completely unnecessary. We know that they're here just to scare us, and we're not going to be afraid.
A truck shuttles supplies to protesters on the front line. Demonstrators set up barricades. Like these people, Alex Pretti was reportedly an observer who came to the aid of another community member.
We are protecting ourselves and our neighbors, and I've never seen anything like it. People coming together because they hate ICE.
Officers here have warned us that we should leave. They will be spraying more tear gas, throwing more tear gas canisters.
There's solidarity and fury.
This is just something that has been slowly building, and then the kindle's here, and now it's on fire. It's erupted. This is a product of Trumpism, authoritarianism, fascism.
Protesters see this.
I think that people just need to really be understanding that this is not just Trumpism, right? Trumpism isn't really an ism. Trumpism is just imperialism and fascism, right? I'm seeing on New York Times that it's Bortak. Also, it's pretty easy to tell the difference. ICE are the ones with jeans. Bortak is the one with full tactical gear. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, obviously, I'm getting used to that myself as a Brit. To me, they all just kind of look the same. They all just kind of like, you know, they love to wear tactical gear and shit. You know, if they've got full gear or part gear, it's hard to know because they're so they're so incoherent in, like, you know, they're inconsistent in what they look like. Yeah. It's all the same shit. Trumpism is neoliberalism, is fascism. It's all the same shit. Trumpism is, you know, if Trumpism is anything, it is just the admittance that this is what the United States has all been about since day one. Like, that was really brought home to me last night when we had, you know, Ray Rowie on Red Planet, and he was saying to us, look, you know, the relationship between Israel and the United States is not just this military base that the US needs in order to destabilize the region, but there is also a spiritual connection in that the early so-called pioneers who essentially went to Turtle Island and genocided the native people there, you know, the conquistadors and all those fucking people, they were all, you know, doing the same thing. You know, so we think about the United States in its current form, you know, it is a direct result. Like, that is the kind of country that you get when you genocide an entire population of people, an entire native population, and that is what Israel is trying to do, you know, in real time. Well, say in real time, like they're doing it now contemporarily in the way that we could see it. You know. Yeah, thank you, Luna. I'll take a look at that in a sec. So that's the France 24 thing. Like, this is the thing that I wanna highlight the most, right? Because there's been some really fucking impressive organizing that has obviously come from a place of being reactive, but has been informed by a lot of people just getting together and caring about their neighbors. You know, I did a report on this last night for Red Planet, talking about how inspiring it's been to see the way in which Minnesota has been actually organizing around this, and all the different fucking organizations that have been part of resisting ICE and coming out to show support for, you know, just the entire community, the entire neighborhoods and shit like that. All these barricades here, that, you know, this is great stuff. We're starting to see more and more militancy. Like, this is an aspect of militancy and discipline. You know, we're talking about barricading the street to stop ICE agents from getting into the street, you know. This is a good militant tactic. I don't know if this is breaking any laws, but if this is breaking any laws, I disavow. I don't believe in breaking laws, but we're just going to see more and more people do stuff like this in response to state overreach. In order to protect their neighbors, in order to protect each other. It's just what happens, right? Hey, Kairos, how is it going? Kairos, thank you so much for the raid. My friend, how are you doing? Please, everybody, go and show some love to Kairos Rev, who is another lefty streamer that you can find broadcasting all the way from Brazil. Yeah, hope you had a great stream. Welcome in. If you're coming in from Kairos' stream and you don't know me, my name is DJ Muel. I'm a left-wing political streamer from the UK. I go through the news and geopolitics and try and analyze it from the point of view of an anti-imperialist and a communist living in the imperial core. So that's what I do. I've got a history of organizing and all that kind of stuff. I used to be the chair of a tenants union, etc., etc. And yeah, we're currently looking at the Minnesota stuff. We're looking at the stuff from over the weekend. Alex Pretti being murdered by ICE. So yeah, it's important stuff. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you had a good stream, Kairos. Hello, Garlo. Hello, Litty. Good to see you. Doing good. Hope you're good. I'm doing very well. I'm doing really well. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so where was I? The only reason that I think the distinction between ICE and Border Patrol is important is because they both need to be abolished. Yeah, Department of Homeland Security needs to be abolished, right? Needs to be abolished. You had a link for me and I don't know where it went. I don't know where the fuck it went. Where did that go? The chat wasn't moving that fast. Oh, it's there. It's there. It's just right there. Thank you. Yes. I feel like I was going to say something else about this, but I've forgotten what it is. Yeah, the organizing is really good. Okay, let's take a look at this. So, Alex Pretti was killed after... Oh, loved it. Yesterday's Red Planet stream. Lots of good info. Thank you so much, Garlo. I appreciate that. And Litty Bruz saying the same as well. Folks, please go and follow Red Planet on all the various platforms. We had a really good show yesterday with Rari, aka Ray K, who you'll all know. And we are hoping to get on another guest next week that you may know called Brett, who has a channel here called Cinemarxism. So, yeah, please head over to Red Planet and follow us for some cool anti-imperialist, communist, world revolutionary news and interviews with organizers and various people who do various cool based shit. Yeah, so please follow us on Red Planet. Yeah, let's take a look at this. The killing of Alex Pretti actually came after a day where hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans went on general strike. Now, this is a key thing. A lot of people are kind of missing out on this news. This was a huge event that was organized by over 1,000 local unions, faith leaders, local community organizations, all kinds of people across the state of Minnesota coming together in a broad coalition. Yeah, you know I like that term. Broad coalition for a single issue that they all agree is very bad. And this could be a tipping point in the response to ICE. And again, I will repeat what I say often. Even though we are completely under assault all the time from the shock doctrine of Trump with just bad news after bad news after bad news after bad news. If we sit there and we analyze it and we look at the reality of it, you know, especially with his foreign policy stuff, he's actually not making the gains that he thinks he's making. He's damaging America's soft power. He's overall damaging the empire. He's driving former allies into the arms of China in terms of trade relations, and just broadly pissing off everybody. And then within his own country that he is supposed to be running, there is obviously like a huge amount of damage that he's doing. But then we are seeing people coming together. And this is a example of what I say often, which is when you push the working class further and further and further and further with no material conditions, with no social safety nets, with no guarantee by the state that you are going to be caught when you're slipping through the gaps, you will just see shit like this happen. You will just see general strikes happen. You will just see people rebelling against it, right? This is revolutionary optimism. It's not to say that we should just bury our heads in the sand and pretend that fascism and neoliberalism and capitalism isn't happening. But in fact, what we should do is remember that these things will just happen naturally. It is a scientific observation, right? It's a scientific theory, revolutionary optimism. So let's take a look at this. Oh yeah, really cool stuff from Forbes here. Yeah, man. They really made an effort in editing this one. So you got the audio all fucked up. You got the aspect ratio all fucked up. Yeah, okay, man. Great reporting. This is great journalism. These guys get paid, by the way. How do you not watch this before it goes out and be like, you know, this isn't what it's supposed to look like. So obviously we're seeing here people using local businesses as resource centers for people who are struggling with food and shit like that. Like, again, like, these things just kind of crop up, not necessarily just organically. Like, they do crop up organically because this is human nature. When we are in a time of crisis, we are gonna end up realizing that we need to rely on each other. The people of Minnesota are in a time of crisis, and they are realizing that they need to rely on each other, that the state is not going to catch them when they fall. And yeah, it's pretty beautiful, man. Like, look at this shit, just like loading up bags for people. They got like a whole bunch of resources, little fucking packets. Show that again. Whistles against ice. Yeah, like this is human nature. Like whenever you get like a weirdo fucking neoliberal piece of shit who's there like, it's just human nature to be greedy, and even if you gave everyone the same stuff, some people would just want more stuff. And it's like, not if there was an incentive. Not if there was like zero incentive to have more stuff. Like, when there's an incentive to have more stuff, i.e. you have an overwhelming amount of influence over state policies and decisions, then yeah, you're gonna want more stuff. But as soon as you make that incentive go away, you know, people are just kind of happy with having their basic material needs met. You know. Oh, okay, now we're back to like the regular fucking resolution. Okay, Forbes. So like, you could see this massive, like, it cannot be understated just how many thousands of people were out here. Like, some people were saying hundreds of thousands, some people were saying 100,000. You know, and this will have had a massive effect on local corporations, unionized workplaces, and just people who will have done wildcat strikes, you know? It's absolutely fucking amazing. Hey, Soph, good timing. Everybody go follow Sophie. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom, how you doing? Yo, look at this. Yo, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Look at this, America. America! America, you could do this every day. You could do this every day. You could bring it to a stop. You could shut it all fucking down. You know? Fire Resist says, nothing will change until Trump kicks the bucket or his term is up. That's crazy, man. Did you follow Sophie in here? Like, what the fuck? Sophie came in here to be like, the libs are driving me insane. I'm going to stay off Bluesky the rest of the day. What planet are you living on, man? Like, what planet are you fucking living on where you're like, yeah, when Trump dies, everything will get better? What are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean, dog? And also, like, look. Fucking look. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this, dude? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Nothing will change, though, yeah? Nothing will change. Nothing will change until he dies. No, I'm a lib. Yeah, I know you're a lib. That's what I'm saying. You're a fucking lib. You're an embarrassing doomer lib. Get fucking, I don't know, man. Get your head out your ass. Hell yeah, West Wing. Yeah, let's get West Wing pilled. Aaron Sorkin is my hero. Yeah, you know, like, so anyway, back to what I was fucking saying, you know, hundreds of thousands of people coming out like this. There's a reason that this isn't, like, national news, yeah? If it was national news, people would be like, oh, shit! We can fucking do this! You know? And that's the whole point. That's the whole fucking point. You should be seeing this. Thank you for the follow. You should be seeing this and going, oh my God, actually, yes, when we all come together, we have collective power. We can use that to our leverage. We are the workers who make... The wheels? Holy shit, no way. Yo, Madeline, that's crazy. I did not know that you streamed on Twitch. So, first of all, everybody please go follow Madeline Pendleton. Please go and show her some love. How you doing, comrade? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. That's absolutely crazy. If you don't know me, my name is DJ Muel. I am a left-wing political streamer from the UK, and I've got a history of organizing. Used to be the chair of a tenants union, do eviction resistances, all that kind of shit. Help people fight their landlords and what have you. I've done a bit of anti-fascist organizing. Do a commie roundtable show with my friend Sophie from Mars every Sunday and shit like that. And yeah, I cover the news from a anti-imperialist, communist, anarchist organizing perspective. So yes, welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for the massive raid, Madeline. I hope you had a great stream. And yeah, all of my heads, please go and show some love to Madeline. I've been watching Madeline's content for like some time. Like I said, I did not know that you actually did streams on Twitch, so I'm going to go ahead and follow you myself. Yeah, God, thanks for all the follows. Holy shit, non-stop fucking follows right now. Aiden Cooper, thank you so much. Welcome in. Rob23091, a better username than yours. Kai Touch the Sky, Marxist Gamer Zero, Buckfast Supernova, Xander Kink, Ukami, Bio, Bisco Witch, Minx Frizz, Nip Dip, Ghost Pain, Baby Rage, Savina, Solo, Relaxed Gal, Cromwell. Oh my God, so many. Holy shit. Avril La Cringe, that's great. Sudden Baby. Sudden Baby is crazy. Lord Oxium, hello. And DJ Felly Fell, welcome in everybody. It's good to see you. Yeah, we're just covering the Minnesota stuff. We were literally just doing a bit of hopium out here because you know, me and Soph and Tim, you know, my comrades on Red Planet that we do every week. Here's a link to that, by the way. You should all go and follow Red Planet. We, generally speaking, talk about how important it is to remember that like revolutionary optimism is it's not like a situation where you bury your head in the sand and you go, oh, I'm just going to ignore all the bad stuff and just pretend it's not happening. You know, it's more like this is just like a scientific formula, and we saw that in Minnesota on Friday when there was this massive coming together of trade unions, community organizations, faith leaders. They all came together to be like, right, okay, there's this single issue that we all agree on. We're going to organize a broad coalition and do a fucking general strike. There were 100,000 people out on the streets of Minneapolis, you know, despite the horrors, despite what is going on in Minneapolis, the Twin Cities in Minnesota. Everybody came out to be like, yeah, fuck this, actually. This is just like a natural reaction. This is human nature. So, you know, look at this. Look at the state of this shit. Look how many people were out in the streets. I'm just going to pull this back a little bit, you know? Hey, Kubashi, how you doing? Welcome in. I take it, Kubashi, you're like, you're the person who recommended Madeline raid me, yeah? Legend. Get blue fella. Thank you, Luna. Legend. Kubashi. Kubashi's been out here building my community on their own, yeah? Just like on their own. Just like going around just being like, yeah, DJ Mule's really good, go and follow him. You know what I mean? Go and raid him and shit. Huge shout out to Kubashi at the minute, yeah? I need everybody else in the chat to be taking a leaf out of their book. Yeah, what are you doing? You should be going around being like, DJ Muel is so... Nah, don't do that. I'm joking. That's cringe. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hey, Riskiverse, what's up? Thank you for all the follows. You love my accent. Thank you. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Yo, you don't need to recommend me on Yugo's stream. He already knows about me. It's all good. I got a Yugo raid a couple of weeks ago. It was big. It was big things. And another raid. Shit, dude, what's going on? What's going on? Dave, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the fucking raid, dude. If you don't know Dave, please go and show some love to Dave. Another British streamer, British commie legend. How are you doing, mate? It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good stream today. Baldwin, thank you so much for the tier fucking 1 at 5 months. How's it going? Good to see you as well. Please go follow Dave Legend. If you love British commies, yeah, go and fucking show him some love, man. As another guy for you to go follow. Yeah, hope you had a good stream, dude. Welcome in everybody from Dave's stream. We got Street Cat Love. I think Sir Timo came in just now. Baldwin as well. Yo, what's up? Hello. Ninja Can as well. Yeah. What's up? Right, okay. So we're doing this now. We're doing a hype train now. All right, that's fine, I guess. Yeah. I'll take it. I'm here for it. All right, then. Okay. You know the score, chat.
Yes, peace. Forever.
We're taking a break. We're taking a break from the news so everyone can give me money. Yeah? You know the score. You want the tunes to continue. Keep subbing. You see someone in the chat without a gift sub. You know what to do. Just like Mr. Dank did just now. You want to keep listening to tunes? Keep subbing. Hey, Beanie Gaby, what's up?
Not war. Yes, peace.
Yo, what a Monday. What a Monday already. Absolutely popping. Steph, thank you for the 5 gifted. Mr. Dank, thank you for the gifted. Hey, Dave. Yeah, it's good to see you, dude. How are you doing?
Please. Yes, peace. Listen to me. Yes, peace. Peace forever.
Jeremy Horvin.
Peace forever.
Luna, thank you so much for the gift to Aiden Cooper. Enjoy your ad-free viewing.
Se llama
and your remotes.
Lenguaje tarzaneado. Tipo Tarzán sería.
Hey, Rob, what's up?
Sí, paz por siempre. Sí, paz. Sí, paz. Sí, paz. Sí, paz. Not war, just peace. The people United States. De parte de the people Bolivarian Republic.
Alright, YouTubers, we gotta lose you for the time being, otherwise I'm gonna get a fucking copyright strike, but we got another classic revolutionary tune out here. Bring the VOD watchers back in. Welcome in again, VOD watchers. Yeah, so I used to be a pot watcher in a cafe in Manchester, and everybody used to hate the manager in it. And one night, obviously standard, and one night the crew were all just chilling after work, having a drink and that, and one of my colleagues was going like, God, he's such a dickhead, he's really fucking pissed me off today, this, that, and the other. And I was really trying to like, you know, like support her and be like, yeah, it's gonna be all right, don't worry, we can fucking, you know, we'll all work together and tell him to fuck off and shit like that. I didn't know anything about unionizing. I was like 19, 20 or something. So I wasn't talking about union action or anything. I was just talking about like, we'll all just gang up on him and tell him to fuck off. Like, that's what I was saying, right? And I can't remember. I think I was just like walking home a bit drunk, and then I text her saying, don't worry, Tasha, it's all good. You know, we'll tell fucking Dom to fuck off and this, that, and the other. Fight the power, right? At the end, yeah? Because obviously I listened to Public Enemy, knew the tune in it, knew what it was about. And then the next day, I'm obviously like hungover to fuck at work, just like washing pots in this little fucking cafe, and the fucking manager comes in and he's just singing Fight the Power. He just comes in and he's like, fight the power, and I'm like, what? And he just like comes in and like keeps like fucking singing it, and I'm like, what are you doing? And he was like, you're a fucking idiot, you sent that text to me. And I did. I checked it out on my phone. I was like, oh shit, dude. Just text my manager, just being like, ah, yo, don't worry about it. The manager's a cunt. Fight the power. Yeah, it's good shit. Good shit. Anyway, okay, right back to it. Right back to it. It wasn't an accident, it was a warning. Yeah. Funny as fuck. No, but that was the stupid thing, because I know the guy. Like, I'm mates with him now, you know what I mean? And I've known him for a while. And he is a sound guy, but obviously when he became the manager of this joint, he just became a bit of a dickhead, really. I think that's just what happens in it. Like, you just get a bit of power and you just, you know, you just become a knobhead. So, like, it was funny because he knew exactly what I was talking about. He just knew exactly what I was talking about. So that's that, innit? You know what I mean? It was quite funny. I think he was feeling a little humiliated because he knew his workers were upset. Anyway, let's get back to the news. So, yeah, we just had a look at the massive outpouring of support against ICE in the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul in Minnesota. Let's take a look at this Fox 9 piece on this. I've been trying to find as much mainstream media stuff about this as possible because, like, I'm just trying to figure out what they're saying about it. You know what I mean? Like, ideally, I'd want to see, like, a Fox and Friends, you know, kind of, like, analysis of what the general strike was about. But they're not going to do that, right? Innit? Do you know what I mean? They're not going to do that because what are they going to say? Like, oh yeah, these hundreds of thousands of protesters are all paid. They're all paid protesters. What are they going to say? Like, what could they possibly say? Like, oh, this isn't the popular opinion. We're the silent majority. You just can't say it, right? Because it's just there for you to see. There's 100,000 people on the street of fucking Minneapolis and St. Paul. They're all saying, fuck ICE, get out. We're doing a general strike. We'll do another one if you don't. You know? We're going to have a look at the ramifications of that for the state on the stream as well. But let's take a look and see what Fox 9 are saying about this.
Several schools canceling classes today because of those bitter temperatures. But the weather, it's not only impacting schools and keeping people home.
Yeah, in fact, many businesses are shutting their doors today to protest immigration enforcement here in the Twin Cities. Leah Bino has more from the newsroom on what's being called an economic blackout today.
So just for the Brits, because I, you know, broadly understand this in terms of, like, you know, what I've learned about US media is that local Fox tends to be a bit less bashy than national Fox, right? So if you're looking at like Fox 9, it's going to be like local to Minnesota or local to Minneapolis or wherever, right? You know, there's various different like Fox channels and stuff, and they're going to have like slightly better politics, or maybe they won't say things in the same way that Fox National will say stuff. They're still broadly right-wing, right? They're still broadly conservative, but just so everybody gets the picture, why they're not being like completely mental about this already, it's because it's a local channel, right? Hey, Addy Kemi, how you doing? Welcome in. Hey, Reality Bites, what's up?
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, that's right. That's the goal, an economic blackout aimed at getting financial attention to the federal government. The list of businesses closing because of the weather and because the state of action continues to grow this morning that we are seeing. We've seen preparations for this mass day of action since last week. Many calling
Thanks for the follow.
To go to work, no school, no shopping. Hundreds have responded at this point. Organizers say they hope this day of action somehow hits ICE specifically financially. Now, Minnesota's last major general strike was back in 1934. A little bit of a history lesson here. The Teamsters led labor action.
Okay, this is crazy that a Fox News channel is talking about a historical general strike from the 30s. Are they going to mention the fact that like the National Guard probably came in and shot the shit out of them then as well, or like what? Are they going to miss that out? You know what I mean?
Minneapolis's trucking industry was put into motion. The union at that time demanding union recognition and.
I mean, like, is this photos of the fucking National Guard? Like, do you know what I mean, with a machine gun? I don't know, like.
Working conditions, and that escalated.
There's the cops with the guns, you know what I mean? Like, there they are, like.
Wide shutdown. That strike at the time went on for an entire summer after it came on the heels of what is known as Bloody Friday, when police shot at picketers, killing 2 and injuring nearly 70 more, according to.
So there you go. Like, you know, this is the difference between national and local Fox. Like, you can see it here. They're actually reporting on state repression. It doesn't sound like they're doing it in a gleeful way where they're saying like, oh, isn't it good that all these communists got shot? But they are actually, they're actually talking about this historical accuracy. Yes, I did hear that Pretti died on Saturday. Yeah, it is incredibly unfortunate. 92 years old. You know, the guy lived a very long life. I imagine it was full of wonder and experience and love. He died surrounded by his family. You know, you can't really ask for better. Yeah, rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. He did a lot. He did a lot of great work in it. Do you know what I mean? I will at some point be watching the Yellow Pretti lecture to honor his memory. You know what I mean? Because that'll just live forever, right? As long as we got fucking shit to run video in it. Hey Krill, what's going on? Welcome in. Where was I up to? Aiden says, I had a UK chatter come into a chat I was in, and they said that UK citizens would welcome ICE in the UK. Found it hilarious LARPing. Yeah, well, you know, you've got like the Tories saying shit like, oh, we should have ICE in the UK, but it's like, are you dumb? We have ICE in the UK. We actually have ICE in the UK. Like, most Brits don't know this. Like, they're just not, you know, they're just not like in the same way that ICE are in the USA, and they don't have the same kind of like various different organizations that back them up and stuff. Like the immigration officers in this country are literally called Immigration Control Enforcement. It's literally just ICE. It's the same acronym. So, you know, they're all saying, oh, we should have the same thing. British ICE have been deporting people, like tens of thousands of people. No, our ICE don't have guns, but our cops can have guns sometimes. Depends on, you know, what kind of crime is being reported to be. Well, that's how they're supposed to respond with guns. If there's a crime, supposedly where someone has a firearm or something like that, or a weapon, they might come with like a handgun or something. And then you've obviously got like the counter-terrorism police. On top of that, you've got MI5, who I think do internal domestic intelligence, and then you've got MI6 who do foreign intelligence and shit. But you know, you've got like the Tories are running on this platform. We're gonna get into a bit of this later, so I don't want to take up too much people's time right now. But like, the Tories are trying to run on this fucking platform at the moment of like, oh yeah, we should have ICE in this country. And it's like, A, we already have it. B, are you dumb? Like, do you, like, where is your where is the pulse that you are apparently putting your finger on? That in Britain, people are crying out for ICE. People are crying out for like the way that this incredibly unpopular organization in the USA, you know, they want that in the UK. Like, where are you hearing that from? Like, it's just a total like what are they doing? It's a complete fucking farce of you know, trying to get like a policy out there. Everybody's looking at this news. Everybody's seeing what's happening. Nobody wants this. There's no broad fucking appetite for this in the UK. You know, Nigel is specifically after the type of agency that executes citizens in the street at will. Yeah, but it's a massively unpopular policy. Do British police have military weapons like tear gas and flashbangs? No, but they have been advocating that should be a thing in the future, which is hilarious because we don't even remotely have that level of militancy in protest movements that would require such a state overreach. And if the state were to start employing things like tear gas, you know, like the cops in this country have batons, right? So they use batons on protesters, even in like little protests, like tiny little pro-Palestine protests. Some of my mates have had the shit kicked out of them by like, you know, they got like the extended kind of like telescopic baton. They got one of them things. And it's, you know, they will beat the shit out of protesters just whenever they want. You know, they're cops, right? They're not like any kind of special cops. But the hilarious thing is that the British state, during austerity, the Tories cut the police budget. 20,000 officers got removed from the streets in the UK. So we did the thing that a lot of moderate Black Lives Matter supporters were asking for in the US, which was defund the police. The Tories did that just because they wanted to like give more private fucking contracts to their mates. They wanted more money to give like government contracts to their fucking friends that own businesses and shit. So it's insane. We didn't even make that wasn't even a demand in the UK, and they did it. And Labour have like not actually like reversed those policies. Andy Burnham tried to do it. He announced £20 million more. Krill, thank you so much. What is this?
Will never again be a pain in my ass.
Krill with the £19 taking us to £300 in the fucking tips. Oh my god, thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the dono. But yeah, anyway, there's a little bit of British politics, but yeah, let's continue with this Fox 9 report.
Minnesota Historical Society, instead of a one-day strike, this strike.
Yeah, also that's a really important thing to remember as well. American ICE has been quietly abducting and deporting people for most of its history too. Again, I bring this up every single time whenever anyone like, you know, talks about America, like, oh, it's Trumpism, it's this, that, and the other. During the Biden, all you have to do is type in ICE horse migrant whip, and you will be greeted with this image, which is literally something that happened under Joe Biden's premiership. You know, like, look at this, dude. Look at this. You know? Fucking domestic border policy is bipartisan in the same way that foreign policy from the United States is bipartisan. Yeah, Obama is the deporter-in-chief. Absolutely. Like, you know, this is not fucking... It's not a Republican thing. It's not a Trumpism thing. You know what I'm saying? This is an American problem. You know? Wait, what's this? Thank you, Baldwin. Breakthrough news here. Let's take a look at this.
With solidarity, Alex and Renee. Alex was one of the community members here in Minneapolis. He used to show up here in Carmel every day. Even the weather was cold, he used to on our side. And now he needs us. On Friday, we have to unite and we have to show up. We have to close again our stores. They're not gonna stop. They're not gonna stop unless we have to stop every week.
Yes.
Every day.
Yes.
We have to spend 30 minutes, 1 hour to show up on the street.
Yes.
To show on solidarity.
That's it.
Nay. Alex. They need our support.
That's it. That's it. That's what you do. You fucking stop shit moving until shit stops moving. You know?
Went on for about 2 months, but did eventually succeed with a Citizens Alliance business group. And
there you go. General strike went on for 2 months and it succeeded.
Significant union.
That's crazy. Again, like, you know, highlighting the difference between Fox Local and Fox National here. They're telling their viewers that a general strike worked. Even when they were getting shot at by armed police and they killed multiple fucking protesters, right?
In gains. Now back to today's focus, today's strike. Some plan to brave the cold.
Yo, look at this.
In a mile-long
this is dope.
march in downtown Minneapolis. It will begin at 2 o'clock this afternoon at the Commons and end with a rally inside of Target Center. This is a ticketed event with the same usual Target Center rules applying, meaning no large bags, no strollers, and no signs on sticks, things of that nature. Meantime, on the other side of downtown, the Guthrie Theater has also changed its plans for the evening amid this day of action. The theater originally planned to still open for a few hours for a planned performance, but those plans have now recently changed. The Guthrie will be closed for the entire day, saying in response to the needs of our staff and artists and in support of the broader community. Tonight's performance of Somewhere has now been canceled.
The stuff in Minneapolis has ironically got me hyped that it could end the Trump administration. Power to the people. Maybe I'm being too optimistic. No, that is absolutely the definition of revolutionary optimism. If there, and again, it is just a scientific fact. You know, this is what Das Kapital, this is what Mao wrote about, it's what Ho Chi Minh wrote about, it's what Lenin wrote about, it's what Stalin wrote about. You know, all the fucking communist leaders, thinkers, Kropotkin wrote about it. everybody that you can fucking imagine, Parenti, Kwame Ture, Malcolm X, everybody said the same thing. You know, if we come together and fight, we will win. That is how it works. That is just how it works. If there is a continued general strike, they will get what they want. That's it. The boiling point is a very fine line, and it always comes up very suddenly. Yep. Krill, thank you so much for the fucking gifted sub to Morrigan. Krill with 226 gifted subs in the channel, dude. Dude, I remember when you fucking came in the stream and you were like, we need to get like Chuck Dyes in here or like an oiler, right? You're the fucking oiler, man. Like Krill is like a fucking Canadian oil baron. Do you know what I mean? Thank you for the 226 gifted subs. Spaceman Sador, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the 40 bits, the 80 bits with the yellow Parenti. Thank you so much. We need an extended national general strike. Well, yeah, you know that. Well, that's the key. That's where the work is, right? The work then now is for AFL-CIO in Minnesota to communicate with Maine. Where was that? Rob saying, I'm from Maine and I started targeting us last week. The state is 91% white people, open conceal carry without permit. Huge culture of helping each other, so we will see. Like, Maine, they've got to speak with the unions in Maine. They've got to speak with the unions in, where else are they going recently? In Memphis. They got to speak with the unions in Portland. You know? Partnered with a national extended consumer strike, yeah. And these things snowball and they get bigger as they happen, right? I hope Trump declares martial law. It'll show how much his power is waning. I mean, yeah, it would be fucking terrifying, right? But also, it will be an indicator that he is losing his grip. I mean, this is already an indicator that he's losing his grip. It's already an indicator that he's losing his grip. You know? Hey, Dan, how are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the streaks. Thank you for the watch streaks. Thank you for supporting the stream, everybody. Yeah, so there you go. Fox News just being like, yeah, man, strikes work. General strikes work, and you should do one. Not that they're saying that, but they're just kind of reporting on it in a very funny way that is just not consistent with Fox News National. Always hilarious to me. We got some British brain rot. Oh, let's take a look at this. So we got Sheila Fogarty, one of the worst liberals you'll ever hear of. She is going to be talking about Trump reviewing everything after the ICE shooting of the Minneapolis nurse Alex Pretti. Let's take a little look and see what Turf Sheila is saying.
Emily Maitlis is here, co-host of the Global Podcast and News Agents, just back really from Minneapolis. I mean, this couldn't have got any worse, really, could it, this situation?
They really picked the wrong guy. They picked a 37-year-old intensive care unit nurse, a man who'd worked.
Okay, I just want to talk about this narrative. Like, it is obviously terrible that Alex Pretti was killed. It's terrible that Renee Good was killed. But it's really important to remember that, like, this is not like new stuff for ICE. They've been killing people. They killed Keith Porter Jr. on New Year's Eve. He's a black guy. That's why nobody heard about it. They've been killing all kinds of people throughout the last year. You know, there's probably countless people who died in detention, who died in the concentration camps that they've been erecting all over the United States. You know what I mean? So, like, it's important to remember. Yeah, there's also no footage. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, this is the thing. It's important to remember that. You know, it is crazy. I do see what people are saying when they say, oh, they picked the wrong guy to kill. I guess I understand the analysis being like, all right, well, like, America is a majority white country, and white people, because white people are racist, doesn't matter how fucking left-wing you are, you've got racist brainwashing, you've got white supremacist propaganda in your brain still. You're not going to be agitated by the killing of another black person, right? I do understand that level of analysis, but I just think it, like, when people are reporting on this, it is just overshadowing the fact that, like, you know, people should have been mad when they heard about Keith Porter being killed. They should be mad when they hear about Oglala Sioux, you know, natives being fucking picked up by ICE and detained and shit. You know what I mean? White men have felt completely safe for a long time, and this is rattling him in a new way. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. But they're not going to broadly report on it in this manner, and it's fucking frustrating because it's just this, like, undercurrent of racism, you know what I mean? Sums up the racism and hypocrisy of the Democratic Party. Yeah, it's liberal politics, right? You know what I mean?
Closely with the veterans. One of the last videos that we've seen of Alex Pretti has him honouring veterans in the hospital, talking about the importance of freedoms and liberties secured. And he had gone to the rescue of a woman who was on the ground when he was fatally shot by ICE agents. And everything that we saw last week, frankly,
never thought the immigration would deport my face, right?
So inevitable
from this existence.
It was so inevitable that innocent people were going to get killed. And what we found when we were on the ground with the sort of support teams, Minneapolis community,
I think it only matters in the context that Nazis will hate it because it works to counter their white supremacist dystopian society. Yeah, but they don't hate it though, because, like, you know, Nazis, like, the people who watch Nick Fuentes, the people who love ICE, they're all peasant-brained, and they would love it if ICE shot them for refusing to comply. They would be like, yes, daddy, you should tread on me. When I refuse to comply, if I do something wrong, if I step out of line, if I scare you by making a sudden movement, yeah, you have the right to murk me out of this existence, bro. Absolutely. Like, Nazis don't hate it, you know what I mean? I've seen Asmongold back off already because they're pussies. I would ask people to, like, try and refrain from using, like, pussy as a pejorative, because I don't know if you've ever fucked anyone with a pussy, but they could take a pounding, so that's just incorrect as a metaphor for being weak. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, they are cowards, right? But at the same time, like, Asmongold, okay, so Asmongold is not backing off because he's a coward, right? Asmongold is backing off because he is desperate to maintain his audience. You know what I'm saying? He's just desperate to maintain his audience. That's all it is at this point, right? The reason that he went the way that he went is because he fucking realized that confirming the bias of embarrassing fascist freaks was very productive for him. It was profitable, right? And that's why he did it. And then he started to notice that some people in his chat, because surprisingly, a lot of people in Asmongold's chat are from Europe, funnily enough, isn't it? So, you know, doesn't even have that many American followers. They're all from, like, Austria and Germany and France and shit. And they all just watch him because he's a fucking World of Warcraft streamer. That's all it is. Like, they were like, oh yeah, my World of Warcraft streamer is now confirming my fucking bias, my right wing bias about how should things, you know, yeah, how things should be, right? You know what I mean? Pussies could take a pounding as a woman. I love it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, if you were to punch me in the dick, that would be game over, you know? Getting a shot in the dick, that's more, that's definitely more of a metaphor for weakness. Yeah, like, it is still cowardly. Like, I do agree that he's cowardly, but I guess what I'm saying is that, like, Asmold is not coming off it because it like you said, counters their white supremacist dystopian society. He doesn't give a fuck about that. When Renee Good was killed, he was like, yeah, man, this is great. Like, just murder people who disagree. You know what I mean? Just murder people who disagree. That's, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what he was saying, and that's what everybody sort of agreed with in his chat. But, like, now, I guess that, I don't know, I guess in their head, it was like, oh yeah, well, it kind of looked like Renee Good was trying to run him over, so yeah, that's fine. But then, in this scenario, I think maybe because it's also like a man, he was like a cis man. The only people that I've seen, you know, Nazis that I've seen talking about this, where they're like talking, like they're focusing on, I don't know if Alex Pretti was Jewish, but they're all calling him like a Jew, and they're saying like, oh, it's good that this Jew was killed, right? That's how they're reporting on this. when I've seen posts, or if I've seen like, you know, just like a random fucking chud on Twitter who's talking about this shit. That's talking about like, oh, he's Jewish and that's why this is fine. But like, I think that maybe the people are like kind of unsure. They're like, oh well, this guy's a man, so it's a bit different. I don't know. It's a clear video with the brutality. It's so obvious. There's absolutely no vagueness. At least they could like suspend their disbelief momentarily with Renee Good, because A, she's a woman, B, she's a lesbian, and C, she was in a car, and you know, fascists are like, yeah man, cars are weapons, right? So I don't know. I don't think it is gonna work for most Nazis. I don't think it's going to shake their belief or anything. I think they love that shit, and they would love to be murked off by ICE, you know, if they weren't following orders, because they're all peasant-brained fucking pieces of shit. But I do think that like maybe the community that Asmongold has fostered, which is just kind of like this nihilist gamer community from Europe, like, you know, I think that then for them it like shakes them, right? You know what I mean? So yeah, I guess that's my take on that particularly.
Was how much of their fundraising was going on dash.
The NRA came out against it. Whoa. What do you mean? Oh, that's nuts. I hadn't seen this. NRA and other US gun activists push back at Trump officials over Minneapolis shooting. National Rifle Association has joined other US gun lobby groups calling for a full investigation by the Trump administration into the killing of Alex Pretti in Minnesota. That's mad. That's absolutely mad. Comments from the NRA come after about it. Where's the statement? Quote, responsible public voices should be awaiting a full investigation, not making generalizations and demonizing law-abiding citizens, end quote, the NRA said in the statement. Yo. That's nuts. Well, that's another thing. Philandro Castile had a gun, right? He was a lawful gun owner. So yeah, no, it's because he's white as well. They did also come out against Trump's admins calling to disarm trans people over the Kirk shooting, yeah. I heard that Jonathan Ross, the ICE guy who killed Renee Good, was dumped by his ex-wife for a woman. Yeah, that is interesting, yeah. I was literally trying to explain to people yesterday at the org meeting that sometimes libertarians can be our friends. I mean, yeah, look, this is the thing. Like, again, okay, so yeah, like, why the Minnesota general strike? Why the Minnesota general strike was so successful is because it was a broad coalition, right? Let me find the Margaret Killjoy thing. Sorka shared this in our Discord the other day, yesterday, I think. Yeah. So, I just want to look at the tweets. This is Margaret Killjoy. She's like a writer. She does a lot of based stuff. This is her talking about her experience when she got to Minneapolis, and I think that this is really key, and I want everybody to like really take on board what she's saying here. I came to Minneapolis to report on what's going on, and one of the main questions I showed up with is just what is the scale of the resistance? After all, we're used to the news calling Portland a war zone or whatever when it's just some protests in one part of town. I got in late last night. First thing this morning, I saw cars following an ICE vehicle down the street, honking at it. Later, we didn't drive more than 3 blocks before we found people defending a childcare facility. The idea that people have to defend a childcare facility, let that sink in. Half the street corners around here have people from every walk of life, including Republicans, standing guard to watch for suspicious vehicles, which are reported to a robust and entirely decentralized network that tracks ICE vehicles and mobilizes responders. Right? This is key. This is key. Right? This is key. It's about having a broad coalition of people who support you. If they have harmful politics, leave that at the fucking door. We don't discuss that shit here. What are we doing in this meeting? We're talking about ICE. You know what I mean? We're talking about, no, this isn't Portland. This is Minneapolis. This is Minneapolis. You know? So, you know, the key that I'm trying to get across to everybody here is that ideological purity in our movements is only going to result in a very, very, very small movement. You are not going to be sat next to people that you agree with 100% all the time. It's just not how it works. If you have something that is working and you go to a fucking meeting and then you add the guy on Facebook that you were at the meeting with, and, you know, you find out that he, like, voted for Trump or whatever. Like, you don't then go to the meeting and be like, we gotta get rid of this guy. If he's at the meetings and he's not talking about Trump and how he loves Trump and he thinks that voting for Trump was a great idea, it's not fucking relevant. You don't need to get rid of that guy. He's not doing anything. You know what I mean? He's there helping, right? That's what I'm trying to fucking say. Broad coalition is key. In the most successful movements in our world, broad coalitions have worked. Right? When me and Sophie went to the ZAD, they weren't there saying, the reason that this worked, the reason that we fought the fucking gendarmerie, right? The fucking armed fucking police in fucking France who were insanely violent, you know? The reason that we won against them and the airport wasn't built and now we live in a cool anarchist commune all together, the reason that that won is because we were ideologically pure. They didn't say that. They were like, the reason that we won is because we had a broad coalition. We had fucking dairy farmers sat next to anti-species vegans, sat next to local councillors, sat next to anti-electoral politics, anarchist communists. You know, that's how you get shit done. You know, so that is the important thing to take away here. Yeah, sometimes it's necessary to work with folks that you don't align with. It's exhausting, but it has to be done. I mean, that's, you know, the key thing is that, like, no one who is talking about this broad coalition stuff is saying, yeah, we gotta let Nazis in. No one's saying that. Like, no one is saying that. That's an insane thing to say, and nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that you have to, like, you know, make your fucking space unsafe by allowing someone who would, like, fucking kill you at a moment's notice if they were in a room alone with you. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's just, like, unsafe shit. But I think, broadly speaking, what I'm trying to get across to people is that, like, there have been things that have come from this, and it is because of this broad coalition. Like, this is why it works. This is how it works. A bunch of the time, ideologically committed liberals are the hardest to organize with because they feel confident in forcing absolutely batshit beliefs because they're normative. Yeah, exactly. Hey Carnos, how's it going? Welcome in. Hey Rat Freak, there's a young reform lad that helps in the food bank with my mum. No one points out the glaring hypocrisy and he's slowly becoming more aware of the world. Exactly. That's another thing, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, here's another fucking thing. Reform have got, like, a massive majority in this country in terms of the polls. The thing that you can't take away from that is that, like, everybody in Britain is racist. Like, here's the reality. If you're white in Britain, you are racist, right? It doesn't matter how left-wing you are. Right, so get that out of your head immediately in terms of, like, you know, why are people saying that they're going to vote reform? Is it because everybody's racist? Everybody's racist. People who vote for the Green Party are racist, right? I'm fucking racist. You're racist. If you're white, you're racist. Like, that's just it, right? You need to constantly interrogate your racism. It's a constant process to get rid of racism, right? Yeah, except for that one guy who was in the chat last week, yeah. When you look at the reason that people have voted reform in this country or, like, said that they're going to vote for reform, it's because they don't have any other option, right? And they didn't know that there was an alternative in the Greens in terms of being a socialist, working class electoral reform, not electoral reform, like a reformist kind of social democrat option, right? That's the whole thing. So you can't just, like, take away these, like, instantly paralyzing and doomerish ideas about, like, why people are doing this stuff, why people are you know, saying that they're going to do certain stuff. And, like, yeah, if you find out that there's a guy at the food bank who, you know, votes reform, but he's at the food bank and he's giving fucking food parcels to black refugees, Sudanese refugees, who are going to be using the food bank, right? That is a key moment to go, hey man, the people that you say you're going to vote for would not be down for this. You know that, right? You know they would just, like, send these people to get murdered. in the country that they're fleeing from. They're probably fleeing from it because they got murdered in it. You know what I mean? If one guy said and does some shit, he's just a bigot. If society doesn't do anything because of it, then we're all racist. Right, yeah. That one guy in the chat was the only non-racist white guy. The new people are not going to understand. Check out the VOD channel from like last week. I don't know. There's the VOD channel for anyone who's interested. America purposely keeps people uneducated on politics. Got to learn how to differentiate between Nazis and stupid people. Yep. That's the key bit. And there's another key bit. By any means necessary says, remember, white people don't really exist. It's a political designation to get the serfs to willingly waste their times toiling for the already rich. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The idea of Rari was saying this last night on Red Planet. He was saying the idea of nationality is a Western European idea. Right? If you think about like English, like what is it to be English? What does it mean to be English? Does it mean that you're Anglo-Saxon? No, because you could be Irish. You could be Nigerian. You could, you just live in England, innit? You know what I mean? It's like, what is your ethnicity? Like, what are your roots? And broadly speaking, in England, we've had our roots completely erased just to be like, no, you're English, bro, right? You're 100% English. And it's like, yeah, that's just kind of like not really a thing, innit? Right? And it's why Israelis, this is what we were talking about on the Red Planet episode, like it's why Israelis broadly homogenize fucking Syrians, Palestinians, Saudi Arabians, various like Egyptians as Arab. You know what I mean? Nixon pretty openly talked about undereducating the proletariat to prevent revolution. Yeah, exactly. Americans in America love to talk about Nazis and Nazism because it's external to the USA, to Europe, when the Nazis got some of their ideas from the USA, and the USA doing Nazi stuff before the Nazis even existed. Correct. Yes, absolutely. You think that English culture was an attempt at monoculture? We're the champions of it. We are the champions of it. Do you know what I mean? We are the champions of it. Like, I think that, Britain is a sneaky fucking bastard. Yeah? Britain is a sneaky fucking bastard in that we invented slavery and then abolished it to be like, oh, this was really bad. I can't believe that people are doing slavery, right? We participated in the ethnic cleansing of Native Americans in Turtle Island. That was literally all us. Do you know what I mean? Like, people are like, oh, it was Americans who did it. Where do you think Americans came from, buddy? Came from fucking Britain, France, Spain, Holland, fucking, And that's that. Okay, weird chatter. All right, let's carry on with this. Speaking of Britain, let's carry on with this nonsense.
Cameras that would provide the evidence for people to see what was actually happening.
And that makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it?
Now, look, you know what the Department of Homeland Security, the Trump administration, have come out with. They've said that Pretti approached ICE agents with a semi-automatic handgun with the intent to massacre them, right? They accused him of brandishing his weapon. There have been, as a result of these videos, as a result of the sort of the not just the dash cams, but all the sort of video evidence that people have now pooled because they realise that is the way you hold on to the truth in these situations. You can now see the shooting of Alex Pretti, appalling as it sounds, from many different angles, none of which we have seen so far have any evidence whatsoever that he was brandishing a weapon or that he took his gun out. In fact...
So, like, the key thing here, the reason that this is important is because for some reason, I don't know what this is, I don't know when this started happening, I don't know when this started fucking happening and shit, but I think that there was a point when everybody decided we don't have consensus reality, 1984 is real and it's fine. It's fine that 1984 stuff happens to us. Distrust your eyes and ears, right? I think it was panic shooting and lack of training. Shooting happened after someone yelled gun. There is audio of it. No, you are falling for the fucking line. You are falling for the state line. Right? That is not what that is. They are saying that because they know that this is an overwhelmingly unpopular thing to do. The reason that this guy got shot is because Bortak and ICE like to shoot people. They want to shoot people. The guy afterwards was like, wow, this is just like Call of Duty. Not panic shooting. Like, you could argue that they get the killology training, right? What's the guy who did killology, Soph? You know his name? They get the killology training where they like don't drink enough water every day. They don't eat enough food. They grind their teeth, you know, and shit like that. They do all the opposite of like wellness advice to wind themselves up to get ready to shoot. Do you know what I mean? To get ready to shoot. Dave Grossman. Yeah, literally the gross man, right? Dave the gross man. Thanks, Soph. And oh, Natalia was a right-wing troll banned across multiple streams, by the way. Oh, hell yeah. What are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? Now you've been exposed. What are you going to do now? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Well, I'm just going to stop that argument because, yeah, I don't think I need to engage with it. Yeah, where was I up to then? Blah, 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 blah. We were talking about dictator. Yeah. Okay, let's carry on with this. Yeah.
From what we understand, the gun was removed before he was shot.
And the image, both the moving and the still image that horrified me the most. I mean, the whole thing is very distressing to watch, but the still image where he is leaning on one hand, he's on his knees, he's leaning on one hand, he's already been beaten to a pulp really very quickly, and he's trying to, you can clearly see he's clearly about to try and stand up. Yeah. And at that point, he's shot 10 times, and I think at least 5 of those bullets were at some distance away once he'd already been shot fatally.
I mean, the idea that they mistook his phone for a gun, is that logical in this day and age? If you actually think, I mean, do you remember all those cases in the past where they've gone to sort of, you know, police investigations and it's like, oh, he was carrying a chair leg, but it was dark.
That's what I was saying. I was saying there was a point at some juncture in the last few years, right, where yeah. You can see what's going on here, man. You can see what's going on here. Yeah. Amongst all of these, yeah. I don't know, who the fuck are all these? Oh, look, there you go. There's another one, isn't there? Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people that I know here. A lot of this guy's got some you know, broad political beliefs. This guy listens to everybody. He listens to Asmongold and Mike from PA, David Pacman, Gremlo, Dan Simpson. That's crazy, dude. This guy's the ultimate centrist. He actually absorbs takes. There you go. Asmongold's new account as well. He's following that. Hell yeah, man. Helena, there's Helena. When were you following iDubbbz this year? Interesting. You just started out, huh? You just started out. Hell yeah, dog. That's so cool. There was a point. Oh, it's just this chatter before. It doesn't matter. Hey, Nellis. Yeah, he's hate watching leftists. Yeah, no, I know. I'm being fucking flippant here. You know what I mean? Like, I know what's going on. I'm not stupid. There was a point somewhere in the last 5 years where the right have just gone, yeah, man, 1984 is absolutely fine as long as it's our guy that's doing the 1984 stuff. You know, I think that's That's fine. It's fine for them to tread on us. It's fine for us to be servile and just, you know, praise this like fascist state. But also that like, you know, reality just doesn't exist. Like, you know, we could just deny reality when evidence is presented to us. We could just deny reality straight away. It doesn't matter, right? We could just fucking deny it all. You know. And so, I don't know. I think that this is a bit of a turning point, because if you've got a lot of mainstream media who are turning around and being like, yeah, there is just like no evidence that this guy was threatening ICE in any single way. There's no evidence to say that this guy was a threat to anybody in this situation whatsoever. The game is up, man. The game is up. You know what I mean?
I remember that
Do
one.
you remember that one?
I do.
Oh, he was, and even when you're
Or
with
a fake gun.
or a fake gun, or sometimes you can be with a camera crew and they say, you know, be very careful how you're carrying your camera, because even that can look. But in this day and age, in broad daylight, don't tell me that you're going to shoot everyone who's got a phone out because it might be a gun.
But they clearly fear the smartphone, not because they think it's a gun. They fear the smartphone because it's where the evidence is, and they started to take smartphones off people, didn't they, immediately afterwards?
Yeah, well...
She's right about this, yeah.
You know, and they left the scene. Yes, they want to remove the evidence. Again, this all goes back to the same question, which is, if you are operating within the law...
Well, that's the thing, right? Because that's the split in the movement, Middle-earth Marxists. You've got people who are saying like, no, it's fine. You know, he was clearly threatening him and this, that, and the other. And then you've got people just being like, nah, I think they could just shoot whoever they want and it doesn't matter. So you've got this like, you know, you've got this huge split in the movement where there's like people who are like, no, for my cognitive dissonance, I need to try and justify this. I need to listen to people who are confirming my bias and saying that this guy was a threat. You know? And you have the other side that are just like, nah, they could just kill whoever they want and I don't care. And if they killed me, that's fine. I probably did something wrong. And it's just like, these are all just, they're all just peasant brain freaks. You know what I mean?
Within the Constitution, take your masks off, show what you're doing, welcome investigations into your own people. Allow protest and allow a process. But this is now...
No, they don't fear the smartphone as much as a gun. No, this is true. Like, but I don't think they saw the gun on him, right? I just don't think they did that. You know what I'm saying?
Like a dark army. This is now looking like, you know, I know that people have used the word sort of Gestapo, secret police. I mean, there's nothing secret about them because we see them coming. We know that they're on the streets, but there is something
not until he was down
concerning about this private army.
Do you know what kept when I watched the video probably too often for my own health yesterday, but from all those angles you talked about. But what kept coming into my
that's
mind,
right.
almost like a mantra, was I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and I'd still get away with it and not lose a single vote.
It's crazy. Like, it's so easy. Like, this is what I fucking mean. Sheila Fogarty, for all of the non-Brits who don't listen to LBC, bless you. I know you've got worse media outlets than us a lot of the time, but LBC is one of the most frustrating liberal platforms. It's a private media company, obviously. It's nothing to do with the state or anything like that. But I imagine some people who are influencing the state with their money are also interested in controlling a narrative of politics and shit like that. But LBC is a deathly liberal organization. Sheila Fogarty is not a friend to leftists, anti-imperialists, communists, trans people, any kind of marginalized person. Yeah, it's turfy centrist waffling. It's all fucking waffle, right? Do you know what I mean? And Sheila Fogarty is one of the worst, but this is how easy it is to get a win on this shit. Like, you could just see this shit and be like, yeah, Trump said that he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with it, and that is what's being shown to us, you know? That's what's being shown to us in real time. You know? Why are people watching and rewatching these state-sponsored executions? Like, why would you do that? Genuine question. Self-harm, really? No. I have a take on this. I have a take on this. You know, and my take is that all kinds of people do all kinds of things for all different reasons, right? Some people, some amongst us are very in touch with our like inner soft animal that is the true human nature, and you cannot imagine someone doing that. You cannot imagine someone going, right, I am going to watch this to try and figure out what happened, right? But some people will do that, and it's necessary. I'm sorry, but I think it is necessary to look at this stuff. I'm not saying that you should, like, do it all the time. You know what I mean? Absolute Rubbish said, LBC isn't liberal. I don't think they fired... I don't think they fired pro-Palestine presenters. Okay. Liberal is not what you think it means. Right? Liberal is not left-wing. Liberal is, like, centrist nonsense shit. Right? They are liberal. You know? Center left, center right, center, that's liberal. That's liberalism. So, where was I? Right. People will watch that, but also people do all kinds of things for all kinds of different reasons. Some people will watch it because they're sick fucks. And they want to watch this guy get shot again and again and again, you know? But some people will watch it because they can't believe that it's happened and they're having a bit of a crisis, you know? Yeah, I did a post about it the other day. Like, I don't think there's anything to be gained by saying to people, like, you don't need to traumatize yourself by watching that video. You don't need to do it and yada, 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 because it's like... I find it insulting, right? I actually find it a bit insulting when people say that because, like, yo, we've just had, like, 2 years of live stream genocide where we've seen images of, like, kids blown to bits and shit. All of a sudden, 2 white people die and people are like, don't traumatize yourself. Don't traumatize yourself by watching this. Come on, man. Like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I think that it just, like, exposes people's fucking, like, white supremacy so blatantly. Yeah, it's not shit compared to what we've seen from Gaza, right? You know? Anyway. Yeah, that's my take on that. Julian Assange was trapped in a consulate for years because they showed a few examples of the US doing this to people in West Asia with drones. Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've seen kids in plastic bags, right. Kids carrying parts of their parents in plastic bags, you know what I mean? If watching the video makes people take action, I support it. Right, exactly, right. You know? Like, that's it, right?
Is what Trump said in 2015
and I
before he was
thought
elected.
maybe this is the moment. Maybe this proves that.
Sorry, you had a good response to what I said. So I don't think it matters what these specific agents saw, thought, felt. It matters that they're part of a system that disarms citizens and executes them on the street. What is in their soul doesn't matter because the answer is the same. There is a machine that removes fascism from the body and the soul. It was invented by Mikhail Kalashnikov in 1945. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that last part. But yeah, no, you're right.
Or another, and I know Trump didn't have the gun in his hand and all the rest of it, but it's as blatant as that, in my view, what happened in Minnesota.
I have to say that the people, I'm going to make you guess this, Sheila, who has come out to condemn the Trump administration over this killing and over their narrative about this?
Oh, because a few Republicans haven't they? But by your face, I don't think you're talking about
the NRA. The National Rifle Association.
Excellent.
The National Rifle Association is coming to the defence of the intensive care nurse because they...
Oh, I don't know if this is getting into Fed posting territory. I just don't want to lose my fucking channel. Do you know what I mean? I just don't want to use my fucking channel. Right? This is my only form of income. You know?
Say the sentiment from the first assistant US Attorney General is dangerous.
You know, I'm getting more and more viewers now. Can you imagine at this point if Twitch decided, you know, now's the time to end the DJ Muel regime, right? Now is the time, slap down, right? Because someone said guns good in his chat, right? Do you know what I'm saying? So just please be mindful. Please be mindful of me, and please be mindful of yourself, because you don't want to get a knock on the door from the fucking Department of Homeland Security either, right? If you're in the fucking, you know, it's not chat going crazy, but it's, yeah. The Muel surrection, yeah, exactly. Yeah, back to libbing out, everyone. It's lib out time. Time to lib out, everyone. I haven't seen those brutal videos out of cause of Jesus Christ. Can't imagine watching people burn alive. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, the thing is that, like, the whole narrative around, like, don't look away is because, like, if you look away, you could just pretend it's not happening. You know what I'm saying? Kombucha in the office mini fridge is better than a raise if you think about it. Yeah, if you think about it hard enough, anything's fine. You know? Only brunch posting allowed. It took a white man to change their minds. Well, this is what I'm saying, absolute rubbish, yeah. This is what I'm saying. This is the hypocrisy of it all, right?
Wrong. Responsible public voices should be awaiting a full investigation, not making generalisations and demonising law-abiding citizens. In other words, Minnesota is an open carry state.
Hi, cunning linguist.
One of the states.
Hi, Sapatra. Yeah, exactly.
You are allowed to come out with a weapon. He had a weapon on him because he had a permit. He was a licensed gun holder. He did not brandish the weapon from any.
All the free fruit you can want. Yeah.
And the NRA, you know, in this sort of extraordinary horseshoe that sort of, you know, the top of the NRA meets the ICU nurse because they want to protect citizens who are acting legally against ICE agents and administration that is fabricating lies and trying to distort the reality that people are seeing with their own eyes.
And they don't want to have a hitherto friendly president to them saying, "Oh, guns bad."
Right.
You know, guns good.
I mean, what is the message? I mean, to your point, which is this a turning point? Trump is hearing from a lot of those in his party, and he's certainly not oblivious to the polls, which show how many of the American people are now deeply suspicious of
it's
his
mad.
immigration plans concerning ICE. I mean, the irony is that if he'd stuck to what he was doing on the southern border, he would have called this a win. You know, if you can stop
with justification.
With justification, you could say, you told me immigration was an important part of what I did.
You stopped the flow of people.
I've stopped the flow of people coming in. But I remember, we talked about this, but the convention in Madison, Wisconsin in 2024 had these signs that people had on their chairs and it said mass deportation now. And I remember seeing it with my own eyes. I actually took one away because I was like, I don't believe, what is that? You know, are we really waving signs here saying mass deportation now?
It's crazy because libs like fucking Emily Matlis will say this shit without understanding that they've manufactured consent for this kind of a narrative to be so prevalent in the West, in the imperial core, for like the last 20, 30 years. If you are sat here reporting on news that is uncritically somehow saying that there is an immigration problem in the UK or the USA or anything like that, this is the end result. Yeah, gotta stop the flow of people. I've even heard some leftists say that, like, the USA has an immigration problem. You know? And it's like, yeah, after all this. And it's like, what do you mean, man? Like, what do you mean? Completely mental. I just think that it's really depraved to just be sat here and like think that, oh wow, this is such a shock. I couldn't have foreseen this happening. Yeah, when actually, yeah, the USA immigration problem was the Mayflower, right? The Mayflower and the fucking, you know, not necessarily the USA, but the conquistadors. Yeah, like fucking goddamn it.
He was talking about deporting 10 to 16 million people from the States.
I will hydrate.
They're now talking about deporting 100 million people from the States. That was on their sort of New Year Homeland Security website. I don't know what America looks like if that happens, but I do know that this is making many, many Americans feel deeply uneasy.
Exactly, Kairos.
It's interesting that the role of the Wall Street Journal and Trump in the last week has been interesting, hasn't it? Because typically favourable to him, but pushing on Greenland, and in an interview today, they managed to get him to say,
Britain has a migrant problem. We keep migrating to places we should leave alone,
review everything. And he was asked about whether a fuller and freer investigation could happen.
No, exactly. They're the same people who would have said that Germany had to do something about the Jewish infiltration of its politics, yes.
And also indicated he could withdraw agents from the city. Well, and then he'll claim it was always the plan. But
I mean, the Wall Street Journal, don't forget, was also the place that published the Trump birthday book card in Epstein's birthday book.
So they know how to kick him.
Well, he's denied that. He said it wasn't his signature, but they reported it in full. And when he threatened to sue them for $20 billion, they didn't back down. So, in other words, they are getting quite good at poking the bear and seeing how far they can go. They also did a report, I think, about his health with him, where he admitted how much aspirin he took and sort of, various things about his sort of medical state. They were asking about the bruises. They were asking about what was on his hands, what was
When my
on.
family migrated from Wales, the ones who could run fast would end up in Canada. The ones who could not wound up in Australia. Yeah. Like, if you run fast enough to escape the cops, you too can become a colonizer. If you can't, then you will be forced to colonize another place by the state. But, kind of not really, but kind of also, yeah. Reminder that ICE has also been arresting Indigenous Americans. Yeah, I brought that up briefly earlier.
And so, I mean, he's an odd fellow, isn't he? Because he lambasts the press the whole time.
Elon Musk is trying to build a global fascist movement. He's been in direct contact with the AfD, etc. Yeah. I've covered all of this. But I think the thing to remember is that Elon is a poster, right? Famously, leftists will say things like, it is posting syndrome to try and post the revolution into existence. Do you know what I mean? People will really think that posting is praxis. And it's not. It's just not, right? It's kind of the same with the right. It really is the same with the right. Because while you can be Elon Musk and post all the time about how your pedophile AI robot is fine, actually, and Keir Starmer trying to ban it is just like Stalinism, actually, and he's the fascist, and say things like, oh, yeah, actually, the National Socialists... that's what the Nazis called themselves, so obviously they're socialists, and it's like, yeah, okay, bro, dig in since it's a urinal cake, you know what I mean? But I do agree that Twitter would definitely, if the majority of people who are on Twitter got forced off Twitter, I do think it would be broadly better for their brain. You know what I mean? Keith is a fascist. No, he is a fascist, but it's not in the way that Elon Musk is saying, you know what I mean? Posting should just be fun. You should just consider posting fun. Discord mods left in shambles, right? Exactly. One day a Twitch chat will have the perfect take and empires will fall and instantly be replaced with worldwide communism. Well, this is why what we do on Red Planet, which is just try and encourage people to go outside and fucking organize, you know what I mean? Because that's the way that you do stuff. It's all well and good having the correct take and having the best take and understanding this and understanding that. But yeah, when it comes down to it, if you're just online brained, you will automatically just be obsessed with the wrong stuff. And you got to get out and meet some real people. And you got to be a bit uncomfortable. You know what I mean? While posting will not bring revolution, we seem to be living more and more online, and posting is useful for community building and learning. Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying that posting isn't going to make the revolution happen, you know? It's not going to happen, right? There was someone else who said something interesting just before, and I've forgotten where it is. Okay, never mind.
And then keeps going back for more, even to the places that he's kind of fallen out with.
Yeah. Do you think I mean, it's hard to predict. It's all hard to predict, I suppose.
I didn't realize you were behind Red Planet. Hugo brought that on stream a day ago. Wait, what? Hugo was watching Red Planet. Oi, Hugo, if you're watching, come on Red Planet, dog. Hugo, come on Red Planet challenge. Let's go. Hell yeah, that's dope.
I suppose. But do you think we could see, particularly...
What, like one of our episodes or some shit?
From within the Republican Party as well. You know, not just Tim Walz and the like. But do you think we could see him say...
You got Nick on Red Planet Challenge.
Yeah.
All the Deprogram hosts on Red Planet Challenge. Deprogram Red Planet collab. Deprogram Red Planet Coalition Confederation Challenge.
That Trump could say, okay.
Hey, Hugo, why don't you go on our show? And why don't we go on your show?
It's clearly going awry. We've had great successes.
He won't say that.
He won't say that.
He won't say it's going awry. He'll say, ICE have done a magnificent job. It's now okay for me to pull them out and put them somewhere else.
Okay.
I mean, one interesting fact that I heard from a Minnesota legislator, which is there are, I think they estimate...
I work with 3 orgs. One is a food program for kids, one is a furniture acquisition program for immigrants, and one is a security org that protects LGBTQ plus events. None of them operate online other than emails. Yeah, you see, there you go, chat, right there. Grandpa Simpson with the fucking organizing shit in the chat. I'm being so serious. Touching grass is the one. If you can get that collab, I'll click faster than I can blink. Yeah, I gotta get in touch with Hugo. I'll see if he's on Discord. I'm sure he's on Discord, innit?
98,000 illegal immigrants in Minnesota.
Hey, half a laptop.
State, a very Democrat blue state. There are 2 million illegal immigrants in Texas, which Trump isn't going after at the moment. We're not seeing ICE on the streets of Texas because Texas voted for Trump. So there is so much in this, which is just to do with peevishness and sort of begrudging the voters their vote in these places. But I think he will withdraw troops from it. I think he
Cheers, Reality Bites. Yeah, I'll have to get on that.
Do you remember in his first term, he had the kids in cages policy. His immigration policy in April of 2018 was about separating kids from their parents. And at that stage, I think it was Melania, this is what was reported afterwards, Melania, his wife, and Ivanka, his daughter, intervened and went, this is not a good look. Like, stop the policy.
Wait, what? What is she saying? Is this real? She's talking about the previous term, right? The kids in cages saying, and Melania and Ivanka were like, don't do this. They girl bossed him out of it. I don't think that's what happened.
I think they estimate 98,000 illegal immigrants in Minnesota, a blue state, a very Democrat blue state. There are 2 million illegal immigrants in Texas, which Trump isn't going after at the moment. We're not seeing ICE on the street.
Wrong. What are you on about? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking? This is just so uninformed. It's ridiculous, man. Already, this is stupid.
Streets of Texas, because Texas voted for Trump. So there is so much in this, which is just to do with peevishness and sort of begrudging the voters their vote in these places. But I think he will withdraw troops from it. I think he probably has to, in the way that, do you remember in his first term, he had the kids in cages policy. His immigration policy in April of 2018 was about separating kids from their parents. And at that stage, I think it was Melania, this is what was reported afterwards, Melania, his wife, and Ivanka, his daughter, intervened and went, this is not a good look.
You got COVID too many times. You got brain damage. That's what happened there, Emily. That didn't happen. What are you on about? What are you talking about?
Like, stop the policy. Somebody around him.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? I have to Google this now. I have to fucking Google this because she's a journalist, right? She's a journalist. She has to just like say... You have to say the right things. Melania, Ivanka, Trump... family policy. Maybe it's true, I don't know. Okay, so the BBC here were reporting U.S. child migrants. First ladies speak out on Trump's separation policy. The former U.S. First Lady Laura Bush. That's Laura Bush. That's Laura Bush. The former U.S. First Lady Laura Bush condemned a controversial policy that splits up. Earlier, Melania Trump made a rare statement expressing concern. Mrs. Trump hates to see children separated from their families, her spokeswoman said. That's not her. That's not her. What do you mean? She repeated her husband's calls for both sides to work on immigration reform as a solution. However, where is this?
Hello, me old chum.
Where's the source for this? Where's the source for this? What are they quoting? How are they quoting this? Laura Bush wrote in the Washington Post, okay? He's a Japanese American internment camps of World War II. The Vikings mother and child fight with sparks backlash. What do you mean? Comments from where? Mrs. Trump said she hates to see children separated from their families and hopes both sides of the aisle can come together to achieve successful immigration reform. What you want about? What you want about? What you want about? Where? Absurd. Completely absurd. No source for that whatsoever. Emily Matlis just uncritically repeating BBC fucking nonsense. What are you talking about? Burp your drinks. Alright, okay. For the chatters that came in late, this is the moment of truth. Yeah? This is the moment of truth. I made these earlier, yeah? I made these earlier. This is fresh watermelon made with a fermented ginger bug. Yeah? So what you do is you ferment ginger and sugar together. That's how fermentation works. Sugar and like a fruit or whatever. It is burp and not birth. Yeah, it's called a ginger bug. Yeah, because the bug is the microbes that ferment, right? And make... Basically, the microbes feed on sugar and fruit and shit like that, and then they expel CO2. It makes drinks fizzy. It makes soda. So this is homemade fizzy fucking soda, basically. So this is watermelon. This is the moment of truth. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? I don't think this is working. I don't like, there's zero bubbles. Let's leave it for 3 hours this time. Let's leave it for 3 hours. Right, let's try the black grape. I don't know, maybe the black grape will be better. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Oh man. That sucks. Do you have a fermenting setup you would recommend? Yeah, not the one I used. Not the one I used. All right, well let's leave it 3 hours next time. Oh man, I think it's because I didn't feed the fucking ginger bug yesterday. I'll be in bed by then, but 3 hours would be midnight. Easier to remember. Thanks, Steph. I appreciate that. Oh, that's so bad. I can't believe it. It was bubbling so much on Saturday, and then I didn't fucking feed it yesterday because I thought it's bubbling too much. But we just have to keep feeding it every day. Okay, third time's the charm. This is the second time I've tried to do this. Third time will be the charm, chat, right? I'm gonna try the third time. It'll just take another week to make another ginger bug, and then I'll do it differently. I've still got juice here. I've still got juice that's good, and there'll be some amount of like microbiome you know, in there that will be good for me, I guess. I don't know. Does ginger have enough wild yeast? Yeah, if you get the proper dirty stuff that's got soil on it still, that's not been like, you know, heat treated with all kinds of chemicals to like get rid of the bugs and stuff, then yeah. The juice still looks tasty, yeah. It's just still. It's just gonna be still. It's just gonna be still. It's fine. Is it alcohol or just a soda? It will, if you leave it for long enough, it will become soda, but you need to leave it for like a couple of days. But it won't get higher than like 5% if you use a ginger bug. I bet the ginger is better than pine needles. Yeah, I heard about the pine needles thing. Interesting. Anyway, let's carry on with the stream. That's upsetting, but we'll see. Might have to try another one.
It's not a great look. But we're sort of waiting for that person to say shooting intensive care veterans nurses is not a great look.
It is not a great look. On the illegal immigrants and, the numbers in different states, it's clear from the Minneapolis, particularly from Minneapolis, because it's where all eyes are on, that an awful lot of the people in detention and being picked up are being picked up in the course of legally observing the process.
Yeah.
And they're targeting people who are engaging with the American state in the right way, deliberately.
It's crazy that Sheila's being so, like, progressive on this. But, yeah, no, she just told a complete fairy tale. Like, Emily Matlis was like, Ivanka Trump said that Donald Trump should change his immigration policy, and then he did. What? What are you on about? Yeah. No, what are you on about? What do you mean?
And then just treating them as though they are murderous drug dealers.
Anyone who's been through an immigration process or who knows somebody who's been through an immigration process knows it doesn't happen overnight. There are long waits. You could be in
Those comments about the kids in cages stuff were sourced from Stephanie Wolkoff, who wasn't the spokesperson for Melania at the time and had been fired. Oh my God, that's mental. That's actually mental. That's even more mental than I thought it would be. Melania Trump tapes reveal complaints on Christmas and migrant children row. First Lady takes aim at holiday decorations and criticism for family separations in tapes released by Stephanie Winston Wolkoff. Melania Trump had a rough night on Thursday, testing positive for coronavirus. But also seeing the publication of a recorded conversation with a former friend in which she said, "Who gives a fuck about Christmas?" This is so good. As James Comey almost said, Donald Trump might play their conversations to the nation. All right. Stephanie Winston Wolkoff is the author of Melania and Me, The Rise and Fall of My Friendship with the First Lady, a tell-all about her relationship.
Hello, me old chum.
Thank you for the follow. With and work for Trump. Relationship with and work for Trump, which was published in August. Before released, it was reported that Wolkoff had taped her former friend. They say I'm complicit. I'm the same like him. I support him. I don't say enough. I don't do enough where I am. I'm working my ass off on the Christmas stuff. Who gives a fuck about Christmas stuff and decorations, but I need to do it. None of this is saying that, like, none of this is saying that she said that stuff. The zero tolerance policy of separating migrant families caused huge controversy in 2018. Donald Trump backed down, but the effects are still felt by many families. Saying Barack Obama did the same thing as a common right-wing talking point. No, it's a common left-wing talking point. What are you on about? What do you mean, dude? She was sued for all the comments and was secretly taping Melania and wrote the tell-all book. Yeah, but like you can write a tell-all book and have that still be like lies, right? On the tapes, the First Lady also doubts claims migrants are held in poor conditions, saying, "The kids say, wow, will I have my own bed? Will I sleep on the bed? Will I have a cabinet for my clothes? It's so sad to hear it, but they didn't have that in their own countries. They sleep on the floor." This is not what they were saying. They're taken care of nicely there, but they're not with parents. It's sad. But when they come here alone or with coyotes, human traffickers, or illegally, they need to do something. This is not her saying, "Oh, it's really bad." She just said, like, it's sad. And she's putting the onus back on their parents who've, like, forced them to become migrants or something like that. It's the parents' fault, and the illegal migrants are evil, and they're making their kids doing it. None of this backs up what fucking Emily Matlis was saying. Completely insane. No, I know you're not saying that, Litty. I know you're backing up what I was saying here. Like, yeah, this is the reality of it, right? It's just like not in reality. It's just not reality.
System for
the audio clip. There's the audio clip.
All these kids that I met, they were they are here in the shelters because they were brought by it through coyotes, the people, or trafficking, and that's why they put them in jail. And the kids that they go in shelters, and the way they take care of them, it's, you know, they even said, the kids, they say, wow, I will have my own bed, I will.
This is bro, none of this is the way that Emily was framing this at all. It's absolutely insane. She's just being like, yeah, man, they have it so much better in these concentration camps for fucking kids. They have such a better life in the concentration camp. We're doing the right thing. It's just her being racist. She's just being a fascist. She's like, yeah, the kids were forced to come here by human traffickers. It's nothing to do with our economic sanctions that we put on fucking Venezuela. Oh my God. Oh my God, what is wrong with fucking Emily Matlis?
3 years, 4 years, 5 years even.
Yep.
And from the people that we were with, and the evidence we saw with our own eyes, people were getting picked up on the streets of Minneapolis, some of whom were actually working in high security areas like airports, where they would have had to be vetted. Yeah. They would have had to have their
fuck knows what they're doing to kids in those camps. Of course it's bollocks.
Process that was, a legalization process.
Or they've made their way to a court to go and be,
Exactly. Their names are out there. They're on pieces of paper. Yeah. They're in the system. And those were people getting deported as well. So, and Alex Pretti himself, clearly an American citizen.
Yeah. And it was interesting, probably Thursday of last week, to see teachers come out and say, I have to speak out, head teachers coming out and saying, I have to speak out now, to see medical directors of hospitals saying, no, this is enough now.
A lot of businesses have shut.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, that's the one thing I would say which is extraordinary on the streets of Minneapolis is it's become incredibly cohesive for the communities.
Yeah.
When they fundraise, they fundraised for Alex Pretti and they were aiming for £20,000 and it was north of.
But this is why it's so ridiculous, Soph, because it's like, how can she believe that a woman could make Donald Trump change his mind when even the liberal line on Donald Trump is that he's an evil rapist? He's a rapist. He's a fucking misogynist. Like, that was what all the fucking papers were talking about. The grab him by the pussy comments. He's in the Epstein files. Everyone's talking about this. Like, what are you talking? What world do you live in? It's so insane. It's completely mental. Because she's a posh white British lady. Yeah, that's true. That's the way they think. It's so mental. What the fuck? ICE agent went on camera following a handcuffed detainee into a porta potty. Agents with histories of every kind of violent crime. She's trying to play like the kids are safer with them. Yeah, exactly, right. Orphan grinding machine shit. I can't with this woman's glazing of the worst things in the world. Yeah, exactly.
1 million within the first.
She'll never escape the liberal mind prison. No, that's true. It's fucked.
People are converting their anger and their fear at the moment into something hugely constructive, which is a community-wide.
It's just a proper community, clearly.
I think it's brought people together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was that was LBC. So some British takes on that. Let's take a look at the damage report here. By the way, chat, I'm just learning of the damage report. 1.29 million subscribers. I don't know who this is. I don't know what his politics are. I just wanted to see something. Is it TYT? Is it a TYT thing? It's got TYT all over the place. Is that what it is? Let's have a look at this. Trump and Vance admit ICE makes mistake as polling plummets. Right? Let's see if that is actually... He's called Kevin Damage. Hey, Chaos, what's going on? Yeah, Kevin Damage with the damage report. All right, so you all know about TYT. They're centrist, center left, center right, fucking fluctuating wildly between center left and center right. Good on things like Palestine, bad on things like trans rights, kind of good on things like ICE, kind of bad on loads of other stuff. That's the kind of bias that we're going to be seeing here. I don't know. Again, I've never fucking seen this damage report guy. Kevin is going to cause mental damage. Okay, yeah, well, let's lib out, yeah. Let's lib out with Kevin. That's what it's all about, right? I just wanted to see someone who's talking about this element of it. So apparently this was in fact, no, do you know what? No, I could probably find this without... I was finding this in a rush before. You don't mind if I find this now, do you? Yeah? No one in the chat minds about this. Trump statement, right? Is it going to come up with, like, the latest thing? Trump walks back comments after insulting UK. Fatal shooting, national emergency... Wait, what? Oh, no. Wait, what? Is this now? Mirror now. That's not now. This isn't live. Trump declares national emergency. That's not real, is it? Is this real? Is this real? Trump announces... What? Trump announces most important news about crypto. This speech will change the crypto... never type Trump statement into Google. Never, ever do it. None of this stuff is what is happening, right? Trump... Maybe like Trump ICE statement. Trump defends ICE after Minneapolis shooting. All I'm seeing is Trump defends ICE. How is Kevin Damage getting to the point of saying that he's like walking it back? And can we just get like, okay, Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt briefs members of the media. Okay, so there was a White House statement 36 minutes ago. We'll watch that in a sec. 36 minutes ago? 2 hours ago. We'll watch that in a bit. ICE lawsuit. Attorney General Ellison updates after hearing. Okay, let's have a look at that as well. People are saying... Trump administration responds to second fatal ICE shooting. It's not real, is it? Like this like didn't happen. This whole idea about like him going back on ICE and not being sure about it. It's not real, is it? Right? Sounds like they're running with one of his airplane press combo quotes where he just says random shit. Let's take a look at this fucking damage report shit and just see what they're fucking saying.
Make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake. Sometimes it can happen. We feel terribly.
But what is this from? Where's the source? CNN. Trump and Vance are suddenly acknowledging ICE mistakes. Trump and Vance are suddenly acknowledging ICE mistakes. U.S. Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino couldn't have been more unequivocal Tuesday when talking about the often aggressive and controversial immigration customs enforcement operations leading in Minneapolis. Everything we do is legal, ethical, moral, well-grounded in law. Trump administration increasingly don't sound so sure that ICE's actions are faultless. Faced with polls that show the American people are decidedly turning against ICE, they've begun repeatedly acknowledging mistakes. Trump got the ball rolling Tuesday. It's not Tuesday. He brought up ICE making mistakes on his own. This is from a while ago. This is before this even happened. This is all before Pretti. So, like, okay, so that's... When is this from? January 24th? This is like, they did this. What the fuck are they doing, man?
So that is Donald Trump admitting a mistake. Kind of. I mean, he's not admitting a mistake that he has made. Like, hey, maybe we shouldn't have sent ICE to these places. Maybe we didn't need to send 3,000 people into Minneapolis. Obviously, he is never, ever going to admit that a mistake that he made. But even admitting
dead internet shit,
ICE
yeah,
can make mistakes, I think.
Yeah, this was on the day that he died. Are they even going to mention this?
Is progress. Not towards personal growth, not towards a better, more mature Donald Trump. Forget about that. But it is progress towards at least us knowing that our hatred of ICE, of what they're doing, is sort of filtering through. They seem to be getting that the polls have turned against them, that this might be a thing that hurts them when they least need to be hurt, like in the midterms. And so he's sort of...
The midterms. Yeah, man. I'm so certain those midterms are gonna happen, dude. Yeah, man. Definitely, dude. Yeah, man.
Admitting that they are making mistakes. He's obviously still lying at the same time, saying they're dealing with
The polls.
The 5-year-old kid is not the worst of the worst. Renee Nicole Good is not the worst of the worst. They're brutalizing totally regular people, beating up teenagers outside of Walmarts and Targets and stuff like
Clapped and washed.
Try to brutalize and harass priests and journalists and everything. There's no worst the worst in any of this, but it is still progress. And let's turn out JD Vance. He's been carrying water for all of this. He never has a word of opposition to anything Donald Trump is doing to say. But let's turn out of this.
President. That's great reporting, by the way. It's so important to remind everybody that JD Vance just agrees with Donald Trump.
Trump this week said that ICE has made some mistakes. I'm curious what steps the administration is taking to rectify those. And do you think your presence in Minneapolis today will calm the tensions there?
Well, certainly one of my goals is to calm the tensions, to talk to people, to try to understand what we can do better. You know, when the president says that that mistakes have been made, you know, my thought on that is that, well, of course there have been mistakes made, because you're always going to have mistakes made in law enforcement. But the number one...
This is nothing, dude. This is nothing. This doesn't mean anything. He's just saying words. He's like, yeah, man, everyone's going to make mistakes. There's always mistakes that happen. He's not saying like, yeah, it's really bad and we need to reevaluate everything that we're doing. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, someone's turning America into the West Bank. You just wait for the midterms. Man.
Way where we could lower the mistakes that are happening, at least with our immigration enforcement, is to have local jurisdictions that are cooperating with us.
He's just saying that states need to comply with ICE. States just need to let ICE do whatever they want. That's all he's saying. How is he going to fucking spin this?
Yeah, 99% of ICE is not doing the right thing. That's really fundamentally the problem. Also, I love that he's like, well, yeah, obviously they make mistakes. Well, hold up a second. Until Donald Trump acknowledged it, you never acknowledged this. What are you talking?
What is the brain that makes people think that, like, where are we? Like, it's not 2016 anymore. In 2016, you could have said to people like, oh, well, you know, how do you square your belief that ICE are making mistakes with the fact that they're murdering people? Oh, this is so hypocritical. You don't understand anything, yada yada yada. And it's just like none of that works. It's not worked for 10 years. It's just not worked for 10 years. It didn't even work 10 years ago when you were calling out people's hypocrisy. Do you know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? It's like, oh, we caught him out. We caught him out. He said that mistakes have been made. He said ICE needs more training. We're right. He's voting blue no matter who. Playing clips of the fashion, then chipping in with quips and snarky bits. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, haha, I've caught you in a lie, I say, as the boot kicks my teeth out. Right, exactly. You don't have to traumatize yourself as the ICE agent puts a bullet in the back of your head, your comrade next to you tells you. You don't have to traumatize yourself. You don't have to look at this.
Don't pretend that you've been reasonable and you're trying to lower the tensions or anything. You didn't push back against them declaring Renee a domestic terrorist. You didn't push back against any of this. You got your ass handed to you on Twitter by Ryan Grimm when you refused to acknowledge that she had been shot through the side window of the car.
This guy is called John. No, he isn't. He's called Kevin. He's a hardcore fence sitter. Me and a lot of his audience begged him to leave TYT. Yeah, also he lied to you and told you his name is John. His name is not John. His name is Kevin Damage. Kevin Damage! ICE are only human. Protesters keep making them shoot them because local cops, right? Ass handed to you on Twitter. Oh, yeah! Hell yeah. Ratioed on Twitter. That's how you get it. That's how it happens. People who make this kind of content are making their own chair into a cook seat. Yeah. Entirely engaging with politics is a spectacle that they're useless in, yeah. You know? Francesca from Bituation Room was banned from his show? What the fuck are you saying? None of these fucking words are in the Bible, or the Quran, or the Torah. What are you fucking on about? Bituation Room. What are you talking about?
You flee from all that. You defend the brutality. You defend
what the fuck is going on?
As I pointed out on Twitter, far more passionately than you've ever in the past or in the future will defend your wife or kids. But now all of a sudden, oh, you're freed up to.
I don't know, Francesca. It sounds like you just made up a thing. Bituation room. What are you talking about? Is that real? Oh, okay. It's all right. Yeah, it's someone that's like, okay. She used to work for TYT. There's Bad Blood. Is she based? Tolkien chuds. Okay, she could be based. She's a comedian and a streamer. All right, sound. Thanks for cool. Thanks for letting me know. Every day's a school day. I'm just like looking at what you said and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Bituation room? Never heard of it, but like, yeah, okay, yeah, cool. Like I like the name if it's by like a based, feminist comrade, you know?
Gonna be too rough with somebody, or they're dealing with rough people. They're gonna make a mistake. Sometimes it can happen. We feel terribly.
Wait, oh, this just got fucking reloaded. Fuck this, man. All right, where were we here? Okay.
Through the side window of the car, you flee from all that. You defend the brutality. You defend the murder. Again,
hey, Crimson Tinted, yeah.
Twitter, far more passionately than you've ever. In the past or in the future will defend your wife or kids. But now all of a sudden, oh, you're freed up to acknowledge the mistakes they're making, JD Vance, but never where it matters, never with a backbone, never first to actually do it. He might very well be the Republican candidate, we'll see. But there is a weakness to JD Vance, a total and utter lack of spine to JD Vance that I, as an actual mature adult and as a man, find utterly repulsing. Like at the
all right, I'm done with this. What the fuck? Who is this guy? All right. Just libbing out. Just straight up fucking libbing out. Okay, so, Car 11. I don't know who this is. Is this like Minneapolis state coverage or whatever? Let's take a look at this news report. This is 7 minutes. Kristi Noem on Minneapolis ICE shooting. They're reporting on what the head of ICE, puppy and small animal murdering Kristi Noem. Let's see what she had to say about this shit.
News conference was happening. Secretary Noem also started her news conference, and we did promise to bring you that in its entirety. She spoke for about
Kevin Damage will be like this for the rest of his life. It's because he's got Kevin Damage, yeah. He's got Kevin Damage. I'm so glad I unsubbed from Damage Report. This is what I mean. Sometimes I say... So I saw that guy's channel and it was like 1.29 million followers. And it's like, what? How have I never heard of this guy? And it's because he's a lib. It's because he's an insufferable liberal.
Did not take any
Aaron Sorkin disease is a very serious condition, chat. Don't laugh, right?
questions. So we do want to play for you her comments on Minneapolis in its entirety.
I do want to address the tragic situation that we saw in Minneapolis today that unfolded on the streets. It occurred with DHS law enforcement as they carried out their lawful duties to keep Americans safe in the threat of criminal illegal aliens in this country. At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. Targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history includes...
None of this is the business of ICE. None of this is ICE's business. Whether a person, either undocumented or not, has committed any crimes. Like, yeah, let's talk about your past crimes. Let's talk about your past crimes, Kristi. Let's talk about how you shot a fucking puppy in the head. You know what I mean?
included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently.
Just lying. It just doesn't matter. They'll just lie every time. Every time they'll just be like, yeah, this was a dangerous individual. He had like a machine gun mounted to his head and he was like waving it around everywhere. He was going, I'm going to murder ICE. I'm going to kill ICE agents. And all the ICE agents were just little baby birthday boys. They were like crying. They were like hiding under a bin, and like one of the brave boys took out his 6-shooter and went, I'm John Wayne, and went and like shot him in the leg. Unfortunately, it hit a major artery. You can't account for that kind of a thing happening when you're being so stressed and you have like a murder machine marching towards you. Yeah, he looks like Megatron. You know, it's just
for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted
no medics were on the scene. It was just like a random person who gave him CPR.
Deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene.
No, he went to hospital. He was pronounced dead at the hospital.
The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them.
Like even the extra bits when he's dead. Like when he's dead, it doesn't matter. You don't need to lie about the stuff that happened when he died. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you could just be like, oh yeah, well he died. Like I don't understand. Like they even have to lie about the shit after he died, after he was shot. You know what I'm saying?
Held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where...
Wait. What did she say about the gun?
At the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds.
Dozens.
He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where...
Yeah, many people don't know this. He had a full back tattoo like a Yakuza guy. It was an assassin from Assassin's Creed, and the ICE agents knew that and also cried a little bit, right?
An individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. About hundreds of protesters then showed up at the scene. They began to obstruct.
I wish we could watch the South Park clip of it. Yeah, we could do that. I might have to trim it out of the VOD. I've not seen it. Christy Gnome South Park. Which one? There's loads. Is it this one? Oh, I think I've seen this. On the video, doesn't he show, he gets shown like a training video and she's on that. Oh yeah, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, man.
And to assault law enforcement officers. We saw objects being thrown at them, including ice and other objects.
Oh no!
And a rampant assault began.
They got the concrete that they used in the milkshake. You know, remember when Antifa hit Andy No with the concrete milkshake? They used that as well. You know what I mean?
And even an HSI officer agent's finger was bitten off. Crowd control measures were deployed to bring safety to the public and to law enforcement at the scene. And once again, I want to remind everybody that this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen. Our law enforcement...
Yeah, that kind of shit's like, yeah, the jokes about plastic surgery and shit, like, you know, I'm never gonna advocate that as a man, you know what I mean? But, you know, it's one of them. Obviously, if you're a woman, you have far more of a right to talk about that shit than I do.
Everything that they can to protect the public. We're praying for this deceased.
Yeah, no, this whole shit about the guy, the ICE agent who had like his finger bitten off is funny as hell. I can't show it on stream because it's like gore and it'd get me banned and shit. But honestly, chat, like this person just bit this fucker's finger straight off. It's fucking insane, right? It's so insane. It just bit the top of his finger straight off. Straight off. It's actually mad.
To bring safety to the public.
I disavow the Antifa king or queen or the emperor that did this. You know what I mean? You know, violence is never the answer. We can achieve a peaceful revolution by building power, you know, outside of, you know, the realm of violence. I disavow, you know?
The law enforcement at the scene. And once again, I want to remind everybody that this situation.
Hey, Sweet Beat, what's up? Everyone go follow Sweet Beat. She's a great streamer. How you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, sounds like if you want to keep your digits, just, you know, keep your, you know, okay, keep your fingers out of your mouth.
Not have to happen. Our law enforcement are doing everything that they can to protect the public. We're praying for this deceased loved one's family and friends, but we also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. They need to evaluate.
Yes, the Minneapolis mayor. It's Jacob Frey. Jacob Frey, isn't it?
Evaluate their rhetoric, their conversations, and their encouragement of such violence against our citizens and our law enforcement officers. I'll remind you that Governor Walz today in his press conference said that our officers were not even law enforcement, which is a lie. He's called them the Gestapo. He's encouraged residents and citizens and violent rioters to resist. He's doxed their identity.
He's not done any of this stuff. This is all insane. It's just all completely insane. Jacob Frey and fucking Tim Walz have been like, please don't do anything. Please stay in your homes. Maybe use your phones to record some stuff if you must. But don't be getting crazy. Don't be getting crazy, because we'll call the National Guard in and we'll oppress you as well. You know?
Entities putting themselves and their families' lives in jeopardy.
Hey, Susie, what's up?
He's refused to turn over murders to federal law enforcement officers. He's protected illegal criminals and protected them from being brought to justice.
Now, this is the thing. Like, it doesn't matter what you do. Like, you know, what does he think he's gonna gain by being spineless? And like, you're right, Val. It just gets you the same shit that you would if you were being radically opposed to this stuff in any way, shape, or form, right?
Even overseen a historic, unprecedented theft of American taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, the National Guard are already in Minneapolis to be like, please don't protest too intensely. Please don't do that.
Billions of dollars were stolen under his watch, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated.
Again, none of this is true. Completely insane. The source that they're using for this is the Nick Shirley video that he made. You know what I mean?
In other cities and states across the country, we don't see this happen.
What about Pam Bondi sending an extortion letter to Governor Walz demanding voter rolls? Oh, yeah. So if people don't know about this, Pam Bondi has said to Tim Walz, if you want ICE out of the city, then what you got to do is turn over voting information, right? Because it's all about finding out whether Biden rigged that election. It's all about finding out whether, you know, the illegals in Minnesota were voting for Biden or voting for the Democrats. It's just madness. It's absolutely fucking madness. But it won't make a difference. All that'll happen is if they turn over the voter information, they'll just put it in like the fucking Palantir fucking federal database or some shit. That's all that's for. They just want to sell it to Palantir. Like,
state and officials work with us to make sure that we're making their streets safer. I'll point.
Has anybody got some bourbon so I can absorb the impact of that making complete sense? Like, as in, like, the source is the Nick Shirley video. Yeah.
City of Memphis, which is where there is a Democrat mayor in place. He worked with us and our federal law enforcement officers, and we saw murder rates drop by 50% because of that partnership. We've seen historic lows in the criminal acts that have happened in that city. We've had the same amount of law enforcement officers there, but a very different result because of the leadership in place.
No.
Last week, ICE did over 2,000 different operations, and we saw people be brought to justice, and the American people made safer because of that work.
Brongo
we don't
bongo.
have this problem in Texas or in Florida because those individuals in those states work with us, and they make sure that they keep peace and calm while they bring criminals to justice. In Minneapolis, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, they instead choose violence.
Is that how you pronounce his name? Frey? It's Jacob Frey, not Jacob Frey?
Violence. They instead choose to encourage the destruction of their city.
Yeah, that's
and
based.
the crime against their people. It appears that they want this lawlessness to continue. It appears that they want chaos to distract from the theft and the fraud and the corruption of their city. I'll remind you that this city has been corrupt for years with what we've seen with people that have been stealing taxes.
Wait, Nick Sauter. Was this on Twitter? Was this on Bluesky? It was a tweet. Look at this fucking dead internet shit. If I type in Nick Sauter or Twitter, it just doesn't come up with his fucking Twitter at all. Hang on a minute. I don't want to accidentally be on the For You page and have something insane happen. Okay, it's fine. Whatever. Nick Sauter. Take a look at this. Just in, Carolyn Levitt goes off on Democrats for their inflammatory rhetoric causing violence in Minnesota. What's going on with the I there? Is he used like an L? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What is this video? What is this video he's done? He's got like a picture of Tom Homan like that. What is this?
Borders Our Homan is in a unique position to drop everything and go to Minnesota to continue having these productive conversations with state and local officials. He's catching a plane in just a few hours to do
live Tom reaction.
Borders Are.
What the fuck? Oh, this guy is great. This guy is great. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Breaking. Minneapolis Police Department stand ground and watch as rioters smash windows and assault security guards at a hotel. Hell yeah. I've not even seen this. Thank you, Nick. Thank you for reporting on the news. When is this from? Yeah. Link it, Soph, please. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Walls' National Guard deployment is worthless. Yeah, fuck yeah.
You weak bitch!
Yeah, sick. Yeah, this is dope. They got a fucking vending machine in there. This is crazy. This is so dope. Oh yeah, this is great. This is great. Rioters are now pouring buckets of water right outside the driveway of ICE Minneapolis in order to make agents slip and fall. Attempting to make arrests. These degenerates are getting away with way too much. Oh damn, dude! Sounds like ICE needs some spiked boots. Sounds like they need some chains on their tires. Oh yeah, this is dope. Look at this. I mean, they could have gone insane, right? They could have gone insane with this and said, "Look, they're leaking gasoline all around the ICE facility to set fire to it." You know what I mean? Like, why not just go completely mental? Why not just do this? Front lines powered by Turning Point USA. So I guess this is footage from like a protest agitator, or it's footage that they've stolen from someone there. Is there going to be any footage of them falling over on this at all? Look at this legend with the pizza box. That's dope. So there's just no footage of anyone falling over. He's just posted this video and being like, they're making agents slip and fall when they're attempting to make arrests. Yeah, all the arrests that they're making in this local area, I guess. I don't know, man. I think that they're just like, I don't know. I want to continue watching this. They're just trying to deliver new vending machines into the hotel, you know? They're just trying to deliver new vending machines in here. Look at this cop. He doesn't know what to do. This guy's from Minneapolis Police Department. That's great.
Back up. Oh, back up. Back up.
Wow, I disavow. This is too violent. I can't believe they're doing this. But you know, as things get worse and worse in America, people will just continue to do this. That's how that will go. You know? All right. So some Nick sort of relief there. Let's get back to this.
Spare money, all under the leadership of Governor Walz and Mayor Frey. I'm asking for all the authorities in Minneapolis and the leaders to work with us. And there are two things that we have repeatedly asked the governor and the mayor to do. Number one, all we want them to do is that when they are going to release a dangerous criminal from their jails, turn them over to us so we can get them out of this country as soon as possible. Since we have been back in the White House with President Trump's leadership, they have released...
They're just like, all we want the state law enforcement to do is just do ICE's job with ICE, you know what I mean?
490 criminals.
I love the person in the back on the computer on Twitter. Oh my god! With the FEMA jacket on? Computer, enhance. It looks like she's doing a meme. It looks like there's a meme happening. This is some kind of meme that they're doing. This FEMA employee on Twitter. This is important work. Hell yeah. Yeah, more like Mema logging on to post FEMA conspiracies.
Onto their streets rather than allow us to get them out of the country to keep families safe. The second thing that we have asked the governor and the mayor to do is to help us keep people safe. Just give us backup on the streets while we do our targeted
professional fed Mema. This person is on Twitter right now saying things like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know if we should be taking guns to protests as leftists. Maybe it's good that Alex Pretti got what happened to him. She's posting like concern trolling shit. You know what I mean? She's like, I don't know if it's a good thing to be burning American flags at protests. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if we should be doing that.
Criminals out of our country, and then we wouldn't have to be there facing these types of situations that we face with violent rioters who are impacting and attacking our law enforcement.
Yeah, they're posting. You should unfollow this person. They're problematic. Bed posting in the wild. Yeah.
So that we can.
Or they're posting the opposite, which is like we should bring more guns to protests.
You to see success in Minneapolis like we see in so many other cities and communities.
That's the official POTUS account intern. Have some respect. Yeah, exactly.
They want us talking about attacking law enforcement officers instead of the fraud and the theft that they facilitated in Minnesota.
Just take your phone to protest. Record everyone there. Yeah.
I've been listening to DHS.
Okay, so that was Kristi Noem. Nothing surprising there whatsoever. This is 13W Maz, which is like a CBS, I guess, local thing. More details emerge after ICE agent shoots and kills Alex Pretti in Minnesota. Here's what we know. So this is from like 17 hours ago. So this is from yesterday daytime or evening, I think. Probably more likely evening in the States. Let's have a look at this.
Details emerging after the fatal shooting of an ICU nurse in Minneapolis by federal agents, local, state, and federal.
This is the British this is the American version of that one news presenter we have in the UK. Who's that guy? Sophie. Brits. You know what I'm on about. You know who I'm on about. Like, he looks like our guy. This is our guy, but in America. Who's this guy? He's like a BBC guy. Famous BBC presenters. His name's like John or something. Is it Jon Snow? Voices of the BBC. Oh, who is that guy? Who is John? It's Jon Snow, isn't it? Yeah, it's Jon Snow. Of course, it just comes up with fucking. No, nah, yeah, he does kind of. No, he looks like Jon Snow, but there's like another guy. There's another guy. There's another BBC guy that looks like this guy. I need to find out who this is. I need to. This is gonna drive me fucking mental. Maybe he wasn't a BBC guy. Maybe he was a Channel 4 guy. He had like hair exactly like this. His like hair is like the same and everything. Okay, I'll do this. I'll do this while I'm playing the video so that you don't get bored, chat.
Officials are all providing different accounts of what happened. The Trump administration saying Alex Pretti, the nurse killed over the weekend, and Renee Good, who was killed earlier in Minnesota.
ITV? Have I imagined this guy?
Instigators in the deadly confrontations.
To come into an active law enforcement scene, interfere, obstruct, delay.
All right, so for people who don't know, this is Greg Bovino, the ICE Hitler Gestapo in chief. He's like the head of ICE operations or something.
Or assault law enforcement officers, and they bring a weapon to do that. That is a choice that individual made.
Minnesota leaders are demanding to be allowed to investigate Pretti's death. They say the Trump administration is preventing them from doing so.
We believe that Donald Trump needs to pull these 3,000 untrained agents out of Minnesota before they kill.
I can't find him, chat. I can't find who I'm referring to.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, in a statement over the weekend.
Border Patrol head of ICE is Tom Homan. No, Tom Homan is the border czar. I mean, Kristi Noem is the head of ICE or the head of Department of Homeland Security, right? Greg Bovino is, I don't know, commander-in-chief or whatever,
Pretti's
right?
Parents said, quote, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. Please get the truth out about our son. He was a good man."
Okay. Not that much from that. There have been solidarity protests, but I think their own, within their own right, protests of people in immigration detention centers on the south border.
I'm outside of the Dilley facility here in South Texas. There's a demonstration of detainees taking place inside right now. We were all asked to leave. There's a drone flying up ahead right now. It's an extremely bizarre situation. You can hear them shouting.
Let's turn this up.
Can you hear that?
So this is like kids and
They're
women
shouting,
in there.
"Let us out. Let us out." There's people in blue shirts. Again, there's drones flying up ahead. There appear to be hundreds of people through the crack that I can see. And again, I was here for an attorney visit and they asked me to leave abruptly without telling me why ordering people who were waiting to stand outside in the cold. And I'll try and keep you updated as to what is happening.
So, and this is another thing that is going to happen if people are just, including kids, is, just are detained with no due process or anything like that. You are just going to hear people, you are just going to see people rising up from within those prisons as well. Prison riots are not an unheard of thing. Like, these things fucking happen. There are a couple of politicians who seem to be doing the bare minimum here. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is one of them. Abolish ICE is not enough. Stern words for Greg Bavino or Kristi Noem is not enough. We need prosecutions and trials. Anything short of this position fails to address the gravity of this moment. Again, appealing to establishment Democrats on this is bad. They're not going to listen. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is not an establishment Democrat. She's someone who's running for Congress in Illinois. She's Palestinian. She stands up for, the Palestinian movement in the United States. Again, like, people who are running for positions like this, who have these kinds of politics, I think are important to back as part of a pragmatic whole. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, she was also assaulted by ICE twice on camera, actually at protests and shit. So, important to push politicians like this to get into power and do fucking shit when they're in power, Mamdani style. But of course, Mamdani's not doing everything that he could be doing. And Kat Abu-Ghazaleh probably wouldn't do everything that she could be doing either when she's in Congress. But it is important that we, show people to who have these kinds of politics that they have an overwhelming amount of support. It's good to gauge the temperature of the nation. It's good to gauge the temperature of the electorate in the place where people like this are running. So yeah, I think that this kind of thing, we're going to see hopefully more progressive Democrats saying shit like this. We got some other stuff surrounding this before we get into the next news story. So this is Donald Trump doing truths on Truth Social. Let me just get rid of this shit. So this is his post about Renee Good. Yeah, we got some wall of text shit going on here. I've just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator. The woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. So we know that he was saying this about Renee Good. Let's take a look at some other stuff he's been saying. This is from yesterday or today. Yeah, this is today. In the morning, Governor Tim Walz called me with a request to work together with respect to Minnesota. It was a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a similar wavelength. Wow, who's surprised? I told Governor Walz that I would have Tom Homan call him, and what we are looking for are any and all criminals that they have in their possession. The governor very respectfully understood that, and I will be speaking to him in the near future. He was happy that Tom Homan was going to Minnesota, and so am I. We've had such tremendous success in Washington, D.C., Memphis, Tennessee, New Orleans, Louisiana, virtually every other place that we've touched, and in even weird, this is weird, touched in quotation marks is so odd. And even in Minnesota, crime is way down, but both Governor Walz and I want to make it better. President Donald Trump, yeah, this is bipartisan shit. He's going to let ICE in the prisons. He's going to let ICE do whatever the fuck they want. These fucking establishment Democrats are not your friends. Okay, so, and here is what he is saying. So, at the same time, you've got these mad fucking freak, they don't exist in the same reality that we do. Liberals like fucking Kevin Damage, who is saying Trump is admitting mistakes on ICE. That's a gotcha. Here's what he's saying about Alex Pretti. This is the gunman's gun. He's got a picture here. Loaded with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. What is all that about? Where are the local police? Why aren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and the governor called them off. It is stated that many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves. Not an easy thing to do. Why does Ilhan Omar have $34 million in her account? Why does Ilhan Omar have $34 million in her account, chat? Why is that? Why do you think that she has $34 million in her account? Is it because her boyfriend that she has a joint account with is a millionaire? Is this something to do with that, do you think? And her income as a congresswoman supplements that? You know? I don't know. Could be. But of course, Trump is implying here that she has $34 million in her bank account because she's a scary Somali who is obviously doing fraud in Minnesota. Where are the tens of billions of dollars that have been stolen from the once great state of Minnesota? We're there because of massive monetary fraud, with billions of dollars missing, and the illegal criminals that were allowed to infiltrate the state through the Democrats' open border policy. So again, important to remember, chat, that now Nick Shirley is pretty much directly responsible for the shooting of another person in Minneapolis, right? Yeah. Yeah, she also probably doesn't have $34 million in her bank account. And if she does have $1 million, it will be because her husband is a millionaire or whatever, right? Billions of dollars missing and illegal criminals that were allowed to infiltrate the state through the Democrats' open border policy. We want the money back. We want it now. There's fraudsters who stole the money are going to jail where they belong. There's no difference in really big bank robbery. Much of what you're witnessing is a cover-up for this theft and fraud. Liberals really are coping pretty fucking hard, right? Right now? Do you know what I mean? Like, libs are coping hard as shit when they're saying things like, Trump is admitting that ICE have made a mistake. We could just batter them in the midterms. Like, none of this is going to happen, dog. You have to get out there and fucking organize. You have to get out there and organize. You have to get out there and do general strikes. You have to get out there and show the fucking administration that you won't be taking this shit. This is also BBC liberal cope. This is not going to mean anything. Trump says administration is reviewing everything after fatal shooting of Minneapolis nurse. Let's take a little look at this BBC article. US President Donald Trump says his administration is reviewing everything after the fatal shooting by immigration agents of 37-year-old intensive care nurse Alex Pretti in Minneapolis on Saturday. Reviewing everything just means we're gonna have a look at some stuff and say that it's fine. You know? In his comments to the Wall Street Journal, Trump also indicated he would eventually withdraw agents from the city, but he didn't give a time frame. Yes, he's going to withdraw agents from the city when he's got what he wants. Protests continued in Minneapolis and other U.S. cities on Sunday as Minnesota Governor Tim Walz warned that America was at an inflection point. The facts around the incident, the second fatal shooting by agents of a U.S. citizen in recent weeks, have been hotly contested, setting up a fresh confrontation between state and federal officials. The administration has defended the officer who shot Pretti. Homeland Security Kristi Noem said Pretti was shot because he was brandishing a gun. Local authorities deny this, adding that the gun was legally registered, and Pretti was shot after the firearm was removed. I mean, you can also just see this on the video, BBC, if you wanted. You could just report on this yourselves, BBC, because the video is there for everybody to watch. It's on the internet. You could use your BBC Verify, which seems to be completely obsessed with only verifying the lies from countries like Russia or Iran or China, right? You could use BBC Verify, your sleuths at BBC Verify, to find out if that video is actually real. But no, you're more interested in other things, aren't you? Pretti's family also explained he owned a handgun and had a permit to carry a concealed handgun in Minnesota, but they had never known him to carry it. Oh! Local police have said he was a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. It's legal in Minnesota to carry a handgun in public if the owner has a permit. Federal agents shot and killed Pretti in Minneapolis on Saturday, and videos have emerged showing a scuffle between Border Patrol agents and Pretti just before the shooting. The Department of Homeland Security said the agents fired in self-defense after Pretti, who said they had a handgun, who they say had a handgun, resisted their attempts to disarm him. Rongo bongo. This is just like Israel says, right? The Department of Homeland Security says, Israel says, right? Just same shit. Eyewitnesses, local officials, and the victim's family have challenged that account, pointing out he had a phone in his hand, not a weapon. Again, BBC. Oh, they did use BBC Verify. Oh, it took that long in the article. It took that long in the article for them to bring up BBC Verify. There is no sign of a gun in Pretty's hand according to analysis of the available video by BBC Verify. Okay, all right. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. They are also misreporting other elements of the video as well. Like you say, Val, a scuffle is certainly a way to describe several fascists beating the shit out of one man. Yeah, you could clearly see in the video as well. Like, again, if we're going to talk about BBC Verify looking at the video, if you watch the fucking video, you can see that one of them takes a fucking gun out and, like, smashes him in the head with it 3 times. You know, that's also something that you could verify using BBC Verify by looking at the available video. The Wall Street Journal reported that Trump was directly asked twice whether the agent had done the right thing during the incident. He responded, "We're looking, we're reviewing everything, and we'll come out with a determination." This is a slight conceding by Trump, I will admit, if this is the direct quote. But again, you know, this is what he's saying later. I don't like any shooting, I don't like it, but I don't like it when somebody goes to a protest, he's got a very powerful, fully loaded gun with 2 magazines loaded up with bullets. That doesn't play good either. You know, and we've seen his Truth Social posts, right? We've seen that. So that's the BBC thing. What do we got here? Oh, hang on a minute. I just need to renew my subscription to the Intelligencer. I forgot to do this week, chat. Don't worry. It's fine. Okay. I've just done that. All right. It's good that I have subscriptions to all of these articles, isn't it? All right. So this is from the Intelligencer, covering New York politics. Trump changes tack in Minnesota after rare GOP pushback. So this is 9:56 this morning. So this is apparently evidence that there is in-party fighting. Let's see what this is saying. In the immediate aftermath of Alex Pretty's killings at the hand of federal agents on Saturday, federal officials quickly alleged the victim was guilty of domestic terrorism and offered up a version of events that appeared to contradict footage of the incident. After widespread pushback, including from several Republicans, where's the source for this? President Trump said his administration will be looking into Pretty's death. This is nothing. This doesn't mean anything. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal Sunday, the president did not say whether he thought U.S. Border Patrol officer made the right decision in shooting Pretty when prompted twice, but he said the federal government will investigate what happened. Again, this is nothing. We've already read this in other places. While Trump has yet to signal any plans for drawing down the deployed federal immigration agents in Minnesota, he does appear to be shifting tactics. On Monday, the president announced that border czar Tom Homan will be sent into the state later that evening. Again, this doesn't mean anything other than, he's going to want to get... He's just sending another guy in there to get what he wants. Carolyn Levitt clarified that Homan has been tasked with leading ICE operations in the state in what appears to be a rebuke of Department of Homeland Security head Kristi Noem, who quickly assailed Pretty after his death. I don't think this means anything. He's not been involved in that area, but knows and likes many of the people there. Trump wrote of Homan on Truth Social. Tom is tough, but fair, and will report directly to me. No, he's literally a goblin, and not a good goblin. The killing of Pretty, a registered nurse who worked in the ICU at Minneapolis VA Medical Center, sparked outrage nationwide. Scores of elected Democrats in Minnesota and nationwide called for federal agents to leave the city and Noem's resignation. Yeah, that'll do it. But several Republican members of Congress have also called for an inquiry into the shooting, with even some urging the actions of the Department of Homeland Security and Immigration's Custom Enforcement be probed. I believe that this could be true. New York Congressman Andrew Garbarino, the chairman of the House Committee on Homeland Security, requested the leaders of ICE, U.S. Customs and Borders Protection, and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services testify in a full committee hearing, writing, "My top priority remains keeping Americans safe and ensuring that DHS can accomplish its core mission." Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy, a Republican now facing a Trump-backed primary challenge, said in a statement, "The events in Minneapolis are incredibly disturbing. The credibility of ICE and the DHS are at stake." All right, I believe these things. Tom Tillis, the outgoing North Carolina senator, called for a thorough and impartial investigation into the shooting, which he called basic standard for any officer-involved shooting. Any administration official who rushes to judgment and tries to shut down an investigation before it begins are doing incredible disservice to the nation and to President Trump's legacy. So again, he cares about President Trump's legacy, more than anything here, not like justice for the person who was killed. Even more conservative members of the party expressed their concerns. South Dakota Congressman Dusty Johnson fucking Dusty Johnson. What are you talking about? Yeah, I bet. Dusty Johnson, I'm sure. Whoa, am I right? What? Dusty Johnson? I bet it is. Oh, wrong. Wait, no. I'll get this right. Chat. I'll get this right. Okay? South Dakota Congressman Dusty Johnson. Oh, Dusty Johnson. I bet it is. Okay. All right, we did it. Texas Congressman Michael McCall both called for a thorough investigation. Nebraska Senator Pete Ricketts indicated that while he's in support of funding ICE and the enforcement of immigration laws, we must also maintain our core values as a nation, including the right to protest and assemble. I expect to prioritize transparent investigation into this incident, he said. Yeah, like, look, I genuinely, I do believe that there are going to be more establishment never-Trumpers who are going to be called rhinos by the Trump, the broad MAGA base for saying this stuff. I do believe that they would be saying this, yeah? I do believe that they would be saying this. But again, this isn't meaningful. It's not fucking meaningful. It doesn't mean anything. This is the same. It's the same as liberal Zionists in so-called Israel going, oh, the IDF should investigate all the babies that they've killed, right? You know what I mean? The IDF should investigate all the babies they've killed. Peanut Butter Princess, I think you've gotten the wrong joke that I was making there. I wasn't making a joke of him for being a virgin. I was making a joke that, like, he's probably like an old guy and hasn't got laid for a while, yeah? That's the joke. Just to explain the joke for people who didn't, get it. Oh, you were replying to someone else. All right, sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah. Okay, yes, that's the joke. I expect to prioritize transparent investigations. Yeah, I believe all this stuff. Yeah, sure, that's totally it, yeah. James Comer, an ally and chairman of the House Oversight Committee, appeared to suggest in a Sunday interview on Fox News that Trump considered pulling immigration officers out of Minnesota entirely. Yeah, I believe that it could be it. But again, it's just to protect, like, again, these are just liberals, right? They're just liberals. Like, even the fucking Republicans here are just center-right liberals who are like, oh yeah, we need to protect the reputation of the United States. That's all it is, right? That's all it is. It doesn't mean anything. It's not some like huge thing. There's not like a massive rebellion in Trump's base. Yes, you can say that these are unpopular things. Yes, you can say that broadly, even people who voted Trump, who were voting for him to like do immigration, anti-immigration stuff, are gonna now be like seeing him as this is not what they wanted, and his approval rating is gonna go down. Yes, all of that stuff is true. There's no broad appetite for this kind of a thing. There are Republicans on the street, everyday people who are against this kind of thing in the Minnesota general strike. Yes, all this, all this is correct, right? You know what I mean? All of this is correct. But the stuff that's happening in the establishment, the stuff that's happening in the political apparatus of various different states and shit like that, it doesn't mean shit. You know what I mean? It's all just waffle. Like, this is a nothing article. It doesn't fucking mean shit. More LBC insane shit. We'll come to that later. We'll come to the British segue in a minute. But let's take a look at the White House press conference press brief. Yeah, we'll take a look at that while it's loading. I'm gonna run to the toilet real quick, okay? I'll be back real quick, chat. Tell me if she says anything insane in the first 30 seconds or whatever. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Jackie. Thank you for that. Thanks for coming in on a snow day for the rest of the government in the country. And as much of the country feels the impacts of that winter storm, President Trump continues to monitor the situation closely, and he has remained in constant contact with FEMA and emergency responders. President Trump also quickly approved 12 federal emergency disaster declarations within 24 hours for the states of Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia, enabling these states to access critical federal resources to supplement their response efforts if needed. These declarations will help state-led efforts of turning power back on, clearing roads for emergency services, and keeping communities safe. The White House will continue to correspond directly with governors and local officials in the coming days, especially in those states that were harshly impacted by this storm. I would also like to address the chaotic scenes in Minnesota over the weekend. Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Pretti, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI.
What happened?
The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As President Trump said yesterday, the administration is reviewing everything with respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out. But let's be clear about the circumstances.
Sweetie says, I think more people are realizing the status quo is going to be harder to get back to after Trump with the way things are going, so they're panicking. Yeah, for real. I think that is what it is. That is absolutely what it is. Trump is putting America's dick on the table for the entire world to see. Like, previous to this, America was getting away with this shit surreptitiously under the noses of the people in its nation, except for the people who feel it the most, black and brown communities. And people were just, again, like, here's the right way to imagine it, right? Here's the right way to think about it. I've always said this, like, the reason that you get, like, so many, like, blue MAGA freaks in the USA is because what Trump did is basically do the whole imperial boomerang shit, and he's doing that now so that everybody could see the evils of America for what they are. And Blue MAGA were like, no, this is unacceptable. We need to be able to do this stuff where no one can see it. Like, the whole stuff about the uncommitted vote, like Blue MAGA, Cop Marla, people, like, supporters who were just like, no, you absolutely have to vote for Kamala Harris. You don't understand. Like, I said it back then, and I maintain my position now. The people who were so desperate to vote for Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she said that she wouldn't stop the genocide in Gaza, despite the fact that she said that she wouldn't defund ICE and all this kind of shit, she was just like, no, it's just going to be more of the same. I'm just going to keep doing what Joe Biden was doing. That's all it is. The only reason that I'm running is because he's too old, right? The only reason that people were like, you must vote for Kamala Harris is because they are fine with a genocide happening where they could turn off their phones. Again, turning off your phones and just pretend it's not happening somewhere on the other side of the world. Yeah. Right? They're happy with that. As soon as anything like that happens where they have to see it, it's like, oh no, I have to face reality now. Right? That's what the whole back to brunch thing is about. You know what I mean? They're happy with genocides happening in other countries where they don't have to be there, they don't have to think about the fact that that's where their tax dollars are going. But then as soon as it comes back, as soon as the imperial boomerang is fucking over here, they're like, no, we have to see that now. And a lot of them are still not going to be doing anything about it. There's a lot of people who think like that, who are just like sat there in their like nice apartment or their nice fucking house or whatever, and just being like, oh, isn't it bad? Like, yeah, man, you're doing resistance,
Led to that moment on Saturday. This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota. For weeks, Governor Walz,
That's a good one.
Mayor Jacob Fry, and other elected Democrats were spreading lies.
Yeah, we covered that last week, Network.
Enforcement officers who are risking their lives daily to remove the worst criminal illegal aliens from our streets: murderers, rapists, pedophiles,
Yeah, exactly,
human
Desiree, yeah.
traffickers, and gang members. Governor Walz and Mayor Fry.
That's what they're doing. They're just doing, you know, like, I hate to say it this way. Wait, what? Is that real? Is that real? Are you joking me? What? No way. Absolutely no way. Oh my god, this is so... Of course this happened. Of course this happened. Sorry, I'm just making sure this is like TOS. Safe. Wait, what happened? Did it already happen? I didn't even see it. Bro, I didn't even see it. Oh, I think you just like kind of can't really see it. I don't think you could see anything bad on this chat, but yeah, let's take a look. Okay. I didn't know this is real. Lightning strike injures 89 at fucking Bolsonaro rally. This is wild. Bro, are you dumb? Of course this fucking happened. You're all out in the rain, surrounded by fucking metal. Bro, of course this happened. Of course this happened. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. There's fucking electrics out in the rain. This should have been called off. What the fuck, bro? Look, there's a fucking rig up here, man. Just reschedule. Oh my god, just reschedule. This is fucking crazy. 9 are in critical condition. I mean, obviously. This is literally just like creating a massive lightning rod. What the fuck? And like there's you know, oh my god. Oh my god. They love looking for signs from God. Yeah, no, they're not gonna take that, are they? It's so stupid. Oh my god. Oh wow, yeah, it's up there with the Bernie Sanders moment in terms of messages from God. Yeah, exactly. That's so wild. God gave Bolsonaro COVID more times than anyone else alive, and now this. Yeah, the message is getting stronger and stronger. You know, stronger and stronger.
Shamefully blocked local and state police from cooperating with ICE, actively inhibiting efforts to arrest.
You're not seeing the Bernie Sanders thing? This was huge back in the day. This was like a 2016 thing, right? Yeah.
I want every kid in Oregon and Washington and Vermont to understand that if he or she does their schoolwork seriously, does well, takes school. What? Now you see, this little bird doesn't know it. Oh my.
You can't get better endorsement than that. Just like a tiny little baby bird jumping on the fucking thing that says a future to believe in, with like the only American presidential candidate who is like, yeah man, we should have healthcare. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Extremely unusual for a bird, any bird, to be this bold, right? Yeah. Like a fucking Disney princess, yeah.
I think there may be some symbolism here.
He said it himself. Oh, God. It's such a shame he's a liberal Zionist, man. Holy shit. What a bummer.
Criminals.
What a bummer.
They have also used their platforms to encourage left-wing agitators to stalk, record, confront, and obstruct federal officers who are just trying to lawfully perform their duties, which has created dangerous situations threatening both these officers and the general public and Minnesotans alike. This is precisely what unfolded in Minneapolis on Saturday morning. Obstructing federal law enforcement and inciting violence against officers is wrong and illegal. This used to be a universally accepted position in the United States. Amid the hysteria, we must remember how we got here to this moment today, and what this.
Oh, they all do that absolute rubbish, yeah. Every single member of this fucking administration is doing daily affirmations. You know? The most cursed daily affirmations of all time. They're just looking at themselves in the mirror being like, I am not evil. I am God's messenger on this earth. We will deport all the migrants. We will make America great again. And by great, I mean white. You know?
Former President Joe Biden and the Democrats opened America's borders for 4 years, inviting tens of millions of illegal aliens from all over the world to flood into our country. Among them, violent criminals who terrorized American communities and have inflicted devastating, permanent pain and harm on law-abiding Americans and their families. Yet we never saw outrage from Democrats or their allies in the liberal media over these horrifying crimes against U.S. citizens. The pain of American angel families was ignored and dismissed because it undermined the Democrat narrative. Innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungray, Laken Riley, and Rachel Morin are just a few of the many victims savagely murdered by illegal alien criminals. Earlier this month, an illegal alien from Mexico with a long criminal history who came into our country under Joe Biden's...
What are people saying that, like, you know, this has been quoted in these liberal publications that we've read. And they've been saying things like, oh yeah, Trump's team are like investigating the reporting. They're taking this seriously. She's just like sat here for like 4 minutes already being like, yeah, man, all those brown people, all illegal, so bad, they're doing the worst crimes, pedophiles, actually, all of them, you know. So what are you talking about, man? Like nothing has changed.
Administration threw a baseball-sized stone at a school bus carrying children in New Jersey and fractured the skull of an 8-year-old innocent child. President Trump promised accountability to these American families.
Sounds like there should be community centers for like young kids to go to so they don't do like absurd, you know, fucking antisocial shit with their time. You know what I mean? Like you can see like a clear pattern in the UK, for example, right? If this happened at all, yeah, of course, Morrigan, right? It's probably a fucking lie, but also like, you know. If there are young kids getting around and doing things like this, like, you know, so-called antisocial behavior, you could see a clear through line in the UK, particularly when this shit started happening, loads and loads more. And it was when Tony Blair decided to continue the policy of defunding community centers and other public services for kids that Thatcher had started, right? You can see it in the UK, like, clear as day. You know what I mean? When I was a kid, I used to be able to play out, like, from age, like, 0 to 11. I could, like, play out in the street. It wouldn't be a problem. My mum wouldn't be that worried about me. You know, all the other kids on the fucking road were the same. It was kind of just normal to do that. And then all of a sudden, in, like, when I was, like, 11... we would get, like, harassed by fucking guys with knives and, like, hoodies and shit, being like, give us your fucking phone, dickhead. I didn't have a phone, but, like, you know, give us your ciggies, give us your fucking wallet, yada, yada, yada. It's like, all of a sudden, I was getting, like, mugged and shit, you know what I mean? There's an article in the EDP the other day about a violent incident in the city, a bunch of teens fighting and someone had a baseball bat, yeah. We threw snowballs at passing cars one time when I was a kid, and a guy stopped us almost immediately and told our parents. You know? Yeah, same thing here in the US. Yeah, it's just like communities. If this is happening, then it's a result of the state defunding these incredibly important community public funding pots. The more stressed people get, the more likely violence happens and people are stressed. Exactly, yeah.
Securing the border, deporting...
Yeah, if you have no future, you're going to act out. Exactly.
...illegal alien who has committed crimes, especially, and most importantly, violent crimes. Nearly 80 million Americans voted for him to deliver on that very promise, and he is. As the duly elected president, the president is fulfilling the will of the people by arresting and removing these threats from our country in cities from Los Angeles to New York and, yes, Minneapolis. Yet Democrat leaders in Minnesota with sanctuary city policies have actively defied federal immigration law and the will of the people. And as a result of that defiance, 2 Minnesotans have now tragically lost their lives on the streets of Tim Walz's state. It is President Trump's hope and wish and demand for the resistance and chaos to end today. That's why President Trump spoke with Governor Walz directly this morning, and he has outlined a clear and simple path to restoring law and order in Minnesota. Number 1, Governor Walz, Mayor Frey, and all Democrat leaders should turn over all criminal illegal aliens currently incarcerated in their prisons and jails to federal authorities, along with any illegal aliens with active warrants or known criminal histories for immediate deportation.
Yeah. Carolyn Levitt is the White House press secretary, yeah.
Number 2, state and local law enforcement must agree to turn over all illegal aliens who are arrested by local police. And then thirdly, local police must assist federal law enforcement in apprehending and detaining illegal aliens who are wanted for crimes, especially violent crimes. If Governor Walz and Mayor Frey implement these common sense cooperative measures that I will add have already been
common sense cooperative measures
across the country, Customs and Border Patrol will not be needed to support ICE on the ground in Minnesota. ICE and local law enforcement can peacefully work together, as they are effectively doing in so many other states and jurisdictions. Additionally, President Trump is calling on the United States Congress to immediately pass legislation ending sanctuary cities once and for all. American cities should be safe sanctuaries for law-abiding citizens only, not for dangerous illegal.
And the sanctuary city status is like the big thing at the minute that they talk about. They're like, yeah. Los Angeles, you gotta give up your sanctuary city status, all this stuff, and it's just like, nah.
Alien criminals who broke our nation's laws and do not belong.
Probably not.
We hope Governor Walz will do the right thing and continue to work with President Trump to keep the American people safe following their call this morning.
They would be safe for American citizens if ICE went out there murdering them, yeah.
Delivering strong borders and strict immigration enforcement against the worst illegal aliens, of which there are still hundreds of thousands to deport from the interior of our country. The most peaceful way to carry out this vital public safety mission is for Republicans and Democrats to do it together, and for state and local law enforcement to work together with federal law enforcement. We want to let cops be cops. You wouldn't know.
Let
this
cops
continues
be
to a very
cops.
popular policy position from the biased media coverage
Let cops
over
be
the course
cops.
of the last few days.
Just let them be
Polling
cops.
shows huge
No one's letting cops be cops.
support for this exact thing.
No one's letting them do it,
calling
chat.
for.
Famously, they're
More
not.
than 80%
They're just not letting them do
Americans
it.
favor deporting illegal aliens convicted of violent crimes. A country unable to deport criminals who enter it illegally is no country at all. The open borders agenda of Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and the Democrats was already on the ballot on November 5th, 2024, and it was resoundingly rejected. President Trump will never back down from his promise to deport violent criminal illegal aliens and make America safe again, and he welcomes all cooperation in that effort. With that, I will answer your questions. And Jordan Conradson, why don't you kick us off today? Thank you.
All right, here's the interesting bit, the questions. This is the interesting part.
Jordan Conradson from Gateway Pundit. I have a few questions. First, with respect to the shooting in Minneapolis, we're seeing massive outrage from mainstream media and the left, but I'm just wondering, where was that outrage when Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran, was executed by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, who she posed no threat to in the U.S. Capitol?
Well, you raised a very important point, which I also believed I just raised as well in those opening remarks, in that there.
Okay, so just what I've been doing in the background while Carolyn Levitt has been speaking is I've been just getting my stuff ready for the next segment. For those of you that were on Red Planet yesterday at the start when I was doing the cold open and talking about how on a cold open like a year ago, Tim was telling us about Ivor Kaplan, the absolute fucking psycho Jewish labor movement Zionist guy who like basically got caught in a pedo sting. You know, he's an Israeli Zionist lobby chair, and he got caught in a pedo sting, and he like uses his like Twitter account to like flirt with 18-year-old boys when he's like a 53-year-old fucking consultant lobbyist. They like like for some reason LBC thought it'd be a really good idea to interview that guy on on Andy Burnham standing in the Gorton by-election here in the UK, which could be a leadership challenge to Keir Starmer. What's really funny is I'm looking for that because I was wondering if they actually still had that. It looks like they deleted it, so that's very funny that they've realized that was a bad idea. Yeah, no, that's pretty funny. Anyway, let's continue on listening to this.
No doubt been selective outrage by the liberal biased media and picking and choosing victims and highlighting their stories. And as I've said, President Trump does not want any Americans to lose their lives in the streets of America and in
Rongo Bongo. He doesn't care about any of that.
On Saturday is a tragedy.
No.
But every life is equal to President Trump, and that's why the lives of Lake and Riley
No,
and Jocelyn
he like murdered a bunch of fucking Venezuelans. That's not true.
Nungre continue to matter to him and be an utmost priority to him to this very day. And it's unfortunate that we did not see the same type of sensationalist media coverage over the tragic deaths of those innocent American women and girls across the country as we are in the wake of this tragedy that took place on Saturday. Gabe. Sure, go ahead.
I want to get your response to this. The Arizona Attorney General, just days before this shooting in Minneapolis, she seemingly encouraged rioters to go out, shoot, and kill ICE agents. And I'll quote her here. She said, "If you reasonably believe your life is in danger and you're in the house or in your car or on your property, you can defend yourself with lethal force."
Yeah, they should do that, Avril Lacringe, yeah.
That
the Hanoi Hannah shit, yeah.
ICE agents are
100%.
imposters, and it becomes an issue of whether you reasonably believed they were law enforcement. Do you have a response to that, and does the White House believe that she should be held accountable for these remarks?
Such dangerous rhetoric, as I pointed out, is exactly what has brought us to this position today, where you have elected Democrat officials across the country who are encouraging left-wing agitators and crazy
that's it.
to go out and unlawfully obstruct lawful.
It's insane how much she's giving MAGA their lines right now. I mean, that's the reason that I play this. That's the reason that I listen to it, because it's like, yeah, like when you hear him saying this completely deranged stuff, like, you know what I mean, like the reality isn't what you're seeing and blah, 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 all this stuff. This is how you should say this, you know? Yeah, X group is a threat to women and girls is the fascist all-timer. Exactly. X group are pedophiles. You know what I mean? It's, yeah. It is a fascist all-timer. Although, you know, I would say that, you know, we are calling the Trump administration the pedophile podcaster administration, but that's not really a group, right? It's just like a bunch of guys. So yeah, correct.
Immigration enforcement. Again, these brave men and women of ICE and Border Patrol and the federal enforcement are just trying to do their jobs to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to go after the worst of the worst in this country. I would encourage everyone in this room, and I would encourage the Arizona Attorney General to look at the video of an ICE agent in Minneapolis. He was approached by left-wing agitators who were honking their horns and were screaming slurs at him, and he rolled down his window and he said, "What are you doing? I am out here trying to catch a child predator, somebody who has convicted crimes against an innocent child. And
no.
You are trying to obstruct me."
Bongo, bongo.
This rhetoric against ICE, comparing them to Nazi Gestapo, Donald Trump's police force, is despicable, it is shameful, and it is precisely what has led to the escalation of tensions in many.
It's also actually just true when you say about the Trump regime. Yeah, correct.
Go ahead.
Be looking into her for justifying violence.
I would defer you to the Department of Justice on that.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding Minnesota, on Saturday, the Department of Homeland Security posted that Pretti looks like he wanted to do maximum damage to massacre law enforcement. Stephen Miller on Saturday posted that, or called Pretti a would-be assassin. Why did administration officials jump to conclusions before an investigation had even been conducted?
Well, look, this has obviously been a very fluid and fast-moving situation throughout the weekend. As for President Trump, whom I speak for, he has said that he wants to let the investigation continue and let the facts lead in this case.
With regards to
she is the mouth of Sauron. That's who she is. Hey, 16-bit mango. So just ignore the Fourth Amendment and allow them to roll over you with no reason to protect yourself lawfully. Yeah. They don't care about any of that. They're not bothered about any of that.
Deployment of Tom Homan to Minneapolis. Should the deployment of Mr. Homan to Minneapolis be seen as a sign that the president is dissatisfied with how
the mouth of Sauron has more integrity? True.
Officials on the ground had handled the incident?
No, Mr. Homan is doing an exceptional job, and he has been working with Secretary Noem.
By the way, it's a crime that they cut the segment of the mouth of Sauron. Should we just watch that? Well, you know what? We're not going to watch all of this. That's the end of this segment, right? As a treat. As a treat. Yeah. This is one of the best performances in any film ever. Let's watch this. I can't believe they cut this out. Sorry, VOD watchers. I'm probably going to have to lose you for a couple of minutes here. And we can bring the VOD watchers back in for this one. Welcome back. From what I remember, Sauron is kind of like immortal or something. Not sure. Yeah, but that wasn't Sauron. That was the mouth of Sauron. That's why I brought up the mouth of Sauron, because he's Sauron's Carolyn Levitt. Yeah, they cut that. They cut Tom Bombadil out of the Fellowship. It's ridiculous. I was like, why didn't they have this really long, protracted bit that no one would have enjoyed? Why didn't they have that in the film? What's going on? Leaving out all that is gold does not glitter was criminal. Yeah, that's because they had to make Aragorn hot. That's the problem. That was my friend's biggest gripe too. Bombadil was his fave. Yeah, it's great. I wanted to hear the tune. I wanted to hear someone try and sing the tune. Oh, Tom Bombadil, oh. I can't remember how it goes. It's something like, through meadow, forest, glade, hearken now and hear him. I can't remember. And boy, is he. Exactly, yeah. Okay, so there's a bit more stuff that I had a look at. I don't know who this is. This is someone called City Boy Mo, and apparently it's a rap artist that that sampled Donald Trump's anti-Somali rant and made a banger from it. Let's take a little listen to this.
By Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians. Can you imagine?
I think this guy's British.
They come from here, they have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country. And they get a money and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes. Somalians.
ART, spell it backward, then go add a P. In the UK, you know, I don't get no peace. So my hoes from overseas, Soon as she touchdown, I know what you see.
Sick.
Yeah, like my nigga G'd up, I'ma keep it G.
That's so good. I don't know where you can get the full track from, but yeah, there's a link. Hey, Audra, what's going on? Everybody go show some love to Audra Rains. How are you doing? Another amazing streamer. You'll have a great time at her streams. I promise you. Hope you're having a good day today. Yeah. We love to see people making beauty out of the horrors, right? That's the shit. That's the shit right there. Okay, right. So, we're moving on to British stuff. So, what happened this weekend in the UK? It was a bit of a whirlwind weekend for UK politics. And why is that? Well, someone called Andrew Gwynn ended up stepping down from his position as MP in Gorton and Denton, which is actually strikingly, close to me. It's in Manchester. Andrew Gwynn is, if you want to know who he is, he's been in that seat for years. He's basically very, very similar to my MP, who you've heard me rant about before, Lucy Powell, who just essentially is, completely do-nothing Blairite, centre left of the Labour Party. Just the same as most Labour MPs. So why is it important? He is stepping down due to ill health, and so he's resigning. He's not stepping down, he's resigning, or I don't know, something else has happened. And what that means is that there has been a by-election triggered in Gorton and Denton. So now the people of Gorton and Denton have to vote for a new MP. That new MP, we don't know who the Labour candidate for that MP is going to be, but the mayor of Greater Manchester, the Greater Manchester Combined Authority of 7 different regions, Salford, Wigan, Bolton, Stockport, fucking Trafford, Manchester, North Manchester, however many foot there are, I can never remember. Our mayor, Andy Burnham, King of the North, who is not a great guy. He's also a Blairite. I've done little rants about Andy Burnham in the past when we were doing stuff with GMTU. Is it 10 boroughs? Oh, I don't know. Whatever, Connor. Yeah, you're probably right. When we were doing work with GMTU that involved us trying to get landlords to be held account in Manchester, Andy Burnham essentially used our collaboration to whitewash his efforts. And he has also given £140 million loans to redevelopment companies, to development companies, private development companies that have essentially socially cleansed Manchester of its working class. And that is still currently something that is happening in real time, because that kind of stuff is, driving up the rents across the city. Yeah, Douglas Alexander is one of them as well. Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. 16-Bit Mango says he's been on the sick for a year after saying some old woman should die for complaining about the bins or something. Oh, that's right. He's not actually stepping down due to ill health. That's the funniest bit about it, Mango. Fuck, I completely missed that. You're right. There was a group chat that was leaked, wasn't there? And in that group chat, he was like, fuck this lady, I hope she dies. Because she was like, hey, Andrew, my bins are bad. You know what I mean? Can you imagine what our MPs are texting about us in group chats, chat? Imagine what they're saying. So, anyway, that's the drama that's been happening. in the UK this week. So we're going to take a look at that. We're going to take a look at all of the worst people talking about this and offering their opinions on this, yeah? So let's take a look at it. Let's have a little look. We're going to start with the BBC breaking news, which is about Andrew Gwynn stepping down. Supposedly due to ill health, but actually due to the fact that he told an old lady to kill herself. But let's have a little look at this. 7-minute BBC News report.
Here in the world of politics in the UK, Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham says that he has applied to stand in the Gorton and Denton by-election. The Labour Party gave Mr Burnham until 5 p.m. local time, so just around 13 minutes ago, to make his decision. And what we are showing is confirmation from Andy Burnham himself, confirming that I have written to the chair of Labour's National Executive Committee seeking permission to enter the selection process for a candidate for the forthcoming Gorton and Denton by-election. Of course, this is...
You know, the reason that people are scared about this, essentially, is because Andy Burnham has been saying that he will think about a leadership challenge for the Prime Minister of the UK, right? For the leader of the Labour Party, aka Prime Minister. So, just wanted to give you that. Yeah, just wanted to give you that. That's why Andy Burnham was saying he was gonna be doing this. Joseph Starmlin. Well, you know, Soph, I don't know if I told you, but there was someone in Gorton and Denton sound like a couple of hobbits. Yeah. Sorry, it's close to home for me, you know? It's an extra funny joke. You're right, I've never thought about that. We had it was the first ever GMTU meeting that I co-chaired. It was an all-member meeting, and there was a member from Hume who got up to talk about the anti-gentrification campaign in Hume, and she actually called Keir Starmer Keith Starlin, which I thought was very funny. Very good stuff. He's just like a communist dictator, isn't he? I laughed out loud at that. I thought it was great.
Is just the beginning. He needs to be selected. There are many hurdles before he can potentially...
Am I like missing stuff? Am I like not finishing sentences? I feel like I've not been finishing sentences tonight. Andy Burnham wants to run for Prime Minister and it scared the shit out of fucking Keir Starmer. That's the key context here. I think I missed it earlier. Anyway, maybe that's the third time you've heard it. Brain doesn't work so good. Whatever.
Be selected, but we were waiting that confirmation, that deadline that was provided by the NEC, the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party, that 5 o'clock deadline going, and Andy Burnham confirming via social media that he has indeed applied for that selection process.
So of course you had all the centre-right piece of shit Labour MPs, shit-eating briefcase wankers, saying things like, oh yeah, Andy Burnham's the kind of guy that submits his essays at 5 minutes to midnight the day before, and it's just like, oh my God, get a grip. Get a grip.
I say numerous hurdles that he needs to go through. Emma Burnell is the editor of Labour List, a news website which supports but is independent of the Labour Party. So, Emma, we've got confirmation.
That's... Oh, God.
He is putting it...
So, Labour List, we've had a look at these before, right? Labour List is when this BBC presenter is saying, yes, supportive of the Labour Party. They are supportive of the Labour right. Yeah, they're supportive of Keir Starmer. They are just overwhelmingly a Keir Starmer project to just lick his arse. It's so embarrassing. That's who Labour List are. That's the context you need for this person talking about this.
His hat into the ring. But like I say, numerous caveats. There are still so many hurdles that he needs to go through, not least to get selected. So just talk us through what the next process will be for Andy Burnham.
So the next step is to be approved
as
a candidate to be eligible as a candidate. And that will come down to a subcommittee of Labour's National Executive Committee, the NEC, as it's known by shorthand, which is the body that oversees the rules and the management of the Labour Party. Parts of that are elected, parts are appointed by the trade union, and parts appointed by the Prime Minister. And it's understood that this subcommittee is quite heavily supportive of the Prime Minister. So were he to, or people around him, to want to put their thumb on the scale on this, they could probably sway that subcommittee.
Well, given that we've had people like the former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner saying that she does not want Andy Burnham to be blocked from standing, could that sway the NEC?
I think there's a lot that could sway the NEC.
I've seen someone describe Burnham as Starmer in a different font. I don't think it's entirely fair. I think he'd be tighter with the unions. He is mostly just another one. No, I think he would just be Starmer in a different font. I think he would be less spineless. So, yeah, obviously not Starmer. But I don't think he'd be any good for the working class of Britain. I think that it would take... Here's my take. If Burnham were to challenge Keir Starmer for the leadership of the Labour Party, he would win. That's the first thing. He would win. Secondly, it would take Labour back to a comfortable position of centre-left Blairite politics, which, again, are not good politics. He probably would be tighter with unions. He probably would be sympathetic to... things like, I don't know, two-child benefit cap kind of things, winter fuel budget stuff. Obviously, like, these are things that Starmer has flip-flopped on. I think that Burnham would, like, full-throat support those, kind of social safety net policies. But they would all be really, really milquetoast. It would just be milquetoast. Do you know what I mean? He is mostly just another one. You're right. But like, the hilarious thing about all this, I mean, we're gonna get to it, right? We're gonna get to it. So yeah, I'll just leave it for people who don't know quite yet, right? For people who haven't quite like seen the news, I'm gonna leave it, and we're gonna get there.
I think, frankly, the politics of it is what should sway the NEC. If Burnham is blocked, it will just be seen as a stitch-up. Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
It will be a stitch-up.
Yep.
And
interesting that they're saying that after what you're going to find out next.
Yeah, there are good arguments that this side that might want Burnham not to run, to stay as Mayor of Manchester, Greater Manchester, might make. But I've spoken to lots of Labour members, not least I'm at the Fabian Society's New Year conference today, and absolutely nobody is buying that would be the reason, even if they agree that it's a reasonable reason. So everyone thinks that this is about the internal politics of the Labour Party, were Andy Burnham to be blocked.
Thanks, Steph.
And then if that were the case, then that just makes Andy Burnham, the Labour Party's core martyr. Any discomfort, any disquiet within the party, and he's the lightning rod for it. So if I were advising Keir Starmer, I would say, you know what, you may think
you could run a bag of crisps against Starmer and win at the minute, yeah.
But having him blocked from Parliament by you will be more painful.
And so this idea that potentially one way of possibly blocking him is by creating an all-women shortlist because the majority of the party's MPs are men.
Oh, this is the most depraved and cynical shit that you could ever possibly imagine. This is what Keir Starmer was saying last week. We're not going to have Andy Burnham running, and that's not because it's Andy Burnham. It's because there's too many men. There's too many white men in the Labour Party, and so we're going to have an entirely BAME and women leadership contest, which should just tell you how fucking cynical it is whenever people like Keir Starmer trot out this kind of like, you know, completely paper thin cover to you know, to completely hide their face of like, well, actually, you know, we don't care about the material conditions of black and brown women because we fucking deport them all the time. You know what I mean? But what we're going to do is we're going to have like an entirely black and brown women leadership contest. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it's fucking ridiculous, man.
Feasible, and just to add to that, this idea that there would then have to be a mayoral election for Greater Manchester, and that would be expensive. Is that a
So this is another thing that they're saying. It's also ridiculous. They don't need to have a mayoral election for Greater Manchester because it's like, you have all the different boroughs who have their own mayors anyway. Andy Burnham doesn't really do that much other than, like I've said before, give £140 million of fucking council money to fucking private developers who are building luxury flats that no one can fucking afford and forcing Mancunians who fucking lived there their whole life to go and have to like move to Wigan or fucking Lee or, you know, somewhere else further out that they don't have any connections to.
Feasible way of blocking Andy Burnham?
Well, as I say, lots of people have talked about the need for the mayoral by-election and that being a reason to block him. And I think that were the party membership in a slightly less febrile mood, slightly more optimistic mood, then they might buy that argument, but they're not. No one knows.
She's basically saying absolutely no one is up for this shit. They all want Keir Starmer gone. This is so funny.
Into is saying, yes, I think that's what this conversation is actually about.
This is so good.
In terms of a women's shortlist, I want to be really clear. I absolutely fundamentally have supported all women's shortlists. I've done so for 20 years. It's not a factional tool. You should not use.
She's got the right take on this, even though she's part of, you know, the pro Keir Starmer Labour list and shit like that, who are just totally anti-Corbyn, completely captured by fucking some of the worst people of all time, including Zionists, Labour Friends of Israel, all that kind of business. Like, she's absolutely right. Like, this is an overwhelmingly unpopular like thing for the membership. It's an overwhelmingly cynical way to block Burnham from running for leadership.
Use something that should be factional and really positive and entirely about driving forward equalities within the party to play factional games.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
No matter which faction was up and which was down. You know, it's really important that something like this isn't seen simply as something that's used as a tool for something that was never invented to be.
It's a fascinating point, and fascinating to just look at the machinations of the way the NEC works as well. But
well, if this was the first year, last year was the first Labour conference that you've seen, that's pretty depressing, Carnos, because like, I'm gonna be real. Previous Labour conferences were much better. Even the one directly before Keir Starmer was elected was far more progressive than this past one. It was deathly upsetting. It was like, this is the end of the Labour Party. It's over, man. It is just dead.
Obviously, if he does get through all of those initial hurdles, he's got to win the election. And at the moment, the Labour Party has a majority of just over 13,000. But given the way that Reform are polling, is there confidence that he could potentially win this?
Well, that's the other part of this discussion is, I would say, now, look, I've never lived further north than Tottenham, so I'm not going to claim deep insight into the politics of the Northwest on the ground. But if you look at the numbers around what happened in each of the three Manchester mayoralty elections that Andy Burnham has won, he is incredibly popular, and he's popular across the region, and that includes in Tameside, which is where Gorton and Denton constituency resides. He was winning very, very significant portions of the vote, outstripping the Labour vote. So if Labour are worried about potentially losing...
What happened to Wes? I thought he was being floated. He's not letting anyone who's got any chance of winning run. That's what it is. That's the strat, Litty. So, like... You know, what happened to Wes? I thought he was being floated. He sunk because he's made of lead. Yeah, because he's a robot. He's made of metal.
A by-election to reform, and they want the candidate who could best stop that from happening. Then you've got to look at the guy who, in the local elections in which he ran, that covered that area, did better than the party generically.
OK, well, Emma, thank you very much for your speedy reaction there. Thank you for talking us through all the details. We haven't even spoken about the potential of a leadership contest. Labour list talking about Andy Burnham, Ed Miliband, and Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting all. All right, so there's a little interview with someone from Labour list. So Labour Civil War. This was 3 days ago, before all of this kind of kicked off. We've got fucking Andrew Marr and this person here. I don't know who she is, but yeah, talking about particularly Andy Burnham's PM challenge. Let's hear what they got to say about this on Andrew Marr, the Serious Politics Show on LBC.
Talking about this, was that reasonably accurate?
Oh yes, everybody in the Labour Party has been talking about this all day, Andrew. Even before it happened, I'm told that WhatsApp groups were lighting up over the rumours that Andrew Gwynn was about to stand down, and that, of course, is because people think in the Labour Party that Andy Burnham challenging Sir Keir Starmer just got one step closer.
Now, the question is how many steps further he can get, because, again, lots of people I talk to say the NEC will simply block him. He has to go under a new rule to the NEC and say, I'm a Labour mayor, can I stand for Parliament? And they can say yes, or much more likely, no.
Exactly. So that is the first hurdle. That's 5 people. It does actually include Lucy Powell, that panel. And then there's another panel after that where he would have to be actually selected as a candidate. And then he's got to actually...
Hang on, chat. There's breaking news. There's breaking news that I think everybody needs to hear. Speaking of leadership challenges.
So that's the way I see it. And you should be in the White House. Look. There's okay, I will say that there's a chance that something might happen. Honestly, it mainly depends on me. It's not even really, it's mainly on me. So we'll see what happens. I'm not going to say anything else, right? I'm not going to say anything else. I'm not going to get into specifics, but you know, it could be an interesting time. It definitely could be a very interesting time. Could have a lot of fun. So that's the way I see it.
Have a lot of fun. Shut up, man. Assmold running for president. A rat in the Oval Office, a roach and a rat in the office.
In the seat. And that is no easy feat at all. Reform UK are
Assmold, head of Health and Human Services, yeah.
Jumping at the idea that they will go for it. They say they'll throw everything at it.
Oh, God.
And NEC members I've spoken to today, senior Labour MPs, say, well, we are going to block him. We're going to block him over financial reasons and also over the idea that Reform UK might well win that greater mayoral seat as well, Greater Manchester mayoral seat.
But there is a danger in blocking him too brutally. I mean, I was talking to another member of the cabinet who said the problem is this could create civil war inside the Labour Party if the left or the soft left of the Labour Party think that Andy Burnham is not being allowed back into Westminster purely for factional reasons. All hell will break loose.
Yes, exactly, because Andy Burnham does have many supporters in the Parliamentary Labour Party. He has his detractors too, very much so, and those are the people saying, look, the NEC will block him. But another Labour source I spoke to tonight said to me, the trouble is, the moment Andy Burnham gets selected, if indeed he does, Keir Starmer becomes a lame duck Prime Minister. And so this is his moment to demonstrate his strength. And I think the point they are making is the same point.
Yes, I mean, it's pretty on the nose, right? That she's saying Keir Starmer, lame duck Prime Minister, this is his opportunity to portray his strength. But it's not, though, is it? Because you're not a strong... I mean, is she saying that in terms of like... Okay, hang on a minute. Let's have a little look.
A source I spoke to tonight said to me, the trouble is...
She's not saying this.
Burnham
Okay.
gets selected, if indeed he does, Keir Starmer becomes a lame duck Prime Minister. And so this is his moment to demonstrate his strength. And I think the point they are making...
Yeah, I mean, like, that... Whoever that Labour source is so dumb. It's so stupid. Like, protect our women and girls and Sir Keir, protect our duck PM. Like, it's just, you know... They are... It is not a strong move to unilaterally block a candidate from running in a leadership election against you. It is, and also blocking that candidate from standing in a constituency where you have an MP who is fucking stepping down, right? It's not a show of strength because you're scared that he might win a leadership contest against you. It's a show of fucking weakness. You know what I mean?
Making is the same point you have made this evening, which is that if he challenges Sir Keir Starmer, well, others will challenge Sir Keir Starmer too, and likely that may well be the end of him.
Absolutely fascinating. For now, Aggie, thank you very, very much indeed. I'm joined now by Justin Madders, the Labour MP for Ellesmere Port and Bamborough, and a former Workers' Rights Minister who left the government at the same time as Angela Rayner. Justin, thanks very much indeed for joining us. In your view, would it be democratic, would it be acceptable for the NEC to block Andy Burnham from coming back to the House of Commons?
Well, I think, first of all, we need to hear from Andy Burnham as to whether he actually wants to be the candidate.
If you've got any way of getting onto the show, go for it, mate.
Yeah, I
Go for it, mate. Oh, God. It's so crazy when people like Andrew Marr pretend to be working class.
Information on that. Obviously, there's a lot of speculation. But I think that it's actually in his hands to demonstrate that he would be the right candidate. I think the only thing the NEC should be considering is who is the best placed person to win the by-election. We know these by-elections are going to be tough when we're in government. We need to have someone who's got local credibility, is a strong campaigner, and forget about all the Westminster psychodrama, because he's actually who is the best person to win that by-election. And if Andy Burnham puts himself forward and they consider that he is, I don't think those other things should come into it. Now, I think Andy also has to probably play his part, because I don't think it would be sound political strategy for us to go into a by-election with the candidate saying it's my intention to remove the leader of the party. I don't think for a minute he would actually say that, but I think it would be helpful if he was to indicate that actually he's there to represent the people.
Is Andy Burnham actually from Town on Gorkan or whatever? Pfft. No, he's a Scouser. It's a bit weird for local voters to see a guy campaign for your local council because he actually wants to be the PM. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not local council, it's MP, right? So campaign for their representative in Parliament just so he could try and be PM, yeah.
Gordon and Denton, who of course have the final say on this, and absolutely they will not react well to a Westminster sort of parlour game when they're choosing their next...
Andy lives a few streets down from me. What?
I think you've got to make that crystal clear from the start.
What you're describing there, Justin, is a very difficult, delicate dance which only the nimblest politician could manage. Can you remind people, as it were, what the case is for Andy Burnham? We talk about Manchesterism, we talk about business-friendly socialism. What do you think his particular appeal is?
Manchesterism, business-friendly socialism. What, Dengism? Dengism? Is that what you want? Be careful what you wish for, Andrew.
Well, look, I think he is someone who is able to speak authentically to people. Look, after that reshuffle, we've not got as many Northern voices in ministerial roles. We need people at the top table who have got strong roots in the north of England.
I mean, well, this is one of the biggest criticisms of the Labour Party at the minute, right? Is that he parachuted in a bunch of MPs from places all over the country to places that they're not from in an election that was so easily winnable. It was the easiest winnable election of all time. And they still didn't get, like, in terms of a landslide victory, it's like, yeah, they won the most seats that Labour has won in a victory since, like, I don't fucking know, 1949 or some shit, or 1950 or whatever. But, like, it still wasn't, like, the majority of the country who were voting. There was lots of people who voted Green. There was lots of people who voted Reform. There's lots of people who voted Workers' Party. There's lots of people who yada, yada, yada. And the reason that they were able to do that is because they parachuted all these, like, centre-right fucking losers, all these briefcase wankers all over the fucking UK, for, again, like, to places that they're not from, to represent those places, supposedly. And then all of a sudden, you just have this, like, horrible fucking government that no one likes. You know what I'm saying? It is weird for Burnham to go for the seat, but, what I would say, Soph, is that, like, strategically, I think that Andy Burnham is the only person who actually cares about the future of the Labour Party. Because if he won, if he stood for Gorton, he'd probably win. And if he did the leadership challenge for Labour, he'd also probably win. And if he did that, he would arrange a new cabinet of centre-left MPs who have still remained in Labour despite it all. And it would probably save Labour. It would probably save them. They would probably remain in power for like another few years. They would probably beat Reform. I'm being serious. I think that they would probably beat Reform. If Andy Burnham came in and he did like similar kinds of things to what he did in Manchester, like for example, the bus stuff. Everybody in Manchester loves our new yellow buses that are like £2 across the board, and you can like get on one and then within 45 minutes get on another and your ticket's still valid, yada yada yada. It's good stuff. It's all publicly owned, right? If he did like a few of those social reforms, it would win back a bunch of fucking voters. You know what I mean? The guy who delivered the Hillsborough inquest could knock Farage into next week. Yep. You know? Only Burnham could stop Farage temporarily. Well, I think he would be the only option for the Labour Party to beat Farage, because I think that he would do these basic social safety net policies like he's done in Manchester. He would also do horrible Labour Friends of Israel shit. He would also do horrible redevelopment, Steve Reed, cutting red tape for luxury flat nonsense. And he would get away with that because he's doing the other stuff. Like, that's what Andrew Marr is saying. He's saying, like, yeah, business-friendly socialism is what they call it, but of course that's not fucking socialism. Which is why I made the joke, like, what are you doing, Dengism, right? So, you know, it's one of those, like, I think it would be the Labour Party's best bet for taking on reform, and I think that what we're going to learn about, I mean, people have been hinting at this. I'm kind of like pretending that people haven't said it, or that I haven't said it already, or that people might know about it, you know. And, yeah, there's, you know, it's one of the more stupid things that Keir Starmer's done, but we're going to learn what he's done in a minute.
Northwestern have actually got a record.
Hey, little zipper, what's up? Pro-capital communist, aka liberals, right, exactly.
Things to that city. And he would be able to transplant that onto the Westminster stage as well.
So do you think we would see a radically different style of government, as it were, the Manchester perspective imposed upon London government, feeling very, very different to voters right across the country, wherever they come from?
I mean, the thing is that also the optics of a northerner being prime minister would also definitely win back a bunch of red wall Labour voters, 1,000%. Who a lot of which have gone to vote reform as a protest vote, but will now probably be voting Green as a left wing alternative, and There'll be still some that are voting reform, but like, again, it would be like, oh, there's a northerner as PM. When's the last time that fucking happened? Boris Johnson? No. Liz Truss? No. Rishi Sunak? No. Fucking Keir Starmer? No. David Cameron? No. Tony Blair? No. Gordon Brown? He might be Scottish. Is Gordon Brown Scottish? He's got like Scottish ancestry, hasn't he? You know, and it's like Gordon Brown. Gordon Brown! That's the last time that happened. Like someone from the north was in the fucking PM seat or some shit. You know, and it is, the optics of that will be interesting. The optics of that will be interesting because, of course, the reason that most Northerners hate Keir Starmer is, yes, because he's fucking right-wing, but also because he's just continuing the Westminster-focused politics that the UK has done for its entire existence. You know what I mean? The entire existence of Westminster, the politics has been focused chiefly around London and, you know, fucking thingy. Tony Blair is Scottish. Now you're fucking pulling me leg. Tony Blair is Scottish. Get out of town. Oh my God, he was born in Edinburgh. That's mental. Yeah, but how long did he live there? How long did he live there? Blair's first relocation when he was it was when he was 19 months old. At the end of 1954, Blair's parents and their two sons moved from Paisley Terrace to Adelaide in South Australia. Sorry, he's not Scottish. That doesn't count. Born in Edinburgh, moved to fucking Australia. Did he come back? No. When they moved back, they went to Durham. Don't count. Don't count. He's not Scottish. He's more Australian than Scottish. Anyway, whatever. Just watched an interview clip of Rory Stewart telling Alistair Campbell about how Trump would have taken Greenland if he was smarter like Rory. Go on, let's see that. So, we're in the British segment. Let's have a look at that.
Well, look, I think that's jumping the gun somewhat, isn't it? Because actually, this is a by-election for a Westminster seat. It is not a general election.
Not
I think
quite.
the mistake.
I think every person who is saying this, this bit here, because we've heard that other, you know, we heard that other person, that other kind of like centrist Labour person, say, oh, well, we're jumping the gun a bit to say that he would do a leadership challenge. I think that those people who are saying that actually would support Andy Burnham. And I think that that's just really telling. Blair's Dar is from York. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, York's pretty posh, innit? You know what I mean?
If what he had actually wanted to do was get hold of Greenland as easily and smoothly as possible, you could design a strategy for it, right? They would use the option that they had to put troops in there. So they would have been slowly increasing the number of US troops in Greenland. They would be putting in US mining companies, and then those US mining companies would be paying huge amounts of community grants to the 50,000 local Greenlanders. And then the next thing you do traditionally is you start a separatist movement. You start financing separatist leaders. Maybe there's some strange Russian submarine appears as a bomb, and then the United States steps in as the peacekeeper who really needs to respect indigenous rights, protect the security, and now
This is fucking funny as hell, dude. So, Rory Stewart is a Tory MP, just so everybody understands who this person is. And Alistair Campbell is a centre-right British, Labour MP. But obviously, they're not MPs anymore. They've retired. They're just consultants, and they do a fucking podcast called The Rest is Politics. That's why it's red and blue in the fucking title there. But they just like sit there and like agree with each other. When the architect of the Iraq War is nodding along with your plans, so you know all the Bullingdon boys finally think you're a jolly good chum. Yeah, no, this guy is the architect of the Iraq War, absolutely. And he's giving the game away. He's just saying it. He's just like, yeah. You know? What I would do. But this is the thing, he's right. Like, I've been talking about this. I've not been saying it in a fucking, like, you know, a way to say, yeah, this is what Trump should be doing. I'd prefer it if Trump would do this. It's like, this is the thing that I don't understand that he doesn't understand. And that's what Rory Stewart is saying here, is that like, yeah, you would just put more of your troops in the US military bases that already exist in Greenland. And then, yeah, you would do some fuck shit like that. But then the reason that that isn't happening is because Trump knows he's old. He knows he's going to die soon. He can't waste any time. That's why he has to do insane stuff. So, you know, incredibly funny.
You've got tens of billions of investment on the ground. You've got 25,000 soldiers on the ground. De facto, you've done it. Now, it's not going to be comfortable. There'll still be some protests. But my God, that's a smoother, slicker way of doing it. But he doesn't want to do that. He's not somebody who wants to go into the ring and defeat the other wrestler. He's somebody who wants to get up in a costume, stand on the edge, beat his chest, and trash talk him.
I mean, yeah, kinda, but also not quite. Like, yes, but no, but yes, but no. You know? Yes, but no, but yes, but no. Oh, Rory.
Not quite, not by a long shot. And I think the mistake that could be made is if it was portrayed as a referendum on the Prime Minister or a general election, because actually voters don't like being taken for granted. They don't like candidates being imposed on and assumptions made about what they want. He would need, any candidate is going to need to be able to show a strong commitment to that area. I think Andy's in a good position to do that, by the way.
Justin, you're an old lag. You've been around the block a few times. You know perfectly well that if he stands, that is exactly how it's going to be seen. It will become about Keir Starmer within a millisecond.
Yeah, but it's also within his and Keir Starmer's gift to make it about the people of Gorton and Denton and the Labour government's record and why we deserve another Labour MP. I think that it wouldn't go down well. I think with a lot of people if this was seen as a Trojan horse for a leadership campaign, because actually it's a by-election for a parliamentary constituency.
Sweeping that all to one side and off the table, Justin, straightforward question: would you like to see Andy Burnham back in the House of Commons?
Yes, I would, and I think
You just know that this guy really wants. This guy's been in group chats as well. He's been in the faction group chats where they've been saying, don't talk about this. Like, they know. Like, it's literally what you said earlier, Sophie, right? Don't you think that people would be, like, pissed off that, you know, there was, like, you know, a guy just, like, running in your constituency just to run for PM? They know that that's bad optics. They know that it looks bad. So this guy's in the group chat and they've said, don't talk about the PM run. It's not happening. As far as anyone's concerned, it's not happening.
Labour member and supporter will want to see our strongest players on the biggest pitch. Now, I actually think lots of our Metro mayors are doing fantastic jobs, and you know, there's a judgment as to whether they can get more delivered as a mayor or as an MP. And if Andy's judgment is that actually he's delivered an awful lot for Manchester, but it's now time to move back to London, then I'd be happy to see that happen.
Justin Madders, thank you very, very much indeed for talking tonight. And now it's only right we get a view from Manchester as well. So let's speak to Graham Stringer, the Labour MP for Blakely and Middleton.
Oh, Graham Stringer is a fucking knobhead.
Graham, great to have you back on the show. I think last time we talked about this, you said, well, I'm not certainly going to go up my seat for Andy Burnham, and you sounded quite hostile to the whole thing. How do you feel at the moment?
I agreed with about half of what Justin said, that if Andy was to step down as mayor and go for Denton and Gorton, we would actually be, he may or may not win that, but we would be having to fight an election across Greater Manchester for the Mayor of Greater Manchester.
Yeah.
And you only have to look at the opinion polls to see that Reform might win that.
Reform might win Gorton, dude. Why don't you care about Reform winning Gorton? You know? He's like, oh, if there's a by-election for mayor, Reform could win it. Yeah, same for Gorton, bro. Like, what do you want? Like, you want to lose to Reform in Gorton, or you want to lose to Reform for the mayor? Like, you know, you have to field a good candidate. You have to field a decent fucking candidate. You know what I mean?
I don't want to be an MP in Greater Manchester with a Reform mayor.
Oh, so you'd step down as well. That's good.
Whether I was going to stand down, and I get asked a lot whether I was going to stand down. My answer is always no, because I gave a commitment at the general election to be as good an MP as I could be for Blakely and Middleton South.
Yeah, and you've been fucking terrible, so that's the end of that.
Andy gave a similar commitment to be mayor.
Yeah.
And I think that
Vote blue no matter who, UK edition, yeah.
being used. The electorate of Gorton and Denton and Gorton would want somebody who was interested in Denton and Gorton. Now, Andy at the moment represents all of Greater Manchester.
This guy's intake of breaths are crazy. Is it just me? I know he's an old fella. But, like, this guy's intake of breaths is absolutely... It's driving me nutty a bit.
It's not got a particular interest in Denton and Gorton, as far as I'm aware. And so I think we would be open to one of these really nasty by-election campaigns.
I think that might well be the case. Would your advice, therefore, to be to your colleagues on the NEC, if he applies to be the candidate in that seat, to say, sorry, mate, no?
I've worked closely with Andy. It's a pleasure to canvass for him. I've never canvassed for a candidate who is as popular as he is. But I don't think there is a straight read across from having a hugely popular mayor to
hey, Alejandro, bro.
manipulating it into a situation where he takes on a Labour Prime Minister who is the most unpopular Labour Prime Minister there has ever been. I don't think that necessarily works, partly for the reason that Andy has been such a good mayor of Greater Manchester. He has been the voice of the North. He's got to be the voice of the country. Part of being a voice for the North is saying we've had a bad deal. And some...
Oh, mate, come on. Who are you convincing? Who are you convincing? Part of having a voice, part of being the voice of the North is saying that we've had a bad deal. Yes, and how much better would that sound if it was coming from fucking Parliament? Like, come on, dude.
Money from London and the South East should come here. Now, that appeals to me. I'm not sure it would appeal to both this electorate.
Indeed, but I mean, in a sense, you lay out the problem the Labour Party now has tonight, which is that you have a politician in Manchester who is still hugely popular, not just in Manchester, but around the country, and who is offering a different way forward and a different kind of politics. But because he is there and not in Westminster, he can't come and offer himself to the parliamentary party. And as you say, though I think he's had a very good week, Keir Starmer is the most unpopular Labour Prime Minister ever. So you have a...
correction. The most unpopular Prime Minister ever.
Problem.
Indeed we have. And if Andy was successful and won a by-election and started to get support within the PLP, and other candidates would undoubtedly emerge in that situation. We're in a situation that's, if you play chess, it's called zugzwang. At every move you make...
Sorry, it's called what? Zugwank?
Chess, it's called zugzwang.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Zugzwang. Fucking, this motherfucker just said Zugwank. Alright. Zugzwang from German compulsion to move. Right, it's a situation found in chess, another turn-based game wherein one player is put as a disadvantage because of their obligation to make a move. Yeah, okay, man, whatever, dude. Fine.
Every move you make makes things worse.
Thanks, so.
As you said in the very beginning, we could be in the middle of a...
That's number one.
Which wouldn't be attractive to the electorate anywhere in the country.
Oh, okay. That's just the end of that then. Well, then the news then came. Yes, this is what everyone's been alluding to the whole time. Who was surprised by this? No one. Who is surprised by this? Absolutely fucking no one, right? Labour blocks Andy Burnham's bid to stand in the by-election. Oh, fucking... Oh, no! Wrong one! I mean, no, it's not. It's not. It's still good. It's still good. Fuck it. Yeah. It's still a good result. I accidentally... Okay, I pressed the wrong alert. I was supposed to do this. Right, but it is still good. Because what it means... Hey, DJ. Because what it means is that the Labour Party is going to end. It is going to die, right? So it is still a great celebration. They've absolutely fucked themselves with this. This is one of the stupidest fucking decisions that they could have ever fucking made. Yes. It will be the end. It will be the end of the Labour Party. It's going to be the end of the Labour Party. They're going to lose to the Greens. They'll probably lose to like Plaid Cymru. Again, this is something I've been saying again and again and again. Chat, you get your news from me. I'm much more informed and have my finger firmly on the prostate of politics in Britain. Yeah. So please consider supporting me. I've been live for about 4 hours, 46 minutes, over, about 5 hours actually, covering all this stuff. Please consider subscribing and please consider subbing off Twitch using the Streamlabs tip link in the chat. If you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, please consider donating to my PayPal so I can pay my rent, pay my bills, and eat, and all that stuff. Excuse me. So, yeah, it's a John Waters reference. I don't know. Watch more queer films. I don't know what you want me to say, Val. All right. Who's Andy Burnham then? He's the mayor of Greater Manchester. He would have been the only fucking hope, to be honest, of Labour beating Reform. They're not going to beat Reform or the Greens with Keir Starmer, but he's obsessed with power. He's decided to block Andy Burnham's bid to stand in the by-election because he's scared of losing the leadership challenge that he would inevitably bring. So let's take a little look at this. This is a Channel 4 report on this.
On the brink of Labour civil war, there can only be one leader. King of the North Andy Burnham's manoeuvres blocked today. That's graphic. And party execs from standing as Labour's candidate in the imminent Gorton and Denton by-election.
This was a decision taken by Labour's ruling National Executive Committee. Any mayor who wants to stand in a parliament...
Okay, so Steve Reed, this is who I was talking about before. Steve Reed would not suffer. He would probably stay in his role if Andy Burnham won the leadership challenge. So I don't know why Steve Reed is just being such a fucking wet willy for Keir Starmer. Steve Reed is block all the red tape regulations. Doesn't matter about environmental protections. Just build, baby, build. This is what he's been saying. It's ridiculous. It's terrible. He's one of the worst people of all time. But Starmer has had a similar policy to that in Manchester. Just like giving a bunch of money to developers and shit like that. So, I don't know why he cares so much, but yeah, this is who he is.
The Labour Party's rules has to seek the permission of that committee, and on this occasion they've decided against it because of the huge inconvenience to 2 million voters across Greater Manchester of having a by-election for a new mayor if he were to move forward.
Therefore I declare that Andy Burnham is duly elected as the mayor of the Greater Manchester Combined Authority.
Burnham, who has 2 years left to run on his third term as Manchester mayor, has yet to comment. Sir Keir Starmer's allies had been briefing that enabling Andy Burnham to return to Westminster risked unleashing yet another...
It was straight out of the day today, DJ, yeah.
After years of Tory leadership battles. And is the public not fed up with politicians and their egos? But blocking Burnham and potentially his leadership ambitions, Labour may well be writing a rip-snorting thriller of its own.
A rip-snorting thriller of its own. What is going on with British fucking current affairs politics reporting? Fucking hell.
But Labour...
Zugwank, rip-snorting.
...is also worried about the threat...
A blazer over the jacket. Wait, what? Oh, what is this? How did I not even know? It's like my brain didn't want to, like... accept what this guy's wearing. What the fuck is going on here? This is insane. This is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Partridge moment, yeah. All of this is a Partridge moment. Another Partridge. We found another Partridge.
Snorting thriller of its own. But Labour is also worried about the threat of reform and the Greens across Greater Manchester, despite Burnham's local popularity. What do you think the impact of this is going to be on the PLP, on the wider membership, and most importantly, the electorate, the Gorton electorate?
I think it weakens us. It weakens us because whoever is the candidate now, on the doorstep.
I see this outfit 10 times a month. This is how Money Touches in Canary Wharf dress. Oh, embarrassing.
People say, well, you weren't chosen by the local people, were you? And it undermines whoever that person would be. They've just got to rethink it. Sleep on it. Come back tomorrow. Convene the NEC.
So do you think Starmer is weakened by this?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I think it shows an element of weakness and cowardice as well.
John McDonnell there.
Burnham has a lot of support in the north and on the party left, but the NEC voted overwhelmingly, 8-1, to block him. Labour Deputy Leader Lucy Powell, the lone panel member to back Burnham.
My MP chat.
It should be up to Andy and the local members who will select their candidate. And our
only yesterday, giving him very public support. Westminster this week will be filled with talk of what next. The Home Secretary this morning playing the Burnham decision as a matter of process, not personality.
They will consider, I'm sure, all of the different implications, both for giving permission.
Hey, Shabana Mahmood is Home Secretary, evil piece of shit. Shabana Mahmood, we're not going to get to it. We're not going to get to it in this stream. But Shabana Mahmood has said that Britain needs a new FBI and a national riot squad to tackle crimes. So that's who Shabana Mahmood is. Yeah, she's fucking literally just like all of Starmer's cabinet, just one of the worst people.
For now, at least, Andy Burnham will be staying put in his kingdom up north. But for Labour's
kingdom up
current
north
leader
is
in
crazy.
Westminster,
That's where I live.
May yet gather.
That's where I live. What that fucker's talking about. Kingdom up north. Yeah, man. Whatever, man. We have bus socialism and what? Okay, so now we've got here. This is crazy. This guy, he's a classic conservative. This is Times Radio. You know, they're overwhelmingly opposed to anything left-wing or anything like that. But even these people are saying blocking Andy Burnham could cost Labour the by-election, right? Let's take a look at this. This is Times Radio, conservative bullshit fucking outlet. Let's hear what they're saying about it.
Which voted 8-1 not to allow Andy Burnham to go forward as candidate and to remain as Mayor of Greater Manchester. Let's get some reaction to that. First of all, Carl Turner, the Labour MP. Hello to you, Carl Turner. Do you think this is the right decision?
Look, I think it's incredibly disappointing. The Labour Party exists for one reason, and that's to win general elections and parliamentary elections if they come up as by-elections.
That's a really damning indictment of how MPs see the Labour Party. We exist for one reason, that's to win election and parliamentary by-elections. No, dog, you're supposed to be there to fucking represent the people. You fucking scum. You scumfuck bastard cunt.
That is our one purpose. And look, the reality is, if you look at the polling about leaders and potential political figures, Burnham outpolls everybody, including Farage and everybody else for that matter. So he was the best candidate as far as I was concerned, but that would have been a matter for the constituency party to decide. In terms of what the NEC have done, my view is this. The party rule book is a bit like the Bible. It's subjected to interpretations. On this occasion, 8-1, they've decided to interpret the rule against Andy Burnham from standing. My concern is this. That will appear to Parliamentary Labour Party members that Keir Starmer's had his hand in influencing that decision. I don't think he would have done directly, if I'm honest, but I do think there's a potential for the people, the men who, I think it is men, who are huddled around photocopying machines in back rooms in Downing Street, might have had something to say to influence.
Okay, this guy, he's cooking actually, even though he said that insane thing earlier. Like, this is true, like, he's right. He's right. Men huddled around photocopiers in Downing Street. Yes,
matters.
correct.
Now, that's the accusation on Keir Starmer from the PLP, I suspect. I think it's unfortunate because when we get to May, if the polling is right and we do very badly...
All they're doing is photocopying their cocks, yeah.
In England, I think there'll be a challenge. I find it regrettable if it happens. It makes Keir look weak on the world,
hey, Eric.
On the national stage as well, by trying to be seen to be trying to block somebody from standing on the basis he might challenge him as leader. I think it's really disappointing. Burnham's a good candidate. We should have had the best player on the field to win that seat.
Now, that's interesting. We're hearing some similar terminology to what that previous guy was saying, and this guy has an overwhelming... appearance of support for Burnham, don't we? So this is another guy that's in the group chat. They've all had the line, talk about players on the field, make football references. It's time to appeal to the working class again. You know what I mean? So very interesting to see how all this plays out, you know?
Carl Turner, thank you very much indeed. A final thought from Sienna Rogers, who predicted all this. She, of course, is from the House magazine. Sienna, is there any chance that... is it all over for Andy Burnham as far?
What's your level of trust for the Greens? My trust for the Greens is as the trust that I have for any politician. You can only trust them as far as you can throw them. You know what I mean? However, the Green Party as it currently stands, with Zach Polansky at the leadership, Mothan Ali and Rachel Green as deputy leaders, and the membership of the Green Party growing so much with remnants from left-wing Labour, I think is a really good sign. You know, they have overwhelmingly good policies, one of which, their policies are voted on by members as well. One of their policies is to abolish landlords, and to do that through a series of policy changes, which effectively means that all housing will be owned by the state. And then they're obviously, except for like private housing that are owned by first-time buyers and stuff like that. There are other incredible policies like ending the UK's participation in the genocide in Gaza, or weapons shit. Also, to end the UK's reliance on Trident, which is our nuclear deterrent, which repeatedly fails in its test launches, and is also completely relied upon. We completely rely upon the USA for that, and also to rethink our NATO strategy as a country. There's loads of good stuff. It's the best that you could probably expect from what is now the only legacy UK party, like one of the longer running UK parties, to like bring out a whole host of policies that are basically like vehicle for social change. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get communism through it. I think that, like, again, as a pragmatist, I would say support the Green Party. Your party are also doing some interesting things. It is not exactly fully formed and fully functional at the moment. They're still holding internal elections, so it remains to be seen. But they do have some very good constitutional founding policies, which I think are very good. So your party is definitely one to watch as well. It's also likely that we could see a left coalition with the Greens, your party, and Plaid Cymru, maybe SNP. I think SNP would have to like tone down some of their policies for those, to actually like join in a coalition and shit like that. The Green Party is a joke in Germany. Even Die Linke is Zionist, apparently. Oh yeah, I could believe that about Die Linke, yeah. Absolutely. You're not going to get like a proper anti-Deutsch, thing. You probably already covered it, but what did you think of Polanski's appearance on Stewart and Campbell's shitty podcast? I think that Zach Polanski going around and doing as much as possible is great. I think even if he's going on conservative and liberal podcasts, it is, It's rattling cages, and I think that that's good stuff. Green Party membership hit 190,000 today. Oh my fucking God, that's crazy. A lot of ground troops for the next election. Hopefully your party builds up its infrastructure as soon as possible. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the SNP needs to stop being neoliberal. I think that's the key, right? They need to stop with these yellow Tory policies. But, we could see a coalition with Plaid Cymru, SNP, your party, the Greens, and maybe Sinn Féin. I don't think Sinn Féin would collaborate with any British, parliament, but maybe like another socialist party in the north of Ireland. But yeah, I think I'm probably wish casting with the Sinn Féin stuff. I think that Sinn Féin would only probably agree to work with the Green Party if there was a solid policy that was just give North of Ireland back to Ireland. You know what I mean? Which remains to be seen. I don't know what the fucking North of Ireland policy is for the Greens. You'd hope it would be that. But, we'll see. A lot of Conservative political term members of the SNP are dropping like flies, and the SNP are shifting back to the left. Okay, that's good. That's interesting. Let's go back to this.
Getting back to Parliament in this by-election is concerned.
Scottish Greens have decided to have closer ties to the Green Party of England and Wales again. It'd be good to have the Scottish Greens collabing with the Greens. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, that depends who you listen to. I mean, certainly some people think that they can apply enough political pressure now to reverse the decision. There's no clear mechanism for doing so on a technical level, but politically, you've got.
What are you lot gonna do if Reform wins? Organize, right? We're gonna see the same stuff that we're seeing in the USA, which is people are gonna be forced to community organize. And we're going to be forced to do fucking big strikes and shit. It's going to have to be that. The human nature of what is going to happen in terms of how humans are going to react to this shit is going to be that people will be driven into the arms of each other.
Big hitters like Angela Rayner, as well as Deputy Leader Lucy Powell. Some of the unions,
The Greens are not anti-NATO. They are just thinking about rethinking NATO strategy. I think. I might be wrong about that.
Kind of very left-wing Labour MPs that you'd expect to be rowing in behind Burnham against Salma, of course, on side. But someone like Rayner can exert real influence within the Parliamentary Labour Party. So it remains to be seen. This is going to be a very...
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said, I trust him as much as... I trust them as much as you could throw them. We shouldn't be putting all of our faith in electoral politics. We should be putting our faith in each other and organising. Join a tenants union, join a trade union, join a community garden. Join if you're in the UK, join a immigration raid response group. You will find them in your local area if you ask around and shit. And if you don't know where to find them, go to your first protest. Go to a pro-Palestine protest. Go to a movement, a left-wing movement protest, and just meet some people and just be like, hi, yeah, I'm looking to get involved. You know what I mean? I feel like I can do more. Do we have a raid response? What are your opinions on student unions? Most revolutions happen on college campuses and university campuses. Student unions are absolutely incredibly important. I would just apply your critical thinking to the same way that you would look at any other union. What is their founding document? What is their constitution? What do they agree on principally? What are their policies as a union? What do they want to achieve? If better student housing, better student, representation in the university, lower fees, all this kind of stuff. If all that kind of, if you're getting progressive stuff with the student union, then yeah, you should join, absolutely. And even if it's not, if you don't have an alternative, join and try and use your voice to make them go more left. But most student unions are still quite left wing, so. Do you think reform winning could be good from a purely accelerationist position to push people in the UK closer to actual socialism, or would the damage inflicted be too much? Look, I don't think accelerationism is good in general, and I'm sure that you're not advocating for that in your question, but like, I don't want to see more suffering of black and brown people, which is ultimately what's going to happen, and also trans people as well. You know, and the queer community more broadly, because they're going to come after every queer person if reform get in. You know, it's not just going to be black and brown people, you know, and migrants and shit like that. So, you know, would reform getting in push people into socialism a lot more expediently? Yeah, probably. Like, yeah. Like, the answer to that is yes. I don't think the damage inflicted would be too much, because there's just not a broad appetite for the kind of shit that reform wants to do in the UK. You know what I mean? I'm thinking about coming to the EU to organise before they also turn fascist. I mean, you can organise in the States. You know, it's never too late to start organising. There's gonna be the US that exists. Like, you know, the US is experiencing fascism now, and people are still organising, right? The pendulum would swing, but reform is bleeding support. Reform are not as popular as people are making out at the moment. You know what I mean?
Very interesting week in Westminster.
Could I just add one final point?
Yeah.
Austin Mitchell, who was a very experienced, well-seasoned politician, once told me a story. The 1983 Labour conference, when the party was in meltdown, he said members were turning up to that conference and they were shy to walk through the door. And he said to them this: don't be worried about coming in. The blood tastes delicious. There'll be a lot of bloodletting in the Parliamentary Labour Party as a result of this decision. And Keir Starmer, who I support, hugely support, he's doing a brilliant job on the world stage.
Oh my God, what are you talking about? You're a fucking freak, man.
Will suffer the consequences of this decision. And
he will suffer the consequences of the decision. As I've said many, many times, you know, you know, they've shot themselves in the foot with the only possible way that they could have saved the Labour Party. Here's Andy Burnham's statement after this. I'm disappointed by today's NEC decision and concerned about its potential impact on the important elections ahead of us. To whoever's Labour's candidate and to our members in Manchester and Thameside, you have my full support and I will be there whenever you need me. Tomorrow I return with full focus on my role as Mayor of GM, defending everything we've built in our city region over years. I decided to put myself forward to prevent the divisive politics of reform from damaging that. We're stronger together and let's stay that way. The only reason that I like this is because he is correct about this. This is just correct, right? Yes, if he would have been the candidate, Labour would have beaten reform. They've got no chance now, so the only party to support in fucking Denton is the Greens, right? P.S. The fact that the media was informed of the NEC decision before I was tells you everything you need to know about the way the Labour Party is being run these days. You'd think that over 30 years of service would count for something, but sadly not. Oh! Yeah, that's pretty solid. So yeah, that's Andy Burnham being pretty disappointed about this. Let's take a look at some stuff regarding the by-election. Great photo, Keir Starmer here. Anxiety in Labour as a by-election set to go ahead. The by-election to replace former Labour MP Andrew Gwynn is likely to take place at the end of February after the process to hold the poll has begun. On Monday, Government Chief Whip Jonathan Reynolds asked for the writ for the Gorton and Denton constituency to be issued in Parliament. The by-election has to take place between 21 and 27 working days from the issuing of the writ, so the poll is likely to fall on Thursday, 26th of February. Sir Keir Starmer has opted for the fastest possible by-election timetable in the seat amid anxiety in the Labour Party about the bitter fallout from a potential defeat. Greater Manchester constituency has been represented continuously by Labour for more than 90 years, but sources from different wings of the party fear that the by-election could be won by either Reform UK or the Greens. This is more likely at the moment. The rapid timetable is designed to constrict the amount of time the two parties have to build a campaigning infrastructure in the constituency. While the decision by the Prime Minister and other officers from Labour's ruling National Executive to block Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, from becoming the candidate for the seat has been criticised by some MPs, the backlash has not been as great as some allies of Keir feared. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's true. However, several MPs, including MPs who supported the decision to exclude Burnham, said they now believed if Labour lost the by-election, it would trigger a destabilising burst of leadership speculation surrounding the Prime Minister because he's so closely associated with the decision to bar Burnham. Yeah, they are going to lose the by-election. That's the end of it, you know? Look who has just arrived. Look who has just arrived, chat. There he is. It's who you've all been waiting for. There he is. We'll have him for the rest of the stream. Why not? As a treat. Yeah? As a treat. Okay. Oh, and he's actually... Oh, don't do that. We'll have him when he's done with that. Okay, he's done. I think. Done? Yeah. Oh, you're getting comfy! Like, don't fucking talk to me. Okay, right, let's squeeze him down. Bring him up there so there's a bit more space for chat. Okay, there you go. Alright. Bye-bye election. Yeah, exactly. Okay. By-election defeat in a formerly safe seat would not be unheard of for a governing party, would raise the political stakes for even further for Sir Keir ahead of the May elections, where the Scottish and Welsh parliaments, as well as some councils in England, are being contested. Now, this is key here. Again, chat, as I've said to you, the coverage that I have been given regarding British politics at the moment, I have been saying for a long time that inshallah, Labour's incompetence and fucking stupidity and desperation to rule by force rather than with a mandate from the people on their decisions will be the end of the union. It will be. It will be. And why am I saying that particularly? Well, because the next bit that I want to cover is this here. This is an interesting Sky News bit that just happened to pop up when I was Googling all of this news. Real possibility, elections could lead to the breakup of the UK. Whoa! Whoa, it's happening! This is Wales' First Minister, right, who's saying this shit. Let's take a little look.
A month ago, vowed to keep Welsh Labour the most successful democratic party in the world, is the phrase you use. Now, Wales has been Labour for over a century. In this May's elections, it's likely you're not even going to be the largest opposition party. What happened?
Oh, hell yeah.
There's a challenge ahead of us, and these are tricky times, and we're clear about that. And for the first time, we have a situation where two pro-independence parties could gather together and really start on a genuine separatist move when it comes to Wales. This is not something we've foreseen. But
they're fucking terrified. Chat, they're fucking terrified.
The real threat, not just to public...
Yeah, it being a challenge ahead is optimistic.
...services in Wales here, but also to the union. And the breakup of the union is something that I think we need to take seriously. Yes! But we have a job to do between
hell yeah,
now
dude.
and May as a...
Hell yeah, this is so good.
...as a Labour government in Wales, to make sure that people know there's a choice.
Like, look, chat, the fact that this is being reported on, and it's the First Minister of Wales, yeah, who is there, and she's going like, this is a real problem. We need to sort Labour's shit out. Right, during all this that's happening this weekend, where they're talking about fucking, they're talking about Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer and all this shit, right? It's It's significant. This is utterly significant.
Welsh people at the moment don't appear to see it in the way you see it. And the thing that I find most striking about this is that 3/4 of the people who voted Labour in 2024 in UK elections now say they're going to vote for somebody else. Whose fault is that? Is that you or is it Keir Starmer?
Well, look, we've got to take...
Please say Keir Starmer. It'd be so funny if you just said Keir Starmer.
Shared responsibility. It is difficult when you've been in power for 26 years. And there's a lot of volatility around at the moment. These polls have been bouncing around
It's not
for
happening
a
to
while.
the SNP in Scotland.
Well, they have not been in the same situation as us, where you have the same party in government in Westminster and in Wales. So, yes, there's an issue. And
I've only got the one cat, Aidan.
Take this opportunity to send a message to Keir Starmer. He is not on the ballot paper in this election. I'm on the ballot paper. Keir Starmer is not.
That's interesting, though. Is there a fight for you to persuade people that what they're voting about is you and Wales, rather than making a judgment about the performance of Labour at Westminster?
I think that is what we have to persuade people of between now and May. I've been really clear when it comes to Welsh Labour values. I've stood firm on things like the winter fuel allowance. I thought that would be terribly damaging to people in Wales.
But you see, this is the thing. It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter how much you want these policies to be supported. Everybody is going to look at the embarrassment that is Keir Starmer and be like, we don't want anything to do with them. We don't want anything to do with them fuckers over there to the east. Yeah, or we don't want anything to do with them fuckers down there in the south. They could fucking dig their own grave. We want to trade with China. Can you imagine if fucking Wales seceded from the Union and did a fucking trade deal with China? Could you imagine if Scotland did that as well? You know what I mean?
Firm when it came to the 2-child benefit cap.
And this is what I've been saying the whole time. Even the way that Keir Starmer regards the electorate in these countries is fucking dire. It's absolutely dire. When he refers to the SNP as being a serious threat to democracy, or whatever the fuck it was he said that they're like a violent threat to democracy in this country, he is speaking to every fucking Scottish person who voted for him. You know what I mean? And even Scottish people who didn't vote for him are going to look at that and be like, why is he talking about the SNP like that? You know? Wales, Scotland and Canada joining BRICS. BRICS, exactly. You know, and don't even get me started on the fucking north of Ireland. He doesn't even give a fucking flying fuck about the north of Ireland at all.
Firm when it came to welfare reform. Our values in Welsh Labour remain the same, irrespective of what's happening up in Westminster, whether that's a Tory government or a Labour government.
Is the problem that you have that whatever you do, you're effectively being torpedoed by the fact that your government, same party in Westminster, has had 13, possibly 14 U-turns, that it is implemented in unpopular policies or brought forward unpopular policies like the scrapping winter fuel allowance, that there is a loss of confidence in Westminster. And basically, you're a victim of the fall-off in support for Labour nationally.
Look, we have a job to do to make sure that people recognise that if they want to send a message, it could be really, really damaging to their public services in Wales. Because what you have as an alternative to the vision that Welsh Labour is setting out, that is, for the first time in a generation, we are absolutely focused on our ability to grow the economy, to fight poverty in Wales, because we now have additional funding and support, or the alternative is a route towards separation.
The First Minister of Scotland, John Swinney, told us last week that he thinks it's entirely possible that by the end of this year, there could be nationalist leaders in Scotland, Northern Ireland and in Wales. Are we in danger of seeing the breakup of the United Kingdom?
I think there's a real possibility of that. I think
so good.
It's time people woke up to that as a possibility.
Like, I'm not sat here and being like, oh, she's so based for saying this. Like, she's terrified. She doesn't want this. She's fucking Welsh Labour. You know, she doesn't want any of that shit. She doesn't want any of that shit. And that's why, yes, that's why she's referring to it as a danger. Yeah, can you imagine the Union of Independent Celtic Socialist States, right? That would be so dope. It would be just so good for everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah.
The elections in May could have profound implications, not just for the people of Wales and their public services, but also for the situation in the whole of the United Kingdom.
Right, but you're listen, if Wales secedes from the fucking union, then where do everybody's taxes in Wales go? Well, they go to the Parliament in Wales, don't they? And then you've got more chance of actually being able to fund your public services in Wales. You don't have to beg for it from fucking Westminster. You know what I mean? Like, if you're like, oh no, well, what? We won't get the Westminster funding. Yeah, dog, you're not getting it now. You know?
The danger is real. The fact that Plaid Cymru and possibly the Greens may be distracted constantly, not looking at improving people's bread and butter issues.
Oh, hell yeah, yeah. Plaid Cymru and the Greens are not looking at that, you know what I mean?
Building
They're not looking at that, are they?
Filling potholes like we've done, 200,000 since I've been First Minister.
That'll do it. Fill them potholes. That'll do it. That's how you actually... That's what the people of Wales need. They need all the potholes being filled. Yeah.
Swinney also said that he thought that if he wins in Scotland in May, that Keir Starmer would not be Prime Minister by the end of this year. Do you agree?
Well, that will be a decision for the parliamentary group. But
she's entirely cooked to Keir Starmer. It's ridiculous.
I do think there will be pressure on the Prime Minister inevitably if Labour performs badly. So it is in the UK Labour government's interest to make sure that they can support us in every way, including perhaps giving us more power in certain areas that we've been requesting for a while. I think the real issue for the people, though, in the country is what's the forward offer. We've been clear with the public in Wales that we want to introduce a £2 bus fare cap. In Wales, pensioners get their bus fares for free. Young people get it for £1.
Yeah, but again, you know, this is probably something that the Greens are going to be saying that they're also going to be backing, and they're backing independence as well. So it's like, you know, what are people going to want? Burpee drinks, thank you. Okay, chat, moment of truth. Is this gonna burp? Let's take a look. No. Oh, what a letdown. Oh, that's so upsetting. That's so upsetting, dude. I can't believe it. I didn't feed the fucking ginger bug for one day. And it's fucked. Oh, what a fucking... God damn it. Never mind. I'll start a new ginger bug tomorrow. Start the new ginger bug tomorrow. It'll be fine. What is that, by the way? Those are some... I tried to make my own homemade fizzy soda. 3rd time's the charm, yeah. Top 10 anime betrayals of all time, yeah. It'll be fine. It'll be okay.
And today, we're announcing that we are supporting classroom assistants, support workers in our public services, the lowest paid people, with extra support if we're elected in May.
Wales is
extra support if we're elected in May, but you're elected now. I don't understand. What you want about?
The birthplace of Labour and the Labour Party. Keir Hardie, party's first MP, won his seat in Merthyr Tydfil as Labour MP. Since devolution, you've run the country. Today, you could be fighting for 4th place in the Senedd elections. I know this is an uncomfortable question, but could this may mark the end of the Labour Party as we know it?
No, I don't think we're in that.
Oh, that's great. That means that it's going to happen. That's crazy. As soon as someone says no so confidently like that, you just know it's going to happen. That's so crazy. It's total cope. Being in power now but refusing to do something unless re-elected isn't an election promise, it's a ransom demand, yeah. Have you made beer before? It's a pain in the ass. I've done it 3 times, and it was LL lowercase and LL, yeah. I mean, yeah, I just like, I don't know. I'm just trying to do fizzy stuff for the time being, but maybe I'll make it alcoholic if I figure out how to do it. You know, I was doing the right stuff with the ginger bug, and it was bubbling like fuck on Saturday, but then I didn't feed it yesterday, and I think that's where I fell down. I didn't know that you have to, like, you know, call it all, feed it every fucking day. They're about to call independent supporters in Wales and Scotland terrorists and use the Terrorism Act on us somehow. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Position at all, but I do think we have a lot of work to do between now and May to persuade the people of Wales of the
Car might be fucked. Oh, sorry to hear it, Morrigan.
If we see a route towards separation, a massive hole in the budget that could be created, that means cuts effectively to public services were we to follow that separatist path. We are focused on the things that matter to the people of Wales. We've built a massive number of schools, for example, the biggest construction in school facilities since the 60s.
Good night, Steph. Thanks for being here.
Transformed the lives of many people across Wales. We've produced 46,000...
She's doing the Labour Party line. She's doing the Labour Party line. They do this all the time. They just do the same as Trump. They're like, yeah, we've done so good. Everyone's lives are so much better. It's just all nonsense. It's like, there's only so long that you could do this without actually making a difference. There's only so long that you could say this stuff, you know?
Along with working with the private sector. I'm focused now, absolutely.
Working with the private sector.
And on supporting the people.
Grow the economy.
Morgan, diolch.
Diolch yn fawr.
All right. Well, that's that, isn't it? Wow, chat. Let's have a quick look at some betting odds. Now, Twitch, I'm not doing any gambling here. I'm not trying to encourage people to gamble or anything like that. I'm not sponsored by this, but often you can look at poll after poll after poll after poll and get an unclear picture of how things are going. Sometimes you can look at betting sites and get a better, clearer picture of what's going on. Now, I don't know about the... You know, about how accurate these lot are. They're called Odds Checker. So apparently, these are the current odds for who are the favourites to win the Gorton and Denton by-election. We've got right down at the bottom Conservatives. After that, Lib Dems. After that, Workers' Party of Great Britain. LOL. And then Labour at an embarrassing 30%. Up at the top there, we have got Reform at 38.1% and Green at 38.1%. There is a real likelihood that the Greens could win this fucking election, chat. If the Greens win this election, I promise... Labour will be fucking done. I mean, if Reform win the election, Labour will also be done, but the Greens will be totally they will totally replace Labour. They will just completely, totally replace Labour. And I imagine that Reform will end up sitting at where the Conservative Party kind of is right now in terms of amount of seats, right? How long has this seat been Labour? 90 years. 90 fucking years. Interesting times, chat. We are in interesting times. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yeah, 90 years. They're going to lose it. Labour are going to lose this seat. Okay. Chat, listen, it's the end of the stream. Thank you so much for being here. It's been real good. What a great stream. We've had like an absolutely insane stream tonight. We've had loads of raids. We've had loads of fucking hype train shit. We've had loads of subs. We've had loads of donos. We've had loads of follows. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. It's just been great. It's just been absolutely great. As usual, don't forget, I got socials. Don't forget, I have got a VOD channel. Don't forget, I want to see Europe go good. I've got YouTube channels. I got all those kinds of things that you could go and follow and shit like that. And stick with me, chat. Don't go nowhere, yeah? Because we are going to go and raid Rob Rousseau. It's so interesting. We normally get raided by Rob, but for the first time in a long time, we get to raid Rob. And that is because it is a snow day where he is. And he's doing the Parenti lectures. He's going through the yellow Parenti lectures. So that's going to be a great stream for everybody. Remembering Michael Parenti. Michel Parenti? I can't remember his first name. But anyway, yes, let's go show some love to Rob. I'll be back tomorrow. Same Muel time, same Muel place. Hopefully I'll get time to cover the Iran stuff tomorrow. But yeah, in the meantime, stay excellent to each other. Thank you for the support. I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace.